Good morning. I'm Ward 1 Councilmember Brianne Nadeau, the Chair of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. Today is Wednesday, February 15th, 2023, and we are conducting this virtual hearing on the Zoom platform. The time is 9:33 a.m. This hearing is being simultaneously streamed in multiple places, including DC Cable Channel 13, dccouncil.gov, and brianneknadeau.com/live. Today's performance oversight hearing is for the Department of For-Hire Vehicles and Department of Public Works. Note that we will continue directly to the DPW portion of the hearing after a very brief recess, rather than continuing at 2 p.m., as the council calendar indicates. The Department of For-Hire Vehicles was created in 2016 to replace the now defunct District of Columbia Taxi Cab Commission. DFHV oversees the taxi cab industry as well as other for-hire vehicles, such as TNCs and non-district limousine vehicles. Since its inception, the department has expanded in mission to provide a number of transportation services of its own, including Neighborhood Connect and School Connect. DFHV is accompanied by the For-Hire Vehicle Advisory Council, made up of stakeholders from within and around the industry, as well as the Accessibility Advisory Council. This marks the first time DFHV is before a new committee in many years, having been under the Committee on Business and Economic Development. Being placed under the Business Committee makes sense when you consider the department's history as the Taxi Cab Commission. But DFHV in 2023 is a more interwoven part of DC's government's provision of transportation services and requires deeper coordination with peer agencies like DDOT, OSSI, and DPW. It's important that we have DFHV and the Department of Public Works before this committee on the same day, an arrangement that I'm pretty sure has never happened before. Of course, there are many areas where they do not overlap, but DFHV and DPW are two departments most responsible for enforcement of curbside space. The curbside is one of the most valuable resources in the public right-of-way, and coordinating its use is a massive undertaking, one that, if we're being honest, the district has done a poor job of lately. We've not successfully adapted to seismic changes from food and parcel delivery to shifts in the for-hire vehicle market and patterns of movement around our region. Addressing friction and demands of curbside space is one of the major priorities I would like for this committee to elevate, and having these two departments together today reinforces that priority. I'm looking forward to learning more about the Department of For-Hire Vehicles from our public witnesses and the interim director. I'd now like to provide some logistical announcements for today's hearing. In order to ensure we hear from all members of the public, I ask that all witnesses stick to their allotted time. Witnesses testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes to provide oral testimony, and all other witnesses will have 3 minutes. We'll have one panel of public witnesses today. All witnesses participating in the webinar are currently listed as attendees in Zoom. Shortly, I will call your names. You will be invited to join the panel. You will have to accept the invitation, and then you may turn on your camera, and when it is your turn to speak, unmute yourself. There will be a frame in the Zoom that includes a clock keeping your time. When your time is up, I kindly ask that you conclude your remarks so that we can ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard. For any technical difficulties, you can send a message to my staff through Zoom and they will follow up with you. You can also email publicworks@dccouncil.gov. Additionally, if you're having trouble gaining access to the Zoom and you've pre-registered, you can reach my team at 202-741-2111, and they will try to resolve your issue. If you have not yet submitted written testimony, you please do so at this time by emailing publicworks@dccouncil.gov. And with that, I will call our first panel of witnesses. So our first panel includes Alex Baca, DC Policy Director with Greater Washington, Kelly Mack, Heidi Case, Judith Heumann, and Heather Foote. Alex, when you're ready, you may begin.
Good morning. My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as DC Policy Director. Congratulations, Councilmember Nadeau, on your chairship of the Committee on Operations and Public Works. We look forward to your leadership. and will use my time today to testify on both DPW and DFHV. To protect consumers, passengers, and the public, DFHV must be allowed to treat the for-hire industry as a whole. Our major ask for this year, basically, and years going forward, will be for DFHV to have regulatory power over transportation network companies. We would also like the district to get out ahead of any attempts by TNCs to mandate that their drivers be deemed independent contractors, not employees, as Uber, Lyft, and DoorDash did in 2020 in California. While Washington State's Bill of TNC drivers' rights models some legitimate protections, it essentially codifies the status of drivers for TNCs as independent contractors rather than employees. So this is something that I would just like the committee to pay attention to going forward. Regarding DPW, no surprise, we haven't been particularly enthused by the agency's performance in previous years. In my written testimony, I've linked a whole raft of stuff from prior T&E hearings, of which there were many in 2021 and 2022. There's a lot of information there. We spent a lot of time talking, especially about fake and expired temporary tags, of which I made a spreadsheet. We'd like the committee to ensure the agency succeeds in the following specific areas now that there's an opportunity for rebooting its functionality. Booting and towing. We are cognizant that many of the ways in which scofflaw drivers, such as those who are driving with fake and expired temp tags and those who have many outstanding tickets for speeding, might face consequences for their actions, have been scaled back. For our part, we had serious reservations about the Clean Hands Equity Amendment Act of 2022's failure to address potential ramifications for road safety. Changes to fine and fee structures are morally correct and advancement of economic justice. We just do need this better world that we are hopefully now living in to include some preventative measures beyond road design. And what seemingly remains as a sole enforcement mechanism in the district is DPW's booting and towing. We're fully supportive of whatever budgetary and operational actions are necessary to enable more booting and towing. I think it would be reasonable to suspend street sweeping for about 6 months to free up FTEs to boot and tow cars whose drivers have clearly endangered others. We saw the suspension of street sweeping during the pandemic. The world didn't end. If there's an immediate need for more FTEs, that seems like a good way to alleviate some of the pressure. Lastly, I want to bring up parking just because I think it's a big deal. And I think this new committee could have some particular oversight, especially in partnership with Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Well, I was glad to see Councilmember Henderson and Pinto's residential parking permit reform bill receive a hearing last council period. I don't think we should limit our conversation around parking to just RPP. I think the link to DPW with this is because again, our main enforcement mechanism is booting and towing. So it would be helpful to have a holistic understanding of what parking assets are in the district, both public and private, so we can better understand where to boot and tow. Obviously, capacity for booting and towing cars is one piece of this, but also understanding sort of what residential parking looks like, what private parking looks like, who's parking where, what are the consequences for poor parking practices, and where cars can be towed if they are towed, all seems to link together to me and shouldn't be considered in siloed conversations. So we'd like to see a concerted effort from the council going forward to reform parking overall, not just in certain specific sectors like RPP. Lastly, public works is a big job. DPW's mission to provide environmentally healthy municipal services that are both ecologically sound and cost effective is tantamount to running an entire city. The agency's leadership should reflect that. Barring any surprise hidden talent within the administration right now, we would actually welcome a national search for a sort of superstar director who is truly committed to ensuring the public sector delivers clean, efficient, and fair services. And it is far from me to typically recommend a national search for a director. So I don't usually find that to be worth resources. I think it may be useful here just because of the magnitude of what the agency has to deal with. Thanks so much for your time. I hope to stick around to answer questions, but I also have to hop over to the DEMPET hearing. So I'm happy to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get Kelly Mack, Heidi Case, Judith Human, and Heather Foote promoted, please? Okay, Kelly, when you're ready, you may turn on your camera and unmute yourself and begin.
Thank you for your time today. I wanted to start with noting that DC has made strong strides in accessibility, but one major area that is lacking for people with disabilities and where discrimination is pervasive and still accepted is in cab service. DC Council recognized this issue a number of years ago and passed a law requiring that cab fleets of a certain size ramp up their efforts and reach 20% wheelchair accessible vehicles by the end of 2018. Unfortunately, this effort was halted by DC's own regulatory agency, the Department for Hired Vehicles. They have refused to enforce the law while cab service for people with disabilities deteriorates. Our DFHV's own data demonstrates continued failure to achieve equitable cab service for all DC residents, and its failures result in persistent and unrelenting discrimination against people with disabilities. My own and other experiences you will hear about today reflect the ongoing discrimination and regular denial of service that people with disabilities experience. My odds of having a cab show up are about 50-50 because I use a wheelchair, even when I book days or weeks in advance. And there are large swaths of company hours where cabs are operating on weekends and evenings where there are no wheelchair accessible vehicles or service being provided. Just for a moment, I want people to reflect on the impact, all the times you need to get to meetings, medical appointments, airports, errands, and the stress and anxiety and harm to your life if you don't know whether or not your transportation is going to show up. And all the other companies are in the same place, so you can't order a backup. The FHV could take many actions, but it has essentially done nothing for years, despite repeated requests from customers with disabilities like myself. Lack of enforcing DC law is a huge problem. The agency could work with the cab companies on gradual improvement plans, but so far has chosen not to. Drivers discriminate and don't face any sort of fine, and cab companies are failing in service and don't worry about what is happening to customers with disabilities. And a centralized dispatch that was promised years ago to make it easier and more efficient has never materialized. I've been speaking with DFHV about this issue for years, as have others here, and I've come to the conclusion that it's not a failure in listening. It's a lack of concern about equity for people with disabilities. They know many steps can be taken, and they refuse to do so because they don't fear any consequence. Today, I ask you and DC Council to hold DFHV accountable and demand the agency do its job to enforce the law and take swift steps to immediately improve accessible cab service. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Kelly. Heidi Case, go ahead with your testimony.
Good morning, Council Member Nadeau and any other council members or their staff who are listening. My name is Heidi Case. I am now, through redistricting, a resident of Ward 2, and I chair the Department of For-Hire Vehicles Accessibility Advisory Committee. I identify as a disabled lesbian with she, her pronouns, and I am a wheelchair user. I am highly focused on accessible, inclusive, and equitable transportation. My Twitter handle is @Transit for All, because that is who I am and the focus of much of my advocacies. In the past, I have been a member of WMATA's Accessibility Advisory Committee. I chaired the MAC, Multimodal Accessibility Accessibility Advisory Committee that advises DDOT on accessibility in transportation and public space for the last 3 years, and a member of and current chair of the DFHV AAC since 2014. People with disabilities can't be included in the wider community unless we have ways to get to where community is happening. And that requires accessible transit options. That's why I am here today. 14 years ago, no, in 2014, excuse me, when WMATA piloted the Transport DC program, using taxis, which included investment in waves, which are wheelchair accessible vehicles as a Metro Access alternative, was completely life-changing for me and many in the disability community. With this option, spontaneous travel was now possible. No more having to plan at least one day ahead, or you couldn't go anywhere. It was intended, the program, to save money because taxis were willing to accept 50% less per trip cost than Metro Access was charging DC for its residents per trip. Initially, that was intended to be a perfect win-win. However, what we found here in DC and all across the country, where taxi alternatives to paratransit were put into effect, we found that the really poor and chronic service problems that paratransit, the kind of service paratransit was providing, had suppressed demand on transportation. Many of us just chose not to travel so many places because of the challenges that paratransit created. Now, what's with the taxis and this high quality, spontaneous, sorry, a little tech for a second, option, that took you straight where you wanted to go. Instead of being a shared ride service, you could get a cab within 30 minutes of a request. The demand for those trips doubled and tripled or more for some people. Because of the increased demand, the cost savings, because we were taking so many more trips, by the summer of 2016, with the popularity of the program, the hope of savings crashed, and DC government's enthusiasm providing these more equitable, inclusive options ended. We have had to fight for this program ever since. There's so much history and innumerable iterations of budgeted funding changes and number of trips and where we could go for trips and how many trip users were allowed has been in constant flux since 2016.
Heidi,
Due to
let's
this,
pause there since we're over. We gave you 5 minutes, and we're a little bit over, but we're going to talk more in the Q&A. Don't worry. I'm going to have.
okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make sure we get everybody a chance to talk, and then we'll have some time.
Absolutely.
So, perfect. I look forward to that discussion. And then now we'll hear from Judith. Thank you.
Thank you very much, member. And I'd also really like to thank Kelly and Heidi for the immense amount of work that they're doing on this, and would like to say that they have better things to do with their time. And I think the main point I want to make is the only way you and the other council members will have the vaguest understanding of what we're talking about is if you become registered for the program and use it for 1 month, period, the end. Use it for anything and everything that you normally would do, because quite frankly, the stories that we are telling are incomprehensible, and really, given everything else you have to do, will fall to the side. So I just think if there's a way for you to do this, you will have a much better understanding of what we're talking about. Chicago, New York, London, other cities around the world, you can now hail cabs on the street that are wheelchair accessible. There have been all types of litigation, consumer engagement, where you now go to these cities and you are not restricted like you are here in DC. What Kelly and Heidi were saying about how we have to really restrict our lives in a way that is incomprehensible to people. And it's so frustrating. My husband uses a wheelchair. I use a wheelchair. I'm an activist. I'm high in demand to do things. And basically, I can't depend on the service at all. From the minute you have to call this 844 number, and it sends you to one of these 3 companies, where sometimes you're greeted by very nice people, sometimes you're greeted by very rude people, but frequently people who really don't understand what their job is. So training to me is an issue. Last week, we called for a taxi. Every time you call, they ask if you need, we start out by saying, we need a wheelchair accessible taxi. My husband or I transfer. So after God knows how many trips, one would think that each one of these companies would have a list of the names of people and whether or not you needed a wheelchair accessible vehicle. Just yesterday and last week, we were sent inaccessible vehicles. It is very difficult, even in the afternoon before 4 o'clock, to get a vehicle to Washington Hospital Center or Sibley Hospital. Took my husband more than 2 hours a week or so ago, and took me another 2 hours to get a taxi to come home. So you can't live your life around it. You can't go out at night. You can't go out on the weekend because you can't rely on it. And it does make me very emotional, because with all the work that we've been doing on ADA and everything else, basic transportation within the city is ridiculous, coupled with the fact that there's reduced service in public transportation. I live on Connecticut Avenue in Ward 3, and we used to have the L1 and the L2. There is no more L1. And so that's another whole area of public transportation use that's gone. And I very much worry about the fact that in a city where there are so many government agencies and international agencies, that taxis for people are very important, and they really cannot reliably use them. So in my remaining couple of seconds, I want to say that these are not new issues. And as Kelly and Heidi have been saying, they're only getting worse. After an hour yesterday being bounced from company to company because they didn't have cabs. Like literally, there are no wheelchair accessible cabs in an area like NRH. And so because they have fewer cabs, and after they sent an inaccessible taxi, I wound up using an Uber. It cost $26 to get an Uber, and it was a brand new vehicle, because there are other companies, and Kelly and Heidi will know more about this, but these other companies that are buying very nice accessible vehicles. And when you talk to the taxi drivers, they have all types of complaints about why the industry is going down. But I don't want to use any more of my time. I think really, if you or other members, without letting the taxi cab companies know that you're going to try to use these systems, then you'll understand exactly what we're saying when you can't possibly live your life as you should be able to and as we should be able to. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you all for your testimony. I'm going to call on Alex Baca first, and then we'll come back and talk about this more holistically. So Alex, in your testimony about DFHV, yep. New acronyms for me, guys. New committee, new acronyms. You talked about the transportation network companies, which that's Uber, Lyft, et cetera, and workers' rights within those entities. Can you talk a little bit more about what you think we should be doing here in the district as it relates to those companies?
Yeah, I don't have any genius ideas, but it does seem like a little bit of preemption is necessary here. It is possible, I think, for the TNCs to come in and do a ballot measure, right? Like that was the California strategy, was to come in and dump a bunch of money into a campaign for a ballot measure, sort of saying that like, oh, this is like flexibility and you want to be classified as independent contractors and not employees. But that's also very California, where ballot measures are kind of the way to go for a lot of things. I don't know exactly how that would look here. The reason that I brought it up is because like I do think DFHV should have regulatory power over the TNCs, and I think it could be a form of retaliation to say that like, okay, well, you tighten the screws on us, and so we're gonna, tighten the screws on potentially classifying our drivers as employees, which would deny them potential rights. So I think this could be legislation, like that's probably the best way to do that. I think we would want to work out the finer points. I linked to the Washington state legislation because it's really the only thing that I could find that included a TNC driver's like Bill of Rights, even though I think there's still a loophole for the independent contractor classification. So it would take a little bit of research. There aren't a ton of precedents, but I think it's important to have in your head as just a potential retaliatory measure from TNCs.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. So really just this issue that independent contractors are missing out on benefits. Their wages may not be what people think they are, right? When you're using an app and getting a ride, you don't really have a sense of what the driver is actually taking home. And there aren't regs right now to protect them in that way.
This is Judy, and I don't know, Alex. And so what I've realized is that when I take an Uber, the drivers are working for another company.
Mm-hmm.
So, sorry, Heidi.
It's Uber Wave only.
Okay.
Regular Uber, it's because of a lawsuit. I was the named complainant, which sued Uber, and that is the reason there is any wheelchair accessible service by them. So for their waves, they can't get enough drivers. So they're forced to contract with the company. And so those are employees.
Right.
Those are the only ones across the system that are.
So I think that's an important point, because they're employees of the company that's purchased the vehicles. So they get a different salary, from what I can tell from the drivers. They get a different salary than a regular Uber driver.
Absolutely.
Plus perks.
They contract with companies. They just got a new company. And I've actually heard through Kelly that Uber Wave, at least with this new company, is more dependable. And one of their keys to doing that is they don't let their Wave employees take trips, only trips on Wave vehicles. So all their time is focused for wheelchairs, whereas previously they could choose to take a wheelchair or not. And taking a wheelchair is more work. They have to get out of their cars and tie us down. And so I like this. I think it's a step forward, and maybe cab companies also could look at this, where wave vehicles need to prioritize wave, wheelchair users.
Or if they had more taxis that were
Well, of
accessible, because otherwise I worry that
Absolutely.
they're not going to be able to get enough business.
And we're incentivizing every time a wave vehicle transports a wheelchair, they get an additional $10
Right,
per trip. So
right.
That's regardless
helping.
of which system they're in. Is that true if they're a Uber, Lyft, or a taxi, or just a
No,
taxi?
Uber's completely separate, and there's no incentivizing, or because DC Council, as Alex alluded to, decided, they actually passed legislation, you all, that you cannot do anything to regulate. DFHV can in no way regulate TNCs. And because they hold their data, they won't give the data to participate because they consider that I'm sorry, I'm forgetting.
Proprietary.
Yes, information. And just to Alex's point, and I can get it for you, Georgetown did a great in-depth study about Uber as very around the issues of being an employee and not a few years ago. And I can try to get a copy of that and make sure you have that. So there is some data and information around the consequences of those different things.
A couple clarifications. Lyft has zero wave accessible service. It is only Uber. There is some contention about the number of vehicles issue, and we can get into that more, but it is factually true that the majority or many of accessible taxis vehicles are not in service, that they are in parking lots without drivers. And so there's been a lot of debate about how to get more drivers, and that there actually is not so much a need, maybe, this is debatable, for vehicles as there is for drivers. So this is one of the complexities of the accessible issue.
I know it's not your job to know this, but any idea how many used vehicles there are?
We require them every month to report to us. And for an example, I'm not going to get the exact numbers, but they may be 252 listed waves and on the street 72.
Okay.
Because that legislation, companies have vehicles that they can't put any drivers in or don't. And so they have them listed, but they're not actually providing service. So right there, let's see if we can get all those on the street, what improvements might happen from that. But I think there's financial incentives because waves are more costly in a few ways. So we have to assist with that. So it's a fair playing field. And I think possibly that is a way to get more drivers.
Go ahead.
What do you think the barriers are to becoming a licensed wave driver?
I think they're becoming a licensed taxi driver. They don't have to have a separate license to drive the wave vehicles. But again, anecdotally, I always talk to the drivers. And I think it would be well worth it to get an understanding from the driver perspective and from the industry perspective. But it sounds to me like over the years, there've been a number of additional requirements that drivers have to go through, that things are much more complicated, that people are leaving as drivers. And like everything else, there are older people who are who have had these jobs for many years. So they're getting towards retirement age.
Mhm.
It's a combination of many things, but it does seem from the drivers that it's a combination, I think, of demand. And if they have a limited number of vehicles on the street, then the demand is not being met. And listening to the drivers explain why some of those things are happening. And then they have downtime if they're not getting a wave client. But I do think, council member, that it would be really valuable to speak with some of the drivers and get a better understanding from their perspective.
I'd be happy to do that. And
Yeah, Heidi and Kelly agree
you
with
have
me.
a sense of the demand for wave rides?
Well, I mean, Heidi and Judith can add, but whenever I talk to drivers, they say they are so busy that they're going hither and thither and have a full day. And then I talk to friends who can't get rides. And so I think there is an unmet demand, but like anyone else in the city, wheelchair users are living everywhere. And they're going all different places. So it's not, an easy, you may have to go back a place, or, it takes time anyway to do the routing. But they may have more to add.
I mean, I think the three of us have said that we all restrict our use because we can't depend on it. So we're not going to buy a ticket to the Kennedy Center because we may be able to get there, but absolutely unequivocally cannot depend on getting home.
Nope.
So therefore you don't do it. You don't go out to restaurants, you don't visit friends. So even amongst those of us who use the system, and that is another whole issue about the number of rides you're able to use under the system. But the demand is higher because even those who know about it don't use it. Yeah, so
this is obviously beyond the scope of our committee, but can you fill me in on how Metro Access comes into play for this type of situation too, and when people use that versus a wave taxi?
well, Metro,
One of the,
yeah, sorry.
go ahead, Judith, you go
No,
ahead.
you know much. I was just going to say, Metro Access and Wave, you need to separate that because Wave just means a wheelchair accessible vehicle. Metro Access is a program.
Oh,
So under
thank
Metro,
you.
yeah. So under Metro Access as a program, you used to be able to use the system much more extensively. Then in October 2021, they changed. So now you can only use 10 rides a month for Metro Access. You can use it for any purpose. But so there are lots of, and Heidi and Kelly will know much more about this than I do. There are so many different little bitty programs around the city that, quite frankly, I think that really needs to be looked at. Why there are so many different programs. Well, if you run out of rides here, you can apply for this there and get some. It's crazy. But
Right, you have to know how to navigate the system in order to get all the rides that you need, and like
Yeah.
where your maximums are and all that. Yeah, it's like, it sounds like a jigsaw puzzle.
I
With-
choose not to use Metro Access personally, and because I want it to be available to people, and so that's just a personal choice I've made. But the other aspect to it is people who are visiting DC, who are coming here for meetings and work. You would not be able to do Metro Access because that is a program for local residents. So there is an aspect of this that is, like Judith said, too many complicated programs, but also we need to be accessible to visitors, to people here on business and leisure. So just making that point.
I mean, I
Mhm.
got a call from friends in Oregon. They had a woman out here for 2 weeks who was a wheelchair user and wanted to know about transportation. And she herself, my friend who called, is a wheelchair user. And so obviously the first go-to is use the public transit where it exists near the meetings. But the reality is, if people can't transfer, telling them to try to use the taxi system for regular fare. And that's another issue.
Mhm.
One of the companies told me last week that we couldn't book for regular fare a wave, which I knew was not true. I think it's not true, but that's why I asked this question about training of dispatchers, etc.
That's something DFHV has allowed. There's a bunch of different issues. Just to be clear, the prioritization of way vehicles is completely under the Transport DC program. And that's as a Metro Access alternative. But to use that service, you have to both already have Metro Access and be a DC resident. So as Kelly said, and Kelly tries not to use that, but as a regular and user, because of Kelly complaining so much that she's booked Wave vehicles and they never show up, they stop promising to, they literally say on their phone line,
Yellow cab says this.
reservation does not mean you're getting a trip.
Yeah.
And there's no
Exactly.
enforcement from DFHV at all. There's been such a shift in their perspective, I think, is completely support the cab companies and what they need versus what we are saying to them. And there are ADA laws. DFHV just got HOG money of $500,000 plus they matched it. That's federal money. They cannot discriminate. That means they have to comply with ADA, but they refuse to incentivize regular trips for someone like Judith's friend. So waves are available for others outside of the Transport DC program. We were promised that with the previous director and senior policy advisor. And when the money came and staff had changed, they changed it. And I think you're waiting for a lawsuit to happen. Because federal money has different requirements, but they do not promise anybody who books outside of Transport DC a trip anymore. Sorry, it's the frustration. I hope.
No, I actually think this is really helpful, and this is a really good space to express frustration. So thank you.
I mean, I think on demand, this member that you asked earlier, the demand is higher than we know. And I am sure that there are many people who don't even know about the program, let alone experience the problems because they're not using it. So I think DC wants to be a metropolitan city. Transportation is a big issue. And this is not relating to disability, but in these other cities where there are taxis on the road, you're only seeing a very few taxis on the road now. So if there were more taxis on the road, including accessible taxis, people could just do like you do in New York and Chicago much more readily. You still have to call sometimes in those cities, but it's amazing in New York how, depending on where you are, what borough you're in, you can just go out and hail a cab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
There's one other, if I can speak to that demand issue. So there's Transport DC, which is taxi alternatives. DC does that By the way, we do that because Metro gives us a big discount on our annual Metro access bill because we have that program. Then Metro, like if our Metro is a per trip cost to different jurisdictions for Metro access service from WMATA, and say our bill would have been 100,000 because of an agreement we have with WMATA, and we're taking trips off Metro access with this program, they charge us 90,000. There's that agreement going on. But Metro also runs its own taxi alternative program called Abilities Ride, but not for wheelchair users. So Metro, besides Transport DC, it also has its own program, and it contracts with these very same companies. But because they know WAVE vehicles are so limited, people who use wheelchairs cannot participate in that program because they're not contracting for WAVE cabs. I'm not sure if I'm making sense, but they do it because they're not they don't want to pull more waves out of service for all of us.
Sure.
By doing that. But
But
absolutely,
it seems to me like it's a very obvious point towards the demand issue that if you're limiting the
that's my
program
point that I
because
wanted
can't
you to
fulfill
hear.
demand,
is-
then you're sort of
Yes,
creating
exactly. That's why they do it. Absolutely. So that definitely speaks to the demand. The demand is out there, no doubt.
Yeah. Well, okay, let me ask one other question, logistical question. So if a WAVE vehicle is out on the street instead of in the lot, let's say we get to a point where there's more supply than demand. Are drivers of WAVE vehicles allowed to pick up a fare that doesn't require a WAVE?
Yes.
Okay, so there isn't
Absolutely,
really a
always
concern.
have been.
Yeah, so there isn't really a concern that these vehicles would be on the road and not
I think
utilized.
it's a point that Kelly made earlier.
Yeah.
It's not to argue against that because I think that's an important issue.
Yeah.
But it may mean that a driver doesn't pick you up if they see you're using a wheelchair because they have to do all these tie downs.
Sure.
And that's another whole issue on the tie downs.
Yeah.
Because certain taxis, not all of them, have a way that they can put the hooks for the
Mhm.
front of the wheelchair. They pull it out, hook it on your wheelchair before you get in the wheelchair,
Mhm.
which makes it much easier for the driver. But they don't all seem to have that.
I see.
So it can be much more complicated. And I would say problematic for a driver if you have to roll your wheelchair into the vehicle and then have them strap it down because they have to be lowering the seats in front of you. They have to be leaning around in all kinds of convoluted ways that can be injurious, or bigger drivers can't do it. So there are, I think, updates to the tie down system that would make it quicker and safer for the driver as well as for the passenger.
Mhm.
But I think you also touch on a possible issue with driver education and possible discriminatory attitudes, because we don't know this for sure, but we are fairly sure that there are waves out there operating that may not be picking up passengers in wheelchairs, that may not be answering those calls, that may be taking non-disabled passengers because it's easier. And it would be great to have information from DFHV to track passenger usage, to improve our knowledge about that. And also the choosing of whether one takes a waiver or not. Should that be up to the driver, or should that be just, this is what's available and waves are available and now you're driving a wave. So I think, there's some aspects there that may be revealing some discriminatory attitudes that perhaps education and training could address.
And I think even the most recent this summer, when you went to using taxis to transport kids to school, sounds like a wonderful idea. And I don't know how much you're paying per trip and all of that, but that pulled from this limited taxi base number of vehicles when people are out there doing the school pickups and drop off. If that makes sense. So we keep adding programs that the taxis can do, but when we do that, it does pull them from other programs. One example that happened during the pandemic, when they decided that senior meals were delivered to people's homes, they used taxis. And a lot of the wave drivers had all this extra room. They could transport a whole bunch of senior meals, and that pulled them out of doing trips for people in wheelchairs rather delivering meals. So I think we have to look at that. But one other, and looking at this demand and getting an honest perspective, we would request that DFHV require companies to report on trips requested and not fulfilled. They just, because right now we're all have anecdotal data, but not real data on what they aren't able to do.
So one
And
of
I
the
know
things
they
that
don't want to, but if they have to report it, we'll get information about the truth of what's happening.
Heidi
Sorry,
and
Judith.
Kelly would know more about this, but I think the way it's supposed to go is you dial this 844 number. It randomly sends you to one of the three. So you go to A, and A says, we don't have any taxis in your area. Wait. So it's my understanding if you're waiting for 15 minutes, then they're supposed to send you to the next company, to B. However, you never know whether they have, because no one calls you to let you know whether they did or didn't.
Okay.
And because because each one of the three companies have different ways of addressing the drivers. So in answer to how do you know how many rides were not fulfilled, that will be an interesting question to see if they could answer. Like yesterday, we got bounced from A to B to C. This was at 4:00 in the afternoon at NRH, and it was like 5:00. That's when I took an Uber. But after 5:00, we got a couple of calls from drivers. I don't know which companies they were from. I don't know how anybody would be writing down whether it was an unfilled order. The system is just, you got to try it to believe it.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to wind us down. We also have been joined by Heather Foote, who I will allow to give her testimony, and then we will move on to the director. Thank you so much, everybody. Heather, you may begin when you're ready.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me okay? Good. I'm a Ward 1 resident, living on the same street for over 30 years. And not only am I not a person with a disability, but I live in a relative transportation mecca right off 18th and Columbia. So I try to keep that in perspective at all times. My goals in my remarks are three. One is to defend the Transport DC program so that there is support at the very highest levels of government for the program. It's a program that is branded. I do a lot of transportation options trainings, in particular across the river, and the program is known and with all the problems, very well received and necessary. And it was used by Marcia Bowser and her dog, the mayor's sister, for quite a time. I also, the second purpose in my testifying is to urge all possible means to understand nationally and locally the driver shortage. That really is the context for at least quite a number of the problems. I'm sorry that I joined late. And the third purpose in my testifying is to urge a resumption of the prior budget. I was keenly disappointed. There was a 30% cut in the Transport DC budget. There was no oversight hearing, which is really egregious. And there are many communities that are not served. Council member, you know that I work on Latino issues. I'm right around the corner from one of the Vida Senior Services program. And I can assure you that people using walkers, great difficulties getting around, most of them don't know about Transport DC. So one of the things when I first started attending the user group meetings, which was probably 6 years ago, that's a very unique forum where users and other policy analysts like myself can come together and basically problem solve with the vendors, the taxi cab companies that are contracted with Transport DC, with Transport DC staff, and really to help the users work through what the problems are. Now, that's the way it's functioned in the past. And of course, there's been a lot of staff change, including at DDOT and everywhere. And so that has to be worked through, but it's an incredibly important forum. So those are my three concerns. And I worry from a 1,000 miles above that we need to support very strongly the Transport DC program and have people at the highest levels of government, and I'm talking above Department for Hire Vehicles, understand its value and the piece that it plays in the limited transportation options for persons with disabilities, especially those who use wheelchairs. And I think sometimes there is a tendency to think that there's an easy solution to these problems. And some years ago, maybe 5 years ago, there was a federally funded program called Access DC, which was aiming to have one call, one click to find one's transportation. It is very complicated, and it just didn't play out. I'm not hopeful that that will happen. And that's why it's incredibly important for Transport DC to get full funding, to have money for marketing, and to look at through an equity lens. There are people who should be able to be using this program for whom it's not available. And my background on this, in addition to some interactions with those in the disability community, is my work doing transportation options trainings. Ye gods, is it complicated? And so I very much hope that at a minimum, the Transport DC program can be bolstered and fully funded and even increased in its budget. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and we absolutely look forward to getting into this more as we move through the hearing. So thank you, everybody, for joining us. We're going to transition now to our government witness. Okay. We have been joined now by Dory Peters, Interim Director of the Department of For-Hire Vehicles. Hi, Director Peters. Is there anyone else who will be joining you for your testimony that we should swear in as well?
No.
Okay. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you may begin your testimony. Thank you.
Thank Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau, members of the committee and staff. I am Dory Peters, and I am the Interim Director of the Department of For-Hire Vehicles, also referred to as DFHV. I appreciate this opportunity to testify on behalf of Mayor Bowser on the agency's performance over the past year. Before I get started, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the for-hire industry for their resilience over the past year. I would also like to thank the For-Hire Vehicle Advisory Council for sharing its valuable wisdom and the Accessibility Advisory Committee for its partnership. Most of all, I would like to extend a special appreciation to the DFHV staff for all their work over the last year. For those who are unfamiliar with DFHV, I would like to also give a brief overview of who we are and what we do. DFHV's mission is to protect the public interest by regulating the for-hire industry in the district and to ensure that residents and visitors have safe, affordable, and accessible transportation options. We regulate taxis, ride-sharing companies, and limousine. We provide licensing, enforcement, adjudication, and lost and found services for both DC residents and visitors alike. Through grants and in partnership with several sister agencies, we provide transportation programs that serve various populations in the district, including older adults, people with disabilities, veterans, school children, and others. The programs we manage offer accessible and affordable transportation options while providing economic opportunities for the for-hire industry. Before the pandemic in March 2020, the taxicab industry was still adjusting to the increased competition from rideshare companies. Then the COVID-19 pandemic decimated the industry. Demand for both taxis and rideshare plummeted, and the for-hire drivers stopped driving. In all of 2022, the demand was still incredibly low. Taxi and ride-sharing trips were only 34% and 60% of their 2019 levels, respectively. In 2019, DFHV counted an average of 4,400 active taxi drivers, which dropped precipitously when global travel restriction in 2020 became a commonplace. Over the last 2 years, drivers have slowly been coming back, and now the district is seeing an average of 2,100 active taxi drivers. That is a 52% decrease in the active taxi drivers since 2019. However, as in the case of most cities, drivers' return to the industry is slow, and many are choosing to retire or seek other professions. As a response to these pandemic pressures, DFHV released a plan called Industry Recovery Blueprint in 2021, with action items to assist the industry. In the short term, we provided fee relief and grant opportunities for drivers and companies. In 2022, DFHV identified ways to simplify how we regulate industry as reflected by our soon-to-be proposed Title 31 rewrite, including, for example, elimination of outdated systems, clarification and expansion of requirements for digital taximeters, including the ability to allow fixed and upfront pricing for passengers, just to name a few. There are also other challenges impacting the industry this past year, including volatile fuel costs, difficulty in acquiring new vehicles, and working with the new normal. As a result, DFHV provided additional economic relief for the industry. This included a $1 fuel surcharge to offset the high cost of fuel, and a vehicle age waiver, which allows taxi cab owners to keep older vehicles a little longer until the supply chain recover. DFHV also has been implementing innovative ideas to assist the industry. Based on the data we gathered and analyzed, we have developed and will soon release Next Fair DC. It's a website map that provides taxi drivers information about where to find customers. This will mean more readily available taxis for customers. We continue to collaborate with our agency partners to better understand the impact of our programs on the overall transportation network in the district. This collaboration is also important when it comes to roadway safety. And safety is a priority for us. We have been collaborating with other agencies to work towards the Mayor's Vision Zero goals. Our enforcement team's commitment to public safety has strengthened through their participation in the multi-agency initiatives, such as the Mayor's Nightlife Task Force. DFHV also has given more authority over food and parcel delivery through the emergency legislation this fiscal year. This new authority allows our vehicle inspection officers to enforce moving violation on district streets and to ensure that pickups and drop-offs do not create unsafe conflicts between all road users. Another facet on safety includes our transportation programs, specifically DC School Connect. In 2021, we launched DC School Connect, a shared ride shuttle service that provides students a safe way to and from school. DC School Connect specifically serves students that attend schools in safe passage zone within Ward 7 and 8. Due to a robust outreach campaign and the value of the service the program provides, DC School Connect currently transports up to 300 students. DFHV also fulfills its mission of increasing accessible transportation options through the grant program we create and manage. One of our popular programs is DC Neighborhood Connect, which provides a link to jobs, shopping, healthcare, and more. In fiscal year 22, DC Neighborhood Connect expanded to include Fort Lincoln, the NOMA Metro Station, and Ivy City. The expansion is intended to provide transportation in neighborhoods with fewer transportation options, and to easily connect riders to metro stations and other transportation hubs. For many of our other programs, we partner with DC agencies to provide rides for residents seeking social and medical services. Another popular program is Transport DC, which is an alternative transportation service for Metro Access customers. In 2022, DFHV added some incentive program to encourage taxi drivers to drive wheelchair accessible vehicles for Transport DC. We restarted the Fast Pass program to reward drivers who provide the most rides for customers using wheelchairs. Fast Pass allows them to jump the taxi line at Union Station. We also instituted $5 incentive to compensate drivers for the empty leg of their trip to reach a customer who uses a wheelchair. As we work on these incentives, we are evaluating what works best to encourage more drivers to drive wheelchair accessible vehicles to transport customers who use wheelchair. Looking forward, we intend to continue to improve our agency services to meet the ever-changing and modern needs of the District of Columbia and to ensure that residents and visitors have safe, affordable, and accessible transportation. In closing, I'm grateful for Mayor Bowser's and the Council's continued support during these challenging times. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. It seems like there are two main aspects of the agency: regulating and enforcing for hire vehicles, and then the provision of targeted transportation programs. How much do these functions overlap within the agency and your staff?
They don't overlap. Our legal team handles reviewing, interpreting regulations when inquiries are received. They also handle drafting rulemakings or administrative issuance when necessary. Our enforcement team are in the field enforcing traffic safety for for-hire vehicles.
Thank you for clarifying. From your testimony, you noted that prior to the pandemic, we had over 4,000 active taxi drivers, and now it's around 2,000. Is there a right number of drivers based on the goals of coverage and service, and what analysis has been done to figure that out?
We haven't done any formal analysis to get the right number per se. It's evolving. However, we know that we do need more drivers based on the needs that we have in the transportation programs that we operate. Mm-hmm.
And do you have a ballpark in mind of how many more drivers you'd like to get on the road? Is it back up to those 2019 levels?
I would like to, but it's difficult for me to say at this moment, like what that right number is, because it's a new norm now. Back in the day, people don't telework, and a lot of them now telework. So it's hard for me to say the right number.
And how do you think about demand when you're creating new programs and managing the existing programs?
The programs that we currently operate, many of them are programs that we partner with other government agency. Normally, they would reach out to DFHV when they have a need that they have identified, and then they look to DFHV to help them with the implementation, of programs.
Okay. What's DFHV's relation to DC's sustainability and transportation mode share goals? So if we take those goals seriously, we're supposed to cut trips by car by 25%, cut trips by car to 25% of all trips in the district. But the for-hire industry by its nature seems to be incentivized to drive as many vehicle trips as possible. So what's the agency role in meeting transportation mode share goals?
The 50% of taxi fleet are required to be EVs per the Clean Air Omnibus Act. DFHV is currently internally working on developing policy for long-term to help with this, meeting this requirement. Yeah, we're working with this internally with our senior policy advisor.
Okay. So for the benefit of the new committee and those who may be tuning into this agency's hearing for the first time, can you talk about what's included in Title 31 and why a rewrite is proposed and what you're aiming to do?
Sure. Title 31 includes regulation pertaining to the for-hire industry. It includes items such as the list of fines, fees, and others. Title 31 rewrite is a response to the feedback that we received from various stakeholders. And we are working on an extensive title rewrite in order to remove outdated language that are there pertaining to older technologies. We also are reduce some of the fines on minor violations and others.
Okay. And then in your testimony, you talked about Next Fair DC. What are the inputs into that new system that help drivers find customers?
The website, Next Fair DC, it's a project that our IT team has been working on quite a lot. That website will be including helpful information to show a taxi driver, where are the passengers requesting for trips. And so if they are far from a location, they might be in a location that doesn't have a lot of trips. Having this map shows them where they should be going to meet those demands.
Okay. You mentioned in your testimony that you phased out technology like the taxi app. What was going on with the taxi app that made it obsolete and ready for phase out?
Many years ago, I believe DC there was a cohort of that was for the DC taxi app, working with a few companies, but I believe it didn't work out. So we also removed that from the mention of in the Title 31.
Okay. And then, so will there be, it sounds like the Next Fair DC is for drivers. So what will customers use?
Could you clarify?
Well, if there's no app anymore.
Each taxi company, a lot of them, each of them actually have their own app, so customers can e-hail taxi from the apps.
So, but you have to
The
like.
one that the DC taxi app was a project that was the agency had developed, I guess, many years ago, trying to have one app that all taxi companies, like a passenger can e-hail taxis from just one app, and it reaches different taxi companies. But that project, that was called the DC taxi app, and I believe that one did not work out.
So now customers have to download multiple different apps just to see sort of which companies are available for their ride?
Yes.
Seems like something the agency could, why can't we fix the app so that customers don't have to use multiple?
It's technology-wise, it's a little bit complex.
Yeah.
The different technology speaks differently with each other, but I would happily follow up with you later.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this,
That's more, yeah.
right. I mean, so right now, if I want to get around the city, I open Google Maps. And it shows me how I can get around in my own car, on a bike, with a Lyft or an Uber, or with like a scooter or a bike share. I don't think it says anything about taxis. It seems to me as a consumer, you want that, right? I want to see everything in one place. So we should be talking about how to
make that happen. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I will. We currently have a grant, but that grant is actually to help promote the different apps that are already out there, so that they can market the product a little bit more to the customers.
Mm-hmm. And do you have the authority to mandate these things?
It's as far as if it's a grant that we do have the authority to mandate them.
But you don't have the regulatory authority to do it?
We do. I apologize. Yeah, we do.
Okay. Okay, I'll move on from that. So do you have any forthcoming studies on for hire vehicle use and changes from the pandemic? Is that analysis work going on?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Sure, of course. Absolutely. Do you have any forthcoming studies on for hire vehicle use and changes from the pandemic? Or any analysis that's ongoing?
Not at this moment.
Okay. How many infractions have been issued with the new temporary authority council gave to regulate food and parcel delivery?
I don't have the exact number, but I believe it's, I want to accurately answer, so let me confirm and follow up with you.
Okay. And what companies and drivers does that authority apply to?
Food and parcel delivery.
So does that include UPS and FedEx?
It doesn't.
So parcel delivery, then who's that? Amazon?
DoorDash, Uber Eats.
Okay. So it's the companies that do mostly food delivery, but sometimes pick up other things.
Yep.
Okay. Does DFHF do any enforcement on the company level? For example, if a certain taxi company or TNC sees certain penalties in of it, if its fleet of drivers is not meeting certain traffic enforcement standards?
The enforcement of the taxi operators is on, as it pertains to your example, is on the company level. DFHV does meet with the TNC companies if there's issues that are surfacing, and we normally address it that way.
Okay.
And certain things we can issue compliance orders as well.
Does that apply to parking tickets?
No.
Okay, so those go to drivers individually then.
Yes.
Okay. What oversight does DFHV have over taxis that it does not have with TNCs and vice versa?
There are certain areas of authority that DFHV has always been able to enforce equally between the private and the public for-hire sectors, including proof of insurance, prohibiting discrimination, driving under influence. However, by statute, it's correct that DFHV has a broader enforcement over the public for-hire vehicles or taxis, and more limited enforcement authority of private for-hire vehicles. However, through the recent mayor's order and amendment of the Title 18, DFHV has gained greater enforcement authority over private for-hire vehicles to address unsafe driving practices. I'm proud to say that this new authority allows a little more parity in DFHV's ability to enforce safe driving throughout the entire for-hire industry.
Okay, and how is that authority being used so far?
Our enforcement team are now able to enforce moving vehicle violations on TNC operators as well.
That's great. Okay. And have you been involved in the nightlife task force and enforcement there on U Street and H Street?
Yes, our enforcement team is a part of that task force. They regularly meet and participate in enforcement activities.
Mhm. Mhm. Speaking of that, how do you coordinate with DPW? I guess there's probably some overlap on parking enforcement duties.
DPW handles the enforcement of parking. DFHV does not have parking authority, but we do regularly meet with DPW and other agency partners.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do vehicle enforcement officers enforce curbside space designated as pickup drop-off zones, or is that only a DPW function?
A DPW function. DFHV has no parking authority, so it's a DPW.
Is there a reason you
Yeah.
should have parking?
Only if a vehicle is parked, a non-taxi is parked in a taxi stand, that's where DFHV can enforce.
Oh, okay. Well, that's helpful. I mean, given that your folks are out on the road anyway, is there any reason why they shouldn't be given parking enforcement authority?
We currently don't have that authority as of.
Do pickup drop-off zones not count as taxi stands, as taxi parking?
I don't believe so, but I can get back with you on that.
Yeah, because that would be a pretty big gap. I mean, the whole point of the pickup drop-off zones is for the private for-hire vehicles, taxis, and that food delivery that you've been talking about. So if you don't have that curbside authority, we should close that gap. Is there any other deference that other agencies give to DFHV if a taxi driver is involved in a situation?
Could you clarify what you mean?
Let's say a taxi driver is involved in, I don't know, something other than a moving violation. Are you notified? Are you involved?
Yes, they normally, when they're doing enforcement outside, our enforcement team have this radio and it connects with the MPD and others. So if there's a for-hire vehicle involvement, normally they would let our enforcement know too.
Okay. In your oversight response question, number 64, you indicated that there were NOIs not heard by the Office of Administrative Hearing for over a year. Do you know why?
To my knowledge, OAH had technical issues, but all of that has been resolved, and they have already started resuming adjudication.
Okay. I want to ask about towing capacity. How often do your VIOs require vehicle towing to do their enforcement work?
Towing only occurs during enforcement whenever a vehicle is identified as a serious public safety concern.
Okay. How many private towing companies do you work with?
I believe it's around 3 to 4, but I can check back and provide you exact number.
Have you had any enforcement issues related to a shortage of impound space?
No, DFHV has not been informed of this issue from towing vendors.
Okay. So the vendors that you work with are private vendors, so those cars would be going to private lots?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't work at all with DPW on towing?
I don't believe so, but I can follow up with our enforcement team.
It seems like vacancy rates in most parts of the agency are quite low. Have you had any major barriers to hiring for vacancies that do exist?
Uh, Not really. We're slowly filling up those vacancies, and as we monitor our revenue as well. Just wanted to be careful on the spending. But also there was also challenges in hiring. It's a very competitive job market. So those are the challenges that we've seen.
Okay. I'm just looking at your at question 9 of your pre-hearing responses, and you mentioned meeting with the New York Taxi Cab and Limousine Commission to discuss enforcement strategies and green energy initiatives. Can you tell us more about that?
Yes, the NYC TLC contacted Department of For-Hire Vehicle team members to some of our managers to just ask more about purchasing vehicles. I believe they also were facing some challenges with purchasing vehicles, and they were asking us how we're currently handling that issue, or I believe they were also asking about cost-related questions.
Are there any enforcement mechanisms that exist there and not here that we should be considering?
Not to my knowledge, I believe they were asking more of what we're doing and how we're handling things to seek recommendations for them.
Interesting. And how does our for-hire regulation and fee structure compare to that of Maryland and Virginia?
I believe they're relatively similar, although I don't have the exact numbers in front of me. I can follow up.
Okay. I want to talk about some programs. So DC Neighborhood Connect, is there funding sustainability for this, for Neighborhood Connect, or will it be impacted by the ARPA funds being exhausted?
We continue to monitor all our programs that are ARPA funded. We continue to, update our deputy mayor, defer to her and the mayor for the future of the program.
How long is it currently funded?
Fiscal year 25.
Great. Do you have a sense of what trips that Neighborhood Connect is replacing? Would they be trips that have otherwise happened by bus, private vehicle? Not at all.
I don't believe so. DCNC does not replace existing trips that would otherwise happen in via bus or other public transportation. It was created for connecting residents from metro stations to popular locations. So for that purpose, for that leg that's missing.
But how do you know? I mean, have you surveyed the riders of what they used to do?
Yes, DCNC started as it came about from an old program that's called Taxi to Rail. And there was studies made on the routing of, we had someone who also handled checking the history of those trips of T2 Rail. And then conducted some other studies and determined that, the CNC would be that microtransit program to expand on that previous program.
Thank you. Just looking at your pre-hearing response, question 79, part of the Vision Zero and enforcement section, what resource limitations have prevented the build out of a plan for vehicle cameras and passenger facing speedometers?
I believe it was the high cost of the vehicle cameras and storage data. But I can look in more into that and get back with you for more specifics.
Okay. With promise rides, how are those risk assessments done to effectively target those who are at risk of gun violence?
DFHV, as far as this program, and very similar to the other programs, DFHV is more in charge of the operation of the program. Risk assessment, eligibility of participants are all handled by the partnering agency's Office of Gun Violence Prevention.
Okay, what kind of trips are you making with the Promise Rides program?
We provide trips to places of employment, healthcare services, and similar.
What was the first thing you said?
Social service, places of education, employment, health, and other services.
Got it. Places of employment, I think is what you said, and I misheard the word. Okay. For non-emergency medical transportation. Okay, so for a program that's meant to provide non-emergency transportation routed from 911 calls, 50 to 80 users per month seems low. Do you think that program's fully meeting demand for those trips?
To my knowledge, I believe so. This program particularly is a program that we partner with FEMS. Currently they haven't identified any unmet demand for this program. So far, the resources allocated is sufficient.
Okay, thank you. What is the per student cost of the School Connect program?
Currently, it's around 13,000 per student. But I wanted to just add to that there are costs that are part of starting up a program. Fiscal year 22 was our first full year operation of the program, and hence there were investments in such as vehicle investments that we needed to start to use. So that's why it's a little bit higher.
So after the startup costs, you think that'll come down?
Yeah, well, I hope so. We'll continue to look for ways to lower the costs. We're looking at areas where we can handle certain services. Fiscal year 22 was really like a lot of learning for us. So we're learning about the more efficient routing style and whatnot. So yeah.
Okay.
Also, yeah, just a lot of things.
Do the same students tend to use School Connect every day?
Yes, most of them do.
With okay, with ATC and AIP, the cost per user seems very high for both these programs. Transportation for the CTE Network Advanced Internship Program comes to about $3,000 per user per year. Is that right?
Per trip cost is $30 to $35. Currently the program is not operated full year. OSSI is still gradually adding students to the program. So the cost is not necessarily $30, not necessarily $3,000, it's $30 per trip.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, we had a lot of discussion today on the panel about wheelchair accessible vehicles. And you were here, so I know you heard it. What are you doing to improve service equity for passengers with disabilities?
Thank you. In fiscal year 22, we had offered various incentives to help improve the accessibility and increase more trips for TDC, specifically for passengers who are using wheelchair accessible vehicles. We implemented a $10 additional fee to complete trips that are for TDC Wave customers. It was a $40,000 investment. We also had added $10 no-show fee. So if a passenger has booked a ride and the driver went there and the trip was canceled, didn't happen, we still offered incentive for them. We also have deadhead. We also compensated for the empty leg of the trip, call it deadheading fee, so that if a driver is far from a location of the passenger, that the time that they travel to the passenger is also compensated. We also invested some funds to purchase 12 Wave hybrid vehicles as well. And we also relaunched our Fast Pass program. Fast Pass program incentivized the top drivers who completed the most number of Wave trips. And we also gave them incentive of gas card, $200 gas card as a response to the fuel costs as well.
So why do you think we don't have enough drivers for the need?
We used to have 4,400 taxi drivers in fiscal year 19, and then the pandemic happened, and we now only have 2,100 taxi drivers. So many of them has retired, and some have opted to go to other professions.
So are you still enforcing the 12% requirement in the fleet?
Yes, for companies that have 20 or more vehicles in their fleet, we do enforce the 12%, and currently all the companies are in compliance of the 12%.
And that's just vehicle ownership, but do we have any enforcement mechanism to get those actually on the street?
We use the incentives to encourage drivers to drive in to provide wheelchair accessible vehicle trips.
But we don't really have an enforcement mechanism to get those vehicles on the street. So what level of confidence can we possibly have that the 12% requirement is a meaningful one?
Yeah, we continue to look at ways that we can incentivize drivers our focus in fiscal year 23 really is to bring back more drivers, to recruit drivers. My team is actually working on working with stakeholders to conduct focus groups with previous taxi drivers who may have changed profession, to also work with, do a focus group with just the whole industry as well, just to find out, how do we get more drivers back or new drivers to the industry, so that we can meet the demands of the community.
I'll be very interested to hear the stakeholder discussions, because you've listed a lot of incentives here, and were any of those put in place with the input of the drivers or the operators?
Yes.
Okay, but they're just not doing the trick.
Right.
Do we recruit I mean, do we do any work to recruit drivers to the industry?
That's what we're working on, trying to recruit more drivers to drive wave vehicles. I think it's a rather complex challenge because in fiscal year 19, we conducted a survey with taxi wave drivers, and a lot of the things, some of the top areas that they shared at that time was the cost of fuel for driving a large wave vehicles. There was also something about the different rules around driving wave vehicles, and also something around poor driver treatment. And so in then the pandemic happened, and then the number of drivers decreased even more, which made the challenge even greater. And then so fiscal year 22, we tried to address some of those concerns as far as the expensive cost of fuel. We address those through the incentive that I just mentioned earlier. But there's
Yes.
clearly still work that needs to be done. And so in this fiscal year, we're hoping to make those improvements.
I guess what I took away from, and remember, I'm coming from the Committee on Human Services, so this is a new committee for me, but I had a huge focus on disabilities in that committee because I had DDS and ODR. I guess it seems to me like, the wave vehicles, whether they're, in the regular taxi fleet or elsewhere in, our transportation system, are the lifeline for not only the people who were on the panel earlier today, but all people with mobility issues in the district. And if our fleet isn't where it needs to be more broadly, then maybe the effort we need to put in is first and foremost making sure wave vehicles are fully staffed and operating, because I, as an able-bodied person, can take any vehicle and I can afford to pay more for a Lyft or an Uber, or take a bike, so if I were to think of one thing that I'm going to be very passionate about with this agency being in my cluster now that ties back to my work on the Human Services Committee, it's going to be, how do we all work together to prioritize wave access as the number one thing in rebuilding that fleet? Because that's it. I mean, you should be able to buy tickets to the Kennedy Center and know you're going to get a ride home. You should not have to change your life because you can't get a ride. You should not have to say no to social obligations. I mean, we all know from the pandemic how important it is to stay connected to our friends and family and those social activities, and what a negative impact that isolation has had on our whole society. So to the extent that this fleet not being where it is marginalizing people with mobility issues and disabilities, I think we're in a very bad place. And frankly, I think even if we weren't passionate about this as human beings for the moral reason, I think we're opening ourselves up to a lawsuit as well. So I'm gonna, this is a dialogue, but this is going to be a huge focus of mine. So let's talk more about it.
Sure. I'm definitely willing to work with the committee to come up with a solution as well. I myself, my mom is 92 years old. She's on a wheelchair. And I'm very sensitive to that because I haven't my sisters can't really do much with their own lives because they are constantly taking care of her. So I'm very sensitive to that. I understand that completely. Great. And I'm very excited that you're passionate about this too and really with us on this. It's rather complex. Yes, it will be great to work with you.
That's great. And, sometimes when we hear voices from the advocacy community, it seems like, gosh, why are they so upset? And we all who are hearing it, have to remember, it's like, this is a breaking point, right? This is not something that just happens once in a while. This is like impacting their whole lives. So it's no wonder that everyone is so fired up about it. Okay, so when is the 20% wave requirement projected to be enforced?
We're continuing to monitor the industry, and we will be looking to enforce it when the industry is ready. Currently, we really just still don't have enough taxi drivers out there.
Okay. Well, okay, not that I think this is necessarily good policy, but there's not enough drivers to do the 12%. That hasn't stopped them from technically on paper meeting the 12%. So couldn't they technically on paper meet the 20% while they're all set with their vehicles, with their fleet, while they're also ramping up staffing? Or, hear me out,
Yeah.
rotate in more wave vehicles
Yeah.
and take some of their other fleet off.
Right. My challenge with this is that if we enforce the 20%, it will pretty much remove operating license of taxi companies, which
Okay.
means we would have even less, and we have a bigger problem, because we won't have taxis at all if we remove those.
That would be bad. I agree. And also, if you don't give them a deadline, what's the incentive to get there?
Yep.
So let's just, we've seen that with every industry that we regulate. You have to do a little bit of both, obviously. I don't have to tell you that. All right. One thing that I really wanted to get at too is, do you track the unfulfilled wave rides or cancellations either on driver or passenger side?
I think we do, but I will get back with you. I'll check with my team and get back.
That seems really important in determining demand, obviously, and perhaps, look, you're providing all these incentives for the wave rides. And if there's all these unfulfilled rides, it seems to me as an operator that, maybe I'd want all those incentives to fulfill those rides if I could shift my workforce to a different vehicle. So I don't know. I'm just spitballing here because obviously I'm new, but okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to add here before we wrap up?
No, I want to just thank you for the opportunity to testify. Look forward to working with you. I know when I started this position, as the chief of staff, it's very technical and very complex, and it took me a while to understand the nuts and bolts. So I look forward to meeting with you and sharing what I've learned, and having you meet with our managers too, because they are the experts on this in this field more than I am. So yeah, thank you again.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's see. Okay. So thank you, Director. So the time is now 11:20 a.m. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we will start the DPW portion of the hearing. So just to wrap up, I want to thank all of our public witnesses and Acting Director Peters, and mention, if you plan on submitting written testimony for the record, please do so by close of business on Friday, March 3rd, 2023. Please send testimony to publicworks@dccouncil.gov. All right, so we will, let's put 10 minutes on the clock, and we'll be back a little after 11:30. Thanks so much. Good afternoon. Nope. Still the morning. Good morning. I'm Ward 1 Councilmember Brianna Nadeau, the Chair of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. Today is Wednesday, February 15th, 2023. And we're conducting this virtual hearing on the Zoom platform. The time is 11:37 a.m. The hearing is being simultaneously streamed in multiple places, including DC Cable Channel 13, dccouncil.gov, and brianneknadeau.com/live. I believe we'll be joined by other council members later in the hearing, at which time I will recognize them for opening statements and any questions they may have. We are turning now to the Department of Public Works. The stated mission of the Department of Public Works is to provide environmentally healthy municipal services that are both ecologically sound and cost effective. This mission is accomplished through the agency's three core divisions. The Solid Waste Management Administration is responsible for keeping our streets clean and safe, providing services such as trash and recycling collection, graffiti removal, public litter can service, fall leaf collection, disposal services, street and alley cleaning, and sanitation education. This division also supports the citywide snow team and its operations. The Parking Enforcement Management Administration enforces the district's parking laws in residential neighborhoods and commercial areas through ticketing, booting, and towing vehicles. And the Fleet Management Administration maintains more than 3,000 vehicles used for all city services, with the exception of vehicles used by police, fire, corrections, and schools. Additionally, this division fuels all 6,000 district government vehicles, and nearly 30 district government agencies rely on FMA's expertise when acquiring new vehicles. In addition to these divisions, the Office of Waste Diversion within the Department of Public Works is responsible for increasing waste diversion across the district. This office was created by the Sustainable Solid Waste Management Act of 2014, which requires the office to implement the provisions of the act, including new reporting requirements for private haulers, incentives for district residents to divert more waste, and public education programs. I look forward to discussing this important work with our public witnesses and with Acting Director Spriggs. Some reminders on logistics. In order to ensure we hear from all members of the public, I ask that all witnesses stick to their allotted time. We will have a clock, a timer that you can see when you're testifying, and I ask that you keep an eye on that. Witnesses testifying on behalf of organizations will have 5 minutes to provide oral testimony, and all other witnesses will have 3 minutes. I think we're going to call panels up. Let's see. I think we're going to do 6 or 7 people per panel. I will keep you posted. Just listen for your name. I may group them based on topic when possible, and that may change the number of witnesses. All witnesses participating in this webinar are currently listed as attendees in Zoom, so you cannot use your microphone or your camera until we invite you to join the panel, at which point you'll have to accept that invitation by clicking on it, and then you'll have access to your camera and microphone to turn on when it is your turn to speak. Please stay muted until then. For any technical difficulties, you can send a message to my staff through the Zoom and they'll follow up with you. You can also email publicworks@dccouncil.gov. And if you're having trouble gaining access to the Zoom entirely, you've pre-registered, you can reach my team at 202-741-2111, and they'll try to resolve your issue. All right, so let's see. Our first panel will include Chris Weiss, Executive Director of the DC Environmental Network, Santiago Lakatos, Commissioner for ANC 1B04, Tucker Jones, Commissioner for 1B09, Olivia Happel, Zero Waste Intern with the DC Environmental Network, and Neil Seldman, Nathan B. Harrington, Executive Director of the Ward 8 Woods Conservancy, and Kristen Barden, Executive Director of the Adams Morgan Bid. So we'll start with that as our first panel. Okay, let's see. Commissioner Jones isn't here yet. That may happen a little bit. We're starting a bit earlier than we intended, which I think most generally people are cool with, but I understand that people work during the day. So we will come back to folks as they arrive and give them the opportunity to testify later in the hearing, up until the time that we have our government witness going. All right, so we've got to call a few more people up to fill some gaps. So Salvador Sauceda Guzman, Chair of ANC 5D, and Jeffrey Rugauer, Commissioner and Chair of Mobility Committee ANC 2B. Why don't we just get all the ANC from Ward 2 up here? Elizabeth Miller, Chair of 2E, and Kevin Pogue, or Poge, you will correct me. President of AFSCME Local 2091. Look forward to hearing. Okay, so let's start with that panel. And that'll allow us to group some more of our environmental advocates together on the next panel. All right, Chris Weiss, you may begin when you are ready.
Do you want me to be at the end after the ANC commissioners, or I'm flexible. It's up to you.
Why don't you go ahead and tee us off, set the tone.
Got it, thank you. Good morning, environmental colleagues, Chairperson Nadeau, other council members and staff. My name is Chris Weiss. I'm the Executive Director of the DC Environmental Network. I'm here to testify on the performance of the district's Department of Public Works as it relates to waste and fleet management. Tomorrow, the DC Environmental Network will be testifying at the District Department of Energy and Environment's Performance Oversight hearing. We will be celebrating the forward momentum and success the last decade of what we believe is Mayor Muriel Bowser's most environmentally impactful and sustainable agency. Mayor Bowser, the council, and our movement worked very hard to support, grow, and nurture DOE's critical climate and energy, clean air and rivers, zero waste, and wildlife protection initiatives. Today, we have a more challenging task. For the last decade, mostly during Mayor Bowser's administration, under now our 5th DPW director, we, along with the council, have been working just as hard to support the same level of success at the Department of Public Works. We have shared support and ideas, helped pass thoughtful legislation to modernize district waste management programs, and fought to fund staffing and the most hopeful zero waste ideas at the Office of Waste Diversion. Even so, after over 8 years, the district has not been able to move the citywide waste diversion needle. We continue to send far too much waste to polluting incineration and landfill. But today there is hope, a chance for a new beginning. We have a new chairperson leading the Committee on Public Works and Operations with new energy and ideas. We have a new DPW director, yet to be confirmed, who we met with twice and seems to want to take the steps necessary to make progress on waste diversion. Most importantly, I'm sensing a renewed and growing level of energy by the advocacy community to think big and wholeheartedly engage district decision makers to more quickly achieve for the district the title of Zero Waste City. Advocates, including representatives from the DC Environmental Network, Earth Justice, Potomac Riverkeeper Network, Zero Waste USA, Anacostia Watershed Society, Energy Justice Network, Ward 8 Woods, Sierra Club, and others, have been meeting with each other and the DPW director and staff to share our thoughts on performance and make recommendations for moving forward. We also met with the DC Council Committee on Public Works and Operations to start the conversation we are continuing today and make recommendations on how to increase district citywide waste diversion recycling metrics. Some recommendations we have been sharing that will improve district citywide waste diversion is end polluting and dangerous incineration of district waste this year and save money, make better progress on curbside composting like Boston, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York City have, more quickly implement the Zero Waste Omnibus Amendment Act of 2020, integrate the concept of save as you throw, resident-focused incentives into district zero waste initiatives, plan less, act more, support more community engagement on the future of district trash transfer stations and other DPW infrastructure, move forward as promised with the design charrette focused on renovation of the Benning Road trash transfer station, do more to end illegal dumping and establish sanitation standards at district apartment complexes, Do more to improve proper disposal of food wrappers to help keep them out of district waterways. Work with advocates, DOEE, and other stakeholders to move forward with the deposit return system that can greatly improve district recycling rates. Demonstrate how DPW is going to achieve 100% zero emissions for its entire fleet by 2026. And like many cities, integrate principles focused on equity and justice as we move forward towards a zero waste future. Finally, early last year, the DC Environmental Network and Anacostia Riverkeeper will be testifying a little later, were alerted to a dire stormwater management problem at numerous Department of Public Works and other district government industrial facilities. We approached our Clean River partners, Earth Justice, and asked them to help us assess the scale and impact of this problem. The result of their analysis is very sobering. Seth Johnson, senior attorney at Earth Justice, will be sharing their findings today with the committee. This is a big deal. Going forward, DPW and other agencies need to take serious actions to implement required stormwater pollution controls. The concentrations of pollutants in stormwater from 2013 through 2022, just last year, are unacceptable. As far as we can tell, DOE seems to have tried to get DPW and other sister agencies to fix the problem. A lot more work needs to be done, and the DC Environmental Network is going to aggressively advocate with our partners to fix this most important critical problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony and kicking us off in my very first DPW hearing as chair of the committee. Appreciate the tone setting, Chris. We will hear next from Commissioner Santiago Lactus.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau. Congratulations on your committee. My name is Santiago Lactos. I am an ANC Commissioner representing Single Member District 1B04 in the U Street Corridor. And in my testimony today, I'm going to touch on two components of the Department of Public Works portfolio that I think need some additional scrutiny, specifically public litter cans as well as parking enforcement. So over the past 2 years, there have been, going farther back over the past 2 years in which I've observed it, there have been numerous incidents where public trash cans on public streets have been removed without sufficient notice, identifications of requests, remains of records. When neighbors ask why trash cans are removed and when they're said to return, DPW has not meaningfully responded to the community. In fact, in response to FOIA requests submitted by myself and other ANC commissioners, DPW staff claimed to have no records earlier than 2022 of any removal of trash cans across the district. By removing those cans, DPW is exacerbating the cleanliness problem in our neighborhoods. By removing an option to dispose of litter into a public can, and instead increasing the likelihood of just generally littering on the street overall. I would encourage DPW to instead focus on an educational and investigative approach to handling this type of illegal dumping, while also working with the committee to target what I believe is the more systemic cause of much of this dumping, which is the need to expand bulk item pickup to multifamily buildings, which are not currently covered. I will go into more detail in my written testimony, but we'll specifically call out the cans removed at 13th and Clifton, as well as 12th in Florida. In the instance of 13th and Clifton, this can was removed against the strong objection of the ANC, which is contrary to what DPW actually described in their performance oversight responses, which suggest a more cooperative and consultative approach with ANCs, which I would encourage, but was not the case here. Also, additionally of concern when it comes to public litter cans is DPW's current policy on their installation, which arbitrarily restricts the installation of cans on blocks it considers residential, while overlooking the nuances of mixed-use neighborhoods where commercial and residential areas, and as of course their trash problems are inherently intermingled. I would encourage the committee to press DPW for a more nuanced installation policy, especially in mixed-use neighborhoods such as U Street. Specifically moving though to parking enforcement, I would say there's definitely a lot of room for improvement. While I'm encouraged by DPW's participation in the Mayor's Nightlife Task Force, which includes targeting areas around the U Street corridor for more enforcement, there's a need for a more permanent DPW late night enforcement and booting presence in nightlife corridors, which would be after the normal DPW closing time of 9 p.m. I recently randomly sampled 6 blocks around the U Street corridor around 10:30 p.m. on a Saturday, And when only looking at out of states, I found 12 boot eligible vehicles with dangerous speeding violations totaling around $23,000 in unpaid fines. That was 6 blocks. I would encourage DPW and the committee to find funding for more permanent presence nightlife corridors, as they receive a significant number of out-of-state visitors who are otherwise inaccessible to DPW for booting and towing enforcement. There's also 3 specific technology gaps I would encourage the committee and DPW to work on to improve the targeting of dangerous vehicles parked on our streets. One is that while parking enforcement officers do pair their systems with MP to alert their vehicles on MPD's watch list, my understanding is the DPW doesn't have an analogous system tied to the DMV's list of boot and tow eligible vehicles, many of which have violations for dangerous driving, which means if a DPW officer writes a ticket for a boot eligible vehicle, the booting and towing teams are not necessarily alerted, which is a gap in sort of like the intelligence there. Second is that residents frequently flag online when they notice, a dangerous boot eligible vehicle on their block, but DPW doesn't offer an option through 3.1 for residents to specifically flag said vehicles and let them DPW know that they're there. And third, which especially concerning, is that DPW indicated in their responses to the committee that their systems currently don't allow them to identify the validity of temporary tags issued in other states. And there have been too many incidents to count where vehicles using fake or expired temp tags or participating in dangerous driving incidents. And if a vehicle like this is parked on these streets, it should be important that we're able to identify whether those tags are valid or whether they're fake or expired. But overall, I'd also like to end by thanking all of the hardworking DPW employees who go to work every day to serve the district. And I appreciate their service, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for that testimony. We'll hear next from Olivia Heppel, Zero Waste Intern, DC Environmental Network.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olivia Happel, and I'm a Zero Waste Intern at the DC Environmental Network, and I'm also an undergraduate student at Syracuse University. I'm testifying today to share my knowledge and support for beverage container recycling in the district. Colloquially known as bottle bills, container recycling programs require consumers to pay a deposit when purchasing a beverage bottle. This deposit fee, typically 5 to 10 cents, is then given back to the consumer upon properly returning a plastic beverage bottle. Implementing a deposit system in the district would divert plastic bottles away from the Potomac and Anacostia rivers and our neighborhoods. The bottom line is that curbside recycling is not enough to keep litter off of our streets and out of our rivers. In 2022 alone, the Anacostia River Keepers removed around 1,700 pounds of plastic bottles and 2,200 pounds of glass from the Anacostia River. This year, on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, an Anacostia River cleanup empowered volunteers to collect nearly 3,000 beverage bottles in just 3 hours. My question is, how many more massive cleanups must be conducted to prove that we have a massive beverage container litter issue? Our watersheds are being jeopardized and our neighborhoods are being trashed. Currently, 10 US states and Guam have deposit systems. I personally did not grow up in a bottle bill state. I'm from Pennsylvania. However, I do undergraduate studies in Central New York State, and I've seen firsthand the benefits of bottle deposit systems. Deposit systems provide financial incentives for residents to recycle. They extend partial responsibility to both producers and consumers for returning containers. Now, while the name bottle bill makes us think of plastic beverage bottles, it should be noted that effective deposit return systems can also accept glass and aluminum containers. This is crucial considering that in 2018, according to the EPA, the United States produced 12.3 million tons of glass, with 7.3 million tons going to the landfill and only 3 million tons being recycled. We are domestically facing a glass and sand shortage. The district has an opportunity to be a leader in advancing glass stewardship and recycling by implementing a bottle bill. Now, I want to emphasize that the district is not alone in their efforts to develop an effective, just bottle deposit system. Our neighbors in Maryland are in the process of proposing a bottle bill. The DC Environmental Network and many district allies are eager to collaborate on this issue. We have been talking to bottle bill experts to aid our understanding of effective legislation. If there's one thing I want you to remember from my testimony, it would be the fact that states with bottle bills have both higher recycling rates and less litter. The Container Recycling Institute and other bottle bill research groups have been able to prove this for decades, considering that states with deposit systems were mostly implemented in the 80s. As the district develops sustainably, they must consider developing a circular economy of materials through a bottle deposit system. We hope that the Department of Public Works will consider collaborating with environmental advocacy groups in the district to discuss what a DC bottle bill should look like. We are in the early research phases of determining what has been effective in other states. Passing a bottle bill seems like a very common sense way of developing infrastructure that will enable the district to have both higher recycling rates and less litter on our streets. There's no time like the present to act on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Kristen Barden, Executive Director of the Adams Morgan Bid.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Councilmember Nadeau and Council colleagues. I'm Kristen Barden, and I'm the Executive Director of the Adams Morgan Partnership Business Improvement District. I have been in this position since November 2009. I'm here today to talk about the allocation of funding for trash and recycling cans and replacement of those in bid areas throughout the city, and also to share some suggestions about bulk trash collection from my experience in my Ward 4 neighborhood. Prior to 2022, DPW allocated $100,000 for trash and recycling can replacement and divided the number of cans purchased with that money among the 11 business improvement district areas based on the number of block faces in each bid. The cans cost about $1,100 each, so that meant about 90 cans were able to be distributed. Bids were asked each year a couple of questions. One, how many trash recycling cans or plastic liners would they like and where should they be placed? And two, were they replacement cans or new cans requested based on changing needs? In 2023, the budget shrunk to only $50,000 and only 45 cans were able to be purchased. While the A&P bid should hopefully get 2 cans this year, many areas are not getting close to what they should because of the reduction in funding. Some areas downtown that were hard hit by the riots in 2020 still have not gotten all of the cans replaced that were burned or badly damaged. Another issue that we have encountered in 2022-23 is the inability for bids to take bulk trash to Fort Totten or now Benning Road while Fort Totten transfer station is under renovation. DPW restricted what we were able to take to the dump, and mattresses and sofas were completely off limits. So what are we supposed to do? It really was a head scratcher, and while DPW is usually very cooperative, we have yet to get resolution or clarification on this. I've attached a series of emails on this subject at the end of my testimony. And then last, the situation with bulk trash in my Ward 4 neighborhood of Brightwood. Our weekly trash collection usually works pretty well, except for this last holiday season. That was a disaster. And I don't need to talk about that because I think we're all very familiar with what happened. However, those staff people never stop to pick up things that are near the trash bins, fall out of the bins as they are serviced, or other random bulk trash that they might see as they move through our alleys. Could the trash collectors take the time to also call in bulk trash that they drive by week after week? I think so, maybe. Or could the mokers for each ward make a point of driving through the alleys in each ward to identify bulk trash that needs to be collected and reporting it? Or could DPW work with some of the workforce development organizations, such as Ready, Willing, and Working, that we use in Adams Morgan for our clean team, to put more people to work throughout the city, identifying bulk trash and removing it? Can we employ clean teams in residential areas, not just commercial corridors? I'd be happy to be a part of any kind of strategic planning that is focused on bulk trash collection or overall city cleanliness. This is something that I've been a part of now for more than 13 years, and I'm happy to work more on this. Thanks for your support, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll hear next from Salvador Sauceda Guzman, Chair of ANC 5D.
Good day, Councilwoman. Happy to be here to speak on DPW. As mentioned, I'm an ANC commissioner, specifically here in 5D05, which encompasses Mount Olivet and Trinidad, neighboring Ivy City. I am also the chair for ANC 5D, which is all of South Ward 5, And what I want to talk about today is specifically the inequities that DPW has been facing, particularly in Eastern DC, all of East DC, which also includes Ward 5, Ward 7, and Ward 8. As many of us know, there are large levels of inequities when it comes to government services east of the river, including Ward 5, South Ward 5 specifically. My brothers and sisters and neighbors east of the river share our same sentiment with the lack of government services that are consistent, and which we believe that should be fair to us in this part of the city. Specifically, what I want to touch on today in terms of my testimony is the large levels of illegal dumping, the large levels of abandoned vehicles, and the need for more litter cans. Here in our area of DC, there is a very high level demand for DPW's 301 requests. In terms of what we need from DPW, the level of demand is too high for DPW to be able to act effectively take on, and at times majority of these requests are majorly delayed. I tell many of my constituents just to wait out for that 30-day mark for them to respond, but majority of the time it's never met or tickets go closed. We do understand that the sweep inspectors that work for our wards do deal with some serious issues outside of having to address, investigate, and see what exactly is being done or requested. Here in Ward 5, we only have, I believe, a few sweep inspectors, and one of them who has been working in this position for a fairly long time and who is well rounded in the position, constantly deals with harassment, potential assault. She's been had guns placed in front of her face in terms of some of the needs and requests that we had from residents when they need to see these illegal dumping sites or potentially investigate on neighbors doing things that DPW need to respond to. I understand that my neighborhood, specifically in Trinidad, we are not one of the safest neighborhoods in the city. We do have a bad reputation when it comes to public safety, but I do recognize that with cleaner streets come safer streets, more respect to the streets, and I hope that we can get larger amounts of resources and more adequate funding to Department of Public Works. This agency does a whole lot, way too much if you ask me, but I think it's fair to ask for the basic necessities and the basic things that they do. I understand our neighbors in Northwest DC want to elevate some of the services and see greater things come out of DPW, but here in East DC, we're just asking for the basics. We're just asking for the honest basics, and we have not been able to receive that over the years. More funding is needed and resources to DPW, as I was stating. We do need additional sweep inspectors in East DC, and specifically Ward 5, 7, and 8. And there needs to be a study on litter cans, specifically on the availability and presence in high dense residential areas alongside retail spaces. As our neighborhoods get more gentrified, they're becoming more denser. And with that means more people, and more people means more people on the sidewalks. Last year, Mayor Muriel Bowser came to my neighborhood and did a community walk. I requested one simple thing, just more litter cans, because we believe at least we can get some trash off the streets and people can just live a little bit more calmly when walking the sidewalks. After that public walk that her administration did, instead of more litter cans, we got 4 removed. And we requested DPW to bring those litter cans back. Specifically just 3 of the 4, because we knew 1 was actually a nuisance litter can. DPW replaced only 1, and it was actually the one that was a nuisance. So there's clearly an issue here that we need to address. And one also thing, as being a Latino ANC, I do also advise that we do need to hire more Latinos in DPW. It's not fair that we're not seeing a presence of this population within the city in this agency, and it's fair to request that Latinos should have an opportunity to work for DC government, especially in DPW, because I think we can make a major difference in this agency. I'll answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now hear from Jeffrey Rugauer, Commissioner and Chair of the Mobility Committee for ANC 2B.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Nadeau. Thank you for your leadership and thank you for the opportunity to testify on this hearing at Department of Public Works Oversight. I'm the commissioner for ANC 2B 2B02. That's West DuPont, and I chair the. I'm losing my train of thought here. Sorry about that. I chair the Mobility Committee, which focuses on transportation and public infrastructure matters. My testimony today about DPW draws from my experiences as a resident and as a commissioner. However, I'm not presenting an official position of ANC2B at this time. I'll touch upon collection issues and focus on parking enforcement. In the past year, DPW has faced a number of challenges with their trash recycling and seasonal pickup schedules. While staffing and uncooperative weather played significant roles, the agency should do a better job of alerting residents in a timely manner that their collection is not going to happen that day or may be delayed by several hours. I receive apology emails at the end of the day or the following one, which would be reasonable in the case of a rare occurrence. Where missed collections were more numerous, it annoyed many residents more than it soothed them. Residents have reported issues obtaining replacements for damaged or missing trash and recycling cans. DPW has often disputed causes or conditions of cans that were damaged by rats, dismissing them as normal wear and tear or mishandling, then requiring the resident pay for the replacement. I ask that this process be reviewed and a better program be implemented that focuses on keeping cans in good condition, replacing those that no longer have integrity or are on the verge of doing so. I've been made aware of numerous instances where DPW has been removing litter cans from public space with no advance notice or subsequent explanations to ANCs or residents. These removals not only create unsightly conditions from litter on our streets, they also pose health and safety risks, especially from attracting rodents and vermin or obstructing wheelchair cuts and crosswalks. The issues of improper disposal and public litter cans and illegal dumping need additional consideration or prevention and increasingly punitive penalties for those identified as perpetrating such actions. Councilmember Janice Lewis-George has indicated she will reintroduce her bill requiring DPW to issue notices of intent before removing public litter containers. I welcome and support this and hope it also requires DPW to heed ANC and public objection if they cannot make an acceptable case for removing a can. I encourage the council to pass the legislation. I turn now to parking enforcement. While DPW has made some procedural improvements in parking enforcement in the past year, they are still not hitting anywhere close to the expectations of residents. Response times to reports of illegal parking vehicles that are boot eligible or abandoned vehicles remain too slow, if a response is even made. 311 reports are often closed with erroneous declarations that a ticket was issued, the vehicle could not be found, or no violation was observed. Sometimes posting photos demonstrating that error will get an agent to show up, but that's uncommon. Parking enforcement is not just ticketing people at expired meters. One need only look at Twitter to see a seemingly endless stream of photos showing vehicles blatantly ignoring crosswalks, sidewalks, bike lanes, driveways, and sign no parking areas. These aren't merely scofflaws. These are putting people's lives at risk, and DPW is largely missing in action for enforcement action. Cars and trucks blocking bike lanes, protected or not, force the cyclists to ride in traffic. While penalties have been made more meaningful for bike lane violations, getting an agent to a location is seldom easy. It's left to serendipity that violators will be caught in the act. Similarly, vehicles obstructing crosswalks or sidewalks force pedestrians to step into the street to go around it. This is especially egregious and dangerous for people using wheelchairs or with vision limitations. And once again, good luck with an agent happening along to issue a citation. Rush hour restriction violations are a perennial problem. This forces vehicles to merge back into another lane and too frequently results in an accident. Such occurrences can harm pedestrians and cyclists if on a busy downtown street. Adequate and meaningful parking enforcement is crucial for the safety of everyone who uses our streets. It is a vital component of our Vision Zero efforts, yet is largely downplayed or ignored by the powers that be. At last year's oversight, DPW testified they are unable to provide adequate coverage for the entire city or provide service after 5 p.m. or weekends beyond special dedicated zones. This could be remedied by requesting and the mayor and council procuring the funding for increased headcount and resources and reworking schedules. That does not seem to have been acted upon. I asked the council to provide for more parking enforcement and supporting resources at the Department of Public Works and to adopt these measures. Eliminate minimum 2-hour response have enforcement agents working until 10 p.m. weekdays and Saturdays and 8 or 9 on Sundays in poor and high traffic areas. Create heat maps of where reports come from and keep staff focused on those areas. Make it clear that ignoring signs or endangering the users of the street is not tolerated. Require that service requests not be closed out until an agent has issued a ticket, an offending vehicle has been towed, or a vehicle has departed and is not in violation. Clear photographic evidence of the outcomes must be attached. Too often, no action was taken, but the call was cleared. Implement tech to invalidate temporary tags and summon a boot or towing for those vehicles in real time. Coordinate ticket issuance with flagging DMV or MPD for vehicles having lookouts or other alerts. Another recommendation I offer is reviving Councilmember Allen's 2019 plan for citizen enforcement, but with a different approach.
Commissioner?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
So sorry, just pick your highlights for the rest of your testimony and we'll wind down.
Yeah, okay. So just basically that instead of that approach of using citizens, use the 311 reports that have photos or video attached and have those automatically issue citations the way the camera enforcement is handled. So that way, even if there aren't enough agents, that we can get tickets out and hopefully cut down the number of scofflaws. And sorry for running over it. Thank you.
No, thank you. It's a lot to cover in 5 minutes, so it's certainly understandable. Next, we'll go to Elizabeth Miller, Chair of ANC 2E.
Councilmember Nadeau, thank you for having me today. At the outset, I want to agree with Mr. Guzman that here in Georgetown and Burleith, what we really want is to kind of get back to basics. Specifically, and get back to basics and make sure that the basics are taken care of in an appropriate and well done way. I'm specifically talking about leaf collection, which we have all heard a lot about. Our ANC takes to heart that we are here to bring government closer to the people and to bring the people closer to the government. And so whenever we are alerted of a district policy or program, we let our residents know via our listservs, newsletters, media. And we did just that last fall and alerted our residents to the leaf collection program. We told everybody to sweep their leaves into the tree boxes, have them ready for pickup between November 28th and December 3rd. If they had them in brown bags, to call 311. We used all of our outlets. And at November 28th to December 3rd came and went, and our piles didn't really begin to be collected until late December. And this is a repeat of 2020 and 2021. We totally want to be fair and recognize that there are delays to rain and snow, and we switched from gas powered to electric, and it was hard to staff last year. So I want to be sympathetic to that. But I think there are an awful lot of problems with the program right now. Specifically next year, I think we should really refrain from predicting a schedule in October and simply announce the order of the zones to be collected and then tweet, email, post announcements as each zone is finished and the collection of another one happens. I think that will prevent a lot of problems. I also think having our neighbors putting their leaves in paper bags and then just having them sit there and ultimately break down, and they're scattered in the sidewalks and the gutters. I think we need to come up with a system to have those picked up along with Christmas trees at the very least. I did a little survey around Georgetown, my 2-block radius yesterday. I have about on my block 30 brown bags still sitting there, and almost every single street has, and maybe somebody else can help me with this, but when the leaves break down and they're rained on and they get into the street and it almost becomes a sludge, it's in every single street. I don't even think a blower could help at this point. It needs to be kind of shoveled out. And I'm sure, as you're well aware, they've stopped leaf collecting as of Saturday. So now we're kind of stuck with this. Lastly, I think this real-time leaf tracker, which I was super connected to, okay, I can see where they're coming and going. Bob the blower, he's cute, and the whole thing, it really was wholly incorrect or simply didn't function at all. Many times I got on and it wasn't working. So I think if you have tools like these housed on a public site, they need to be fully operational and up to date at all times, or just take them away if they're not going to work. I do hope that you will press our new director to come up with an entirely new communications and collection plan for next fall. I have a great hope in Director Spriggs. He comes from the military. He comes from I think, get the job done, put into practice something very efficient. So I have high hope. And I also think because things are so incredibly bad right now, we can only go up. So thank you for listening. I really do want to be a partner. I never complain or offer criticism without offering help as well. So anything my ANC can do to help, we are there to be a partner.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We've been joined by Councilmember Janice Lewis George from Ward 4, who we will recognize for an opening statement at the end of this panel before a round of questions. Next, we will hear from Kevin Poge, president of AFSCME Local 2091, and then we've been joined now by Neil Seldman, so he will be our final witness for this panel.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Kevin Poge, and currently I'm the president of AFSCME Local 2091 that comprises of DPW, Sweep, Office of Cable Television, DGS, and some parts of DC Ward. Let me right into my key points, which are security concerns, conditions of facilities, and safety department. On November 4th of 2022, there was a shooting at 1831 Fenwick Street Northeast, which is DPW's street and alley yard at our W Street's collection location. So there have been shootings there, ma'am, and what we're asking for is better security for the employees that work at these sites. It's hard for an employee to come to work and be able to do his job and not have to worry about the gun violence that's going on in DC while he or she is doing their job. We've asked for security at that particular location, W Street Collections location, and the Benning Road location for all DPW employees. We were able to meet with Colonel Spriggs yesterday, and he assured us that these things would change. We are excited to work with him, and we do understand that things are bad now, but they will get better. Another thing that we deal with is the conditions of the facilities that these employees work in. These facilities are falling apart. So Benning Road facility is literally falling apart. W Street facility is literally falling apart. It's hard for the men and women that work for DPW to even use the restrooms at these facilities because these facilities are so dilapidated and so, it's just a terrible situation. We asked Colonel Spriggs if he would look into that situation, and he assured us that he would. We have another situation with our safety. When I took over the position as president of Local 2091, I was under the impression that we had a safety department for DPW. We do not have a safety department for DPW. We just have 2 safety individuals, I was told yesterday. But in working with Colonel Spriggs yesterday, he assured us that he would reach out and try to bring more safety to DPW to help stop with the workman comp situations, people having to take off work because they're wounded or hurt on the job. We also would like for the management, not only management, but supervisors to gain more training, better training, because the morale at DPW is low, very, very low. I was listening to the ANC commissioners, and when you come to work in these particular situations, and you come to work and you come to a dilapidated building and you have no restrooms to use and you're standing out in the cold and these things go on, the morale of not just the worker, any human being would be low, would be very, very low. And we're trying to build that morale up. So in working with Colonel Spriggs, we are attempting, or we hope to attempt and work together to bring up morale, fix up facilities, and hopefully get the correct amount of security there so that employees will feel safe to come to work. And that there is my testimony, but I am open for any questions, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and your advocacy on behalf of the workforce.
Yes, ma'am.
The final witness for this panel will be Neil Seldman. Neil, go ahead and turn your camera on and unmute yourself. You'd still like to give testimony. Right, maybe Neil stepped away for a minute. We can go ahead and just jump in. Okay, so Neil, if you do want to speak, we'll just put you at the beginning of the next panel because we're going to jump into questions now. So,
well,
there you are. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I still not used to get all these gadgets. Thank you very much for your time. I did send in written testimony. My name is Neil Seldman. I work for the Recycling Cornucopia Project of Zero Waste USA. I've been studying DC's waste stream for quite some time. I did a report for Council Member Harry Thomas years ago in the 1990s, and it focused on the transfer stations. The transfer stations are very important facilities. The previous administrations have let them run down. They are now polluting and very costly when in fact, well-run facilities, particularly those situated where they are, can be a source of revenue for the city. One facility, Benning Road, is completely shut down. The other is limping along at Fort Taunton. The city council has allocated over $100 million for the rebuilding of Benning Road. There's no public information about the planning process. There's no information about how citizens can participate in the planning process and be part of the ongoing overall oversight of this facility. All across the country, cities are building zero waste transfer stations. That is transfer stations that are integrated with the zero waste system infrastructure being built. That is what we need in DC. The two transfer stations are very well located, and they can be the prize of our system if they are designed and built and operated correctly. The other issue I would like to bring up is incineration. I know other people will be talking about this. We need a city council bill to ban incineration. It is burning garbage is the leading source of air pollution in our city, and it is cheaper to landfill. Landfill does have pollution impacts, but getting to my next subject of composting, if we have the composting system that we're supposed to have, most of the organics will be out of our waste stream and therefore reducing the air and water pollution coming from landfills. The DPW has had that plan for quite some time. We don't know what's going on with that. Recycling in DC is very expensive, $119 a ton plus $25 a ton for glass as a surcharge. This is crazy. There are cheaper ways of doing it. I won't take time. I pointed this out to people many times. It does not make sense to ship our recycling 25 miles away at the cost of between $400,000 and $500,000 a year needlessly. There are also closer facilities that are cheaper to use. We have had, the DPW has been informed of the unit pricing called pay as you throw, which has been implemented in over 7,000 cities and towns across the country. There's been no action on that. Finally, next to last, reuse. Reuse is the most important economic development driver in the waste stream. We could monetize our waste stream. I calculate that if we had the reuse systems that are reuse enterprises that are popping up all across the country, we could create about 1,000 good paying jobs with family level benefits in the city through building deconstruction, appliance recycling, electronic scrap recycling. The companies, both non-profit and for-profit, are just waiting to come into DC. We need the DPW to start talking to these groups. There has been no dialogue. Even when I personally introduced companies like a glass company that wanted all our glass, would have invested in the city, paid for the equipment, paid for the labor to get our glass. There's been no response. Now, we have a new director, a new acting director, Mr. Spriggs, and I'm very, very excited about this because the past leadership has been dormant. The DPW has hired a terrific organization, consulting company to do the zero waste plan. Let me disclose that I work for that company. I am not part of the DC project. My participation in the DC zero waste planning has been as a citizen activist. But the group Zero Waste Associates has developed more zero waste plans for cities than any other in the country, and they are terrific. I am very pleased.
Mr. Seldman?
Yes.
So sorry, you're 2 minutes over now, so we need you to hit the highlights and wind down.
I am finished. I'm looking forward to Mr. Spriggs and the zero waste plan being implemented.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, Councilmember Lewis George is going to come back to us in a minute. She's just her turnover at another committee hopping today, hearing hopping today. Thank you all very much for your testimony. I definitely have, I live in the city too, so I've experienced many of the same things that commissioners have raised today, and we already have on our list a lot of questions about the trash collection, the litter cans. I already talked to the director about the leaf pickup. So you are right on time and right on topic, everybody. And definitely happy to keep hearing more about tech solutions. I think there's much room for that in the discussion. So we will bring some of these questions to the director. And I look forward to just keeping this going in the next 2 years on this committee at least. So thank you very much. We're gonna make sure we get through to the next panel. Please make sure, if you haven't yet, that you send us your written testimony at publicworks@dccouncil.gov. So we can have it and enter it into the record, and I can read it over and over again and enjoy it all over again. Thank you. Okay. Our next panel, I see you're here, Nathan B. Harrington, Executive Director of the Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. So we'll include you on this next panel. Also, we will have Susan Shore, Chair of the Zero Waste Committee of the Sierra Club DC chapter, Seth Johnson, attorney with Earth Justice, Trey Sherrard, Riverkeeper of Anacostia, with Anacostia Riverkeeper, Tim Oberlaton with Earth Justice, Catherine A. Plume, Mike Ewald, Executive Director of the Energy Justice Network, and Serena Monsione, Outreach Coordinator with the Potomac Riverkeeper. I don't think Robert Boyada has joined us yet. Yes, I don't see him. So that will be our panel. And Nathan, when you are ready, you may begin.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. My name is Nathan Harrington. I'm the Director of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. Our mission is to increase the health, the beauty, and the public enjoyment of the more than 400 acres of forested land in Ward 8. Since 2008, we've removed more than 1 million pounds of trash from wooded areas in Ward 8. About a third of that has been from district-owned land. The other 2/3 has been from federal land. And I can honestly say a lot of our work is necessary because dumping and littering have gone on for decades in neighborhoods and parks east of the river. They in many areas continue unchecked as we speak. And DPW, which is responsible for trash on public land, has not been effective in stopping or cleaning up the trash that's appearing on our public land. So as important as it is that some of my colleagues are testifying to wanting to reduce and recycle our trash and deal with it in better and more sustainable and more just ways, for Ward 8 Woods, we're dealing with something even more basic, which is making sure that people don't have to live next to and surrounded by trash. And to that point, a lot of the problem with trash in neighborhoods east of the river stems from apartment complexes where the landlords or the managers are skimping on waste disposal as a means of saving money. So you might have a building with 50 units and one little 10-foot dumpster that overflows the day after it's emptied, and it might only be emptied once or twice a month. So in that situation, you have stuff that's piling up around the dumpster. It's smelling bad. It's attracting vermin. Residents will then say, I don't want the trash next to my front door or next to my car. So better to throw it over the fence and into this adjoining public parkland. And in those situations, the landlords, we approach them and we say, hey, are you aware of this? They don't want to take any responsibility for it. They say, we don't control what our tenants do. It's definitely not our responsibility if the trash is no longer on our land, even though it obviously spilled over from their land. And DPW has no proactive enforcement of this. They only come out to do something about it if a resident complains. And what I've heard from DPW and other agencies is that residents in wealthier parts of the city submit more 311 requests and more likely to complain. Therefore, squeaky wheel gets the grease. They are the ones where the rules get enforced. And in neighborhoods where residents are preoccupied with other things and are in survival mode, maybe less informed about how 311 works, they don't submit the request, those neighborhoods don't get the service, and it reinforces inequality. So a couple of solutions for this that I think the council could act on this year. Number one is to pass the Clean Act containing litter and ensuring neighborhood collections, which was introduced in the last session by Councilmember Lewis George, will be reintroduced soon. And that bill would specify minimum gallons of dumpster capacity that they would need to have per residential unit. And it would mandate that they be opened, that they be emptied twice a week, and would give DPW inspectors the authority to actually compel compliance. In the hearing for that bill that was held last October, some of the DPW staff testified to the fact that they don't have enough sweep inspectors to respond to the 311 request, let alone proactively go out and look at these things, and that if this bill were to pass, they would need more inspectors in order to adequately enforce it. So we are advocating that the next year's budget include funding for additional sweep inspectors. And lastly, I think we need to improve the way DPW interfaces with the 311 system. So if I see illegal dumping in the park in my neighborhood, or I see an overflowing dumpster in the apartment building behind my house, I can submit a 311 request, and usually a couple of days later, I'll get an email through the system saying an inspector has visited, they've issued a citation, or they've forwarded this to the street and alley cleaning division for cleanup, request closed. So at that point, the trash is still there. No action has been taken to clean it up, but the request is closed. I don't receive any further information. Hopefully, within the next couple of weeks, someone will come and clean it up. But I don't know, I'm not notified of that because the request was already closed. So I'm suggesting that they require that they not close the request until it's actually been cleaned up. They can send an email saying it's been inspected, cleanup has been requested, but they should send another email informing me when it's actually been cleaned up and before actually closing the request. And there should also be a way to send a message through the system to the inspector who responded to that request, so that if there's a problem, say I reported dumping, but they couldn't find it, I can follow up with them without having to start from zero with a new request. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the testimony and the effort. Okay, Our next panelist is Susan Shore, chair of the Zero Waste Committee with the Sierra Club DC chapter. Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. Councilmember Nadeau, thank you for the opportunity to testify at this DPW performance oversight hearing, and I'd also like to thank you for your leadership in leading this committee. My name is Susan Shore. I'm the chair of the Sierra Club District of Columbia Chapter Zero Waste Committee. The DC chapter has approximately 3,000 dues-paying members in the district and many thousands of supporters. We have submitted more extensive written testimony to the committee, but our overarching concern and message is that it's time for implementation and expansion of zero waste measures in the district. This requires action at the leadership level to ensure meaningful and timely implementation of the Zero Waste DC Plan and the Zero Waste Omnibus Amendment Act. Among many other features, our composting achievements must expand beyond a planned curbside compost pilot. We also need enhanced action on the fleet electrification and Vision Zero. As a key organizer of the district's Beverage Container Deposit Return Coalition, I would also like to heartily endorse Olivia Happel's testimony earlier in this hearing. The Department of Public Works, we believe, has suffered from revolving door leadership with 6 directors or acting directors since Mayor Bowser was initially elected. During this time, the district has made little progress on achieving the mayor's 2032 sustainable DC goal of diverting 80% of our waste from landfill or incineration. But DPW now has new leadership under Acting Director Timothy Spriggs, and we greatly appreciate and are encouraged that one of his first acts was to meet with the environmental stakeholders and express his openness to learning about zero waste issues, collaborating with the environmental community, and building awareness within DPW leadership. This should be applauded. With this new spirit, we recommend that Acting Director Spriggs take a more holistic approach to waste diversion, making it a central part of the department's waste management efforts and ensuring that the person leading DPW's waste management efforts has a strong professional zero waste background to add state-of-the-art composting, recycling, and reuse to responsible disposal. The district could then leverage zero waste measures to achieve climate change mitigation. We have to stop sending our trash literally up in smoke and thoughtlessly using finite resources with abandon. As a first step, we recommend that DPW leadership seek out and enroll in zero waste training, including zero waste experts in its leadership team, and ensure they share their knowledge with the mayor's team and other agencies responsible for waste diversion. We are concerned whether the zero waste DC plan will actually be implemented beyond the long-awaited curbside compost pilot. We don't understand whether it has to hinge upon completion of yet another plan, the Sustainable Solid Waste Management Plan, and we're unsure why the latest version, which has been shared with the mayor's office and other agencies, can't also be shared with the environmental community. In the interim, we'd be happy to have in this testimony, learn any developments that DPW can share, including the reaction of the executive branch to the latest version. Sierra Club has long used green as a symbol of the clean environment we seek to build and protect. But when it comes to composting issues in the district, which have so much potential to achieve zero waste, we are increasingly green with envy. We're jealous of the growing number of jurisdictions around the country that are rolling out their comprehensive composting programs. In addition to our neighbors, last month, the mayor of Boston reported on composting achievements in her State of the City address. Mayor Adams in New York City held a press conference to announce curbside pickup and widespread deployment of smart drop-off containers, accessible 24/7, including in underserved areas. These mayors understand that composting is good for the climate, good for rat control, and a key step in meeting waste diversion goals. We'd like to recommend that when it's finally launched, elected officials participate in the district's curbside pilot as community leaders to help drive uptake and adoption of composting. It's also time to update the mayor's list of recyclables and compostables to ensure we're only recycling and composting materials that can or should be recycled and composted, not those ubiquitous black plastic takeout containers embraced by so many district residents, not packaging coated with PFAS. we'd like to know what is the timeline for updates to the mayor's list. On electrification of the fleet, we would like to see a comprehensive plan with benchmarks and details from DPW to meet the new 2026 zero waste vehicle requirements and to transition its fleet of over 3,000 vehicles to all zero emission vehicles by 24. And finally, we should adopt daylighting as done in Hoboken, New Jersey, ensuring that parked vehicles never block intersection sight lines as an additional Vision Zero measure, and implement ticket reciprocity with our neighbors. Thank you so much for this opportunity to offer our testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now hear from Seth Johnson.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon. Thanks, Chair Nadeau and council members Lewis, George, Pinto, White, and White. I'm Seth Johnson, an attorney with Earth Justice's Washington, D.C. office. Over the last 25 plus years, we've engaged on local water pollution concerns, trying to finally get the rivers and streams here in the district to be as clean and safely usable as the Clean Water Act assures us they'll be. With efforts from outside and inside the government, the district's made real progress, but the waters still aren't as clean as they're supposed to be. We're here today to ask you to exercise oversight over DPW's failures to take effective steps to control stormwater pollution from certain sites it manages. Stormwater pollution happens when rain and snow wash contaminants into rivers and streams. Elevated levels of pollution and stormwater contributes to the harmful levels of pollution in our waters and streams. Since at least 2013, when EPA inspected several district facilities, DPW's known it isn't effectively controlling stormwater pollution, even when it's supposed to have basic practices and maintenance structures in place to do that. The district operates 35 industrial facilities. Many of these facilities have to monitor their stormwater pollution. Of those, at least 14 are DPWs, and publicly available information shows some of them are consistently bad at limiting stormwater pollution. At DPW's facilities, current major offenders include the Fort Totten and Benning Road transfer stations, the leaf and snow transfer site at RFK Stadium, fueling sites at Fort Totten and MPD's 7th District, and the leaf transfer site at Fort Reno. For pollutants like various metals, suspended solids, and chemical oxygen demand, they consistently register levels that are above EPA's benchmarks. DOE has been trying to provide contractor and financial support to DPW to get DPW to improve its stormwater pollution management. But based on the results from monitoring data, it doesn't seem like DPW has really gotten where it needs to be on stormwater pollution management. As DOE says in a recent report, quote, "Not all sister agencies are meeting all compliance requirements." One of my colleagues is going to raise concerns about DOE at its oversight hearing tomorrow also. So DPW needs to do a better job of managing stormwater pollution. We ask that you help them do that. What you can do includes 1, ensuring they have and properly use the funding they need to install, operate, and maintain stormwater pollution control measures. And 2, asking key questions about their record on stormwater pollution and what they plan to do about it. Some questions might be, what will DPW do to finally effectively control stormwater pollution at sites like the transfer stations? Will Director Spriggs commit to regular high-level meetings with DOE to improve coordination on stormwater control? And will Director Spriggs commit to ensuring stormwater control is central to DPW's mission? Properly controlling stormwater pollution is important to getting our rivers and streams to be safely usable, and it's doable. We just need to do it. I should note we've been working, as Chris Weiss said earlier, with groups like Anacostia Riverkeeper and DC Environmental Network on this issue. I'm also, when I submit a written version of this testimony, I'll include a fact sheet about this issue with citations to the underlying data that supports what I've been saying. I appreciate your time. I'm happy to answer any questions also. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next, we'll hear from Trey Sherrard, the Riverkeeper.
I appreciate the time to testify on this. And Councilmember Nadeau, I particularly appreciate you coming out to the MLK Day cleanup and bringing your family out on a holiday for y'all and seeing some of these issues very firsthand. My name is Trey Sherrod. I am the river keeper at Anacostia River Keeper. Our work is to protect and restore the Anacostia River for everyone who lives, works, and plays in the watershed. We advocate for a healthy river for all of its communities. On the wildlife side, with DPW's work that deals with salt, which the district has been doing some pretty cool, innovative things, and we hope to see them continuing to find ways to limit chloride use. Most of our work and our overlap, however, is with trash. So we have been running volunteer cleanups in the district for over 11 years now. We now average about 15,000 pounds of trash removed from the district between DC parks, the actual banks of the river, national park land, and other places here in the watershed. MLK Day is our biggest cleanup almost every year. And that cleanup this year was nearly 5 tons of trash just by itself. In past years, it has been over 7 tons of trash. So we want to advocate that, along with some of the previous speakers, in favor of the zero waste actions and the waste diversion actions that have not been done yet. We are excited about the new planning process, but we desperately want to see the bottle deposit, bottle refund, beverage container refund programs put into that plan. As some of the other speakers were saying, of those trash cleanups, glass is a big one. We actually usually get a ton or even over a ton of glass bottles alone at the MLK Day cleanup. We also manage several standalone litter traps courtesy of a grant through the District Department of Energy and Environment. In those traps and in other shoreside cleanups, we have over a decade of consistent data demonstrating that plastic bottles alone constitute 60% of the weight of all of the trash that's actually floating on the Anacostia River. That seems to me to be a political opportunity. It seems to me to be an environmental opportunity. And I hope to see this council and this administration move forward with that. So we appreciate all of the support we can get from the council, the committees, and the agency on that. With regards to other zero waste work, we know that we want to acknowledge and appreciate the sweep inspectors and all of the other DPW staff that's been literally all day, every day, working on trash pickup, trying to improve trash pickup. We want to see more waste diversion coming out of there. We want to see more funding for more inspectors. And I was really pleased to hear from the union representative earlier, because we actually overlap on some concerns about facilities as well. In particular, the Benning Road facility, and also the Fort Cotton trash transfer facility. Both of these facilities are not only desperately outdated and dangerous for the people working in them, they are dangerous for the environment. As Seth just said in his testimony, we now understand that DOE has in the past tried to help DPW find solutions to the problem of incredibly contaminated stormwater runoff coming off of some of these facilities, and that DPW in past administrations did not take enough efforts. So we are really, really excited for the onboarding of Director Spriggs. We also greatly appreciated the meeting he had with the Environmental Coalition, hear some of our concerns even in advance of this hearing. And we are really, really hopeful that his leadership will be the dawning that we were really waiting for to see some improvements. That's about it for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Tim Oberleiton.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Nadeau, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Tim Oberleiton. I'm a DC resident, and in Earth Justice, I work with local and national groups to reduce emissions from the power, building, and transportation sectors. I'm here to testify in two aspects of the DPW that impact the ability for the agency to meet its own sustainability mandates you listed before, as well as assisting the district to meet its government-wide decarbonization goals. First, DPW can and should move aggressively to decarbonize its own operations. Second, given DPW is responsible for fueling the district's nearly 6,000 vehicle fleet, it can and must start taking immediate steps to prepare for electrification ahead of the 2026 deadline for the district to buy and lease only zero-emission vehicles. Last year, the council passed the Climate Commitment Amendment Act, which requires DC government operations to achieve carbon neutrality by 2040. The CCAA requirement to only purchase and lease zero-emission vehicles was supported by the council's express preference for electric options across vehicle classes. Citing the Clean Energy DC report, the committee noted that the district cannot achieve its carbon neutrality commitments without, quote, widespread vehicle electrification. In that regard, and as to DPW's direct operations, heavy-duty refuse trucks are primed for electrification. They drive predictable routes and park in centralized locations each night, making charging easy. They stop frequently to pick up waste along our streets, which would charge an electric truck battery through regenerative braking. An electric refuse truck doesn't need to idle, turning the page on decades of garbage trucks pumping out tailpipe emissions on our streets while idling between homes. Major manufacturers from Mack Trucks, BYD, and Lion Electric have produced a wide variety of models, and cities across the country are already deploying them. In fact, other major cities are outpacing DC with their plans to electrify their much larger refuse operations, including LA and New York. However, as late as last year, DPW stated its oversight responses that's transitioning to biodiesel and touted that 2 new biodiesel tanks plan to go live in 2022. However, these vehicles still produce emissions that degrade local air quality while contributing to climate change. DC's future is electric, and there's no need for DPW to settle for low emissions when it can easily achieve no emissions. The technology for medium and heavy-duty electric vehicles exists today, and DPW should immediately begin moving to electrify its direct operational vehicle fleet. Second, as a key member of the CCAA's Government Operation Decarbonization Task Force, the agency must provide active and innovative leadership to ensure the district electrifies its nearly 6,000 vehicle fleet. Purchasing of fossil fuel vehicles and installation of fossil fuel infrastructure between now and 2026 only tethers the districts to those assets and the related emissions well beyond that year. Many questions remain as to what DPW is doing to avoid this. Has the DPW taken inventory of its current fleet and expected remaining useful lives to begin this process? What are their plans to install necessary infrastructure ahead of 2026? And DPW has indicated it's deploying chargers, but what's the status? I'm confident that with direction from this committee, as well as input from experts and community stakeholders, DPW can move forward with putting DC on a swift and full electrification path to carbon neutrality ahead of 2040, which will result in equitable and healthy outcomes for DC residents, as well as ensuring the health of DC's valued DPW operational staff. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hear now from Catherine Plume.
Hello. Thank you. I'm Catherine Plume, a lifelong environmentalist, a 20-plus-year district resident, and a proud resident of Ward 4. I'm also an active member of the DC chapter of the Sierra Club, but today I'm testifying as a DC resident. Thank you, Chair Nadeau, for convening this meeting. I'm really pleased that you've taken on this role of DPW oversight from former council member Che. I followed DPW closely over the last 10 years, and I'm particularly interested in waste diversion, reduction, and reuse. DPW has had a revolving door of directors over the last few years, and this has negatively impacted the agency. I understand that Acting Director Spriggs was selected after a nationwide search, and while I've not had the pleasure of meeting him, I've heard great things about him. I know that the environmental community welcomed the opportunity to meet with him and took it as a very positive sign that he organized a meeting with us so early in his tenure. I have 3 recommendations for Acting Director Spriggs as he takes the reins of DPW. First, stakeholder meetings such as the one organized earlier in January should be convened every 2 months or at a minimum every quarter. Secondly, DPW should adopt a more holistic approach to waste diversion and disposal. Instead of taking action to implement proven state-of-the-art waste diversion practices over the past few years, the Office of Waste Diversion has focused on conducting a multitude of studies, including the recent undertaking of a zero waste plan for the district. While studies are sometimes necessary, we know what needs to be done in the district to address our waste issues, and we can learn from the experiences of other municipalities. We need action, not more studies. And yet the Office of Waste Diversion tells us that only very limited action can be taken to improve our abysmal waste recovery rates until yet another district solid waste management plan is undertaken. And thirdly, DPW has a vast mandate overseeing much of the district's vehicle fleet, removing snow from our street and leaves from our walkways, removing and diverting waste. No one person, no one director can have expertise in all these areas, but they can ensure they have forward-thinking, proactive, and experienced professionals leading these DPW divisions. DPW needs leadership across the organization that is capable and committed to making significant progress on the district's waste diversion and fleet electrification goal. The district has made pitiful progress on its goal of 80% diversion of waste by 2032 since it was initiated in 2011. DPW and the Office of Waste Diversion can and should be a model for other municipalities across the nation, but we need leadership, vision, and action to make this happen. Thank you for letting me speak and for convening this meeting. And just, if I have a few seconds, I'll just say I totally echo what Nate said about 311 calls. It's nice to know that 311 has contacted the relevant agency, but what we really want to know is when the work has been done. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And the final panelist until our next one is Serena Monsión.
Hi, I'm here representing Potomac Riverkeeper Network. Our mission is to protect the public's right to clean water in the Potomac watershed, including DC. We're here before the committee to express our concern about the impact of solid waste on the Potomac River and to help identify those actions that should be taken in the coming year to achieve circularity, efficiency, and equitable access in our waste systems. DC has set for itself an 80% solid waste diversion goal by the year 2032, and DPW and the Office of Waste Diversion will need to adapt accordingly and collaborate with DOE, other agencies to achieve that high goal. We're disappointed that no proposal for a deposit return system, as a lot of the other advocates have said, was not added to the list of actions to be taken in the DC Zero Waste Plan. Deposit return systems have many benefits, and they have succeeded for many, many years in many other states. States that have a 90% recycling rate for bottles are able to sell their feedstock of that material for premium prices. And ultimately, it works out. They suffer less from the littering of bottles that we have here in DC. Our volunteers just in the past 2 years have collected nearly 30,000 plastic bottles from the Potomac. And 100% of those bottles could have and should have been recycled. A bottle deposit system would incentivize that behavior that we want, the reduction in reuse of that material, and cut the strain on curbside recycling for that particular material too. We want to recognize that recycling is very important, but we know we won't reach 80% by recycling alone. So we need to prioritize reuse. We want to push DPW to move away from single-use beverage containers and towards incentivizing the use of durable beverage containers that can be sanitized, refilled, and reused repeatedly. This was once very normal in the US and remains very normal in other places around the world. DC has been an early adopter and leader in the region when it comes to source reduction. And while it's great that we have so many good programs and laws, we've got Skip the Bag, Save the River, ban on plastic straws, ban on polystyrene food containers and utensils by request, we don't see good enforcement on those existing regulations. And we definitely see a need for renewed focus on enforcing what we already have. Furthermore, we want to see DC properly address compostables. Other panelists have mentioned this as well. A compostable straw or fork or other item is no good if it actually doesn't make it to the facility where it needs to be heated up to become compost. If it ends up in landfill or ends up incinerated, that's just as bad as having a plastic product doing the same thing. So with that said, we're in favor of access to curbside compost, and we were really excited and happy to see the compost pilot in the DC Zero Waste Plan, and would support, a full program, of course. A couple more points. Okay. We are also in favor of updating the bag fee in DC and moving a charge to paper bags, which would effectively eliminate plastic film bags that end up polluting our waterways. Just like expanded polystyrene, film plastic is lightweight and therefore ends up where it shouldn't be. Film plastic is also leaky and breaks up into microplastics when it's exposed to light and water. And we obviously see a lot of them at our cleanups. Baltimore City, Baltimore County, and New York City have all banned plastic bags, among many other cities. Why not in DC? And then last, we support the proposal in the zero waste plan for producer responsibility to fund proper disposal of tires, which are illegally dumped all the time all over the district, in part because they are so hard to recycle. Our data shows that we've pulled 88 tires out of the Potomac since January of 2021. That's completely unacceptable. The components of the tires contain lead and all kinds of other toxic chemicals and are also a hassle and take a lot of muscle to remove once they have been dumped. So that's the final point I think I had to make on the types of trash. But I do want to close and say that Potomac Riverkeeper Network has worked as a partner with DC government for many years. And we're motivated to assist in any way that we can for existing initiatives, things that we're in favor of, and new initiatives to be included in the zero waste plan. And funding for all of the above is going to be paramount. So keep in touch with us and let us know what we can do to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Great panel. Okay, so we're not going to do a ton of questions here, but I will actually, Serena, ask you one thing, if you don't mind coming back. You used the term circularity in your testimony. Can you explain for the good of the whole what you mean by that?
Sure, that is stated, I think, itself in the zero waste plan, that we want to have less things being wasted, less material being wasted. And I spoke a bit to why financially that's a really good idea. Yeah, I was referring to states like Michigan, Oregon that are able to sell that #1 PET plastic, which is what's mostly in demand here in the US, for premium prices because it's separated from the rest of the stream. So curbside, like plastic from bottles, primarily, that's #1 PET plastic, gets all mixed up with bleach bottles and other types of trash and curbside recycling. When it's all in one stream, it's a lot more valuable.
Very helpful. Thank you. We heard some great testimony from folks about our zero waste goals, which I share. And so I'm really looking forward to getting into with the director today and also just in general, all the things that we need to be doing here. Have already started conversations with the director about the stormwater management issue at our facilities. And so certainly we'll have the opportunity to talk about that today on the record as well. So thank you, everybody. Oh, and this committee has also the Office of the Chief Technology Officer, who I met with yesterday to talk about some of our 311 woes. Even though Octo doesn't directly oversee 311, that is the Office of United Communications. I'm definitely going to use that as an opportunity to try to improve 311, but really making sure that all of our public-facing agencies, with DPW being one of the biggest, have the right options for the public when they select something, but also that it is completed to the satisfaction of the person who took the trouble to report it, and that we see that progress. There are major limitations to the platform it's on right now. The DPW can't fix, that Octo can't even really fix. And so we need to be poised, I think, as a community to have organized feedback for the next iteration of 311, which I'm hoping is coming soon based on the murmurs that I'm hearing. So we'll all have to work together on that. All right, let's move on to our next panel. Thank you, everybody. All right, so this is our final panel, final panel of public witnesses. I'm going to go ahead and call folks that there are a couple folks that we had not seen earlier, just to make sure. So Robert Obayada, I think, is not yet here. Okay. Just double checking. John Clay has not yet joined. I don't see Lamika Short. By the way, if I call your name and I say I don't see you, raise your hand because you may have signed in with the a different login, and we'll be happy to promote you and help you update your name. Nerlene Holman, we will promote Nerlene. I don't see Mike Bento or Emily Arkin. I don't see Brittany Wade, but I believe we do have Kelly Whittier, GW Redstone Center, Jeremy Brzezowski, AgriCity, Matthew Fick, Sandra Seegers, Mike Ewald, Executive Director of the Energy Justice Network, Garrett Hennigan, Washington Area Bicyclists Association, and Caitlin Roger with DC Sustainable Transportation. All right, so that will be our final panel. Mike, yes, you can go last because you're almost home. Your phone, and you want to, okay. You want to go last because your battery's almost dead, or you want to go first because your battery's almost dead? Okay, you're almost home. All right, so we'll wait and do Mike Ewell last. Mike, oh, I'm sorry. That's math, yeah, okay. All right, we'll make you last. And then just checking, anyone else who's in the Zoom that wishes to testify, raise your hand and we will promote you to the panel. You raise your hand using the raise hand tool, or if that is not working for you, you can message us in the chat. Okay, so this will be our final panel. All right, let's start with Nerlene Holman. When you're ready, you may, oh, Nerlene did not get promoted yet. Did Nerlene drop off? No, but it's there. Can we promote Nerlene, please? Oh, okay, Nerlene. We've sent you an invitation to join the panel. You need to hit accept and then you'll be promoted. There you are. Okay, go ahead and turn on your camera and unmute yourself and you may begin. Nerlene, you ready? Make sure you unmute yourself so we can hear you. All right, let's give her a chance to get organized and we will go to Kelly Whittier.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau. Members and staff, I am Kelly Whittier, the Senior Specialist at the Redstone Global Center for Prevention and Wellness at the George Washington University School of Public Health. The Redstone Center focuses on policies that promote health equity while mitigating the harmful effects of climate change, and my comments today reflect the center's policy analysis and not the views of the university. One of the Redstone Center's major priorities is promoting a sustainable food system. By some estimates, the global food system, or the way we produce, distribute, and dispose of food, is responsible for up to 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions caused by humans. Oh, I'm seeing it. Oh, hi, Nerlene. Are you?
Great, go ahead, Kelly.
Oh, sure. Sorry about that. Yeah, so on the latter point of like food system, it's critical for our governmental systems to consider the non-renewable resources expended to grow food, process it, package it, transport it from producers to consumers, and then to determine what is done with the scraps and uneaten portions. On this latter point, the Department of Public Works Zero Waste to Sea office is a central role to play. And so I'll focus my time on food waste and its importance to the district's waste diversion and climate goals, as well as implications for public health. Research has found that we cannot achieve the Paris Climate Agreement targets without addressing emissions from the food system. Yet despite these pressing realities, many aren't aware of the impact that food has on climate change. Last September, Redstone released a policy brief outlining the major steps the district should take in order to address the connection between food and climate. One of the core recommendations of this brief were action items needed to reduce our local greenhouse gas emissions from food waste. Over 1/3 of the food in the United States is never consumed. This has significant implications for human and environmental health. Despite all this food waste, we still have high rates of food insecurity. Frankly, food isn't getting to the people who need it. Food insecurity is associated with numerous health burdens such as hypertension, coronary heart disease, cancer, and stroke. If we recovered even a fraction of the food we waste, we could feed every child, adult, and senior experiencing food insecurity in the country. Comprehensively addressing food waste prevents a vital opportunity to reduce food insecurity among our most vulnerable residents, and the district should center all of its connection on food waste diversion policies with food insecurity. Food waste also drives climate change. The EPA estimates that about 8% of greenhouse gas emissions in the US are caused by food waste. These emissions are from the production, transportation, and disposal of uneaten food. When food goes to a landfill, it releases methane, a potent greenhouse gas. As a driver of climate change, food waste contributes to numerous public health threats, including severe weather events, heat-related illness and death, pollution, poor air quality, vector-borne diseases, and water-related illness. Climate change also contributes to undernutrition and diet-related diseases. For example, increased greenhouse gas emissions actually reduce crop yields and the nutrient contents of crops. In this sense, the broccoli that we're feeding our children today is less nutritious than the broccoli fed to our grandparents. Our wastefulness is contributing to more dangerous and unhealthy world for the next generation. Addressing food waste is also essential for the district to achieve its zero waste goal of 80% diversion by 2032, a target now less than a decade away. According to DPW's own desktop waste characterization study, food waste is the single most prevalent material in the district's refuse system. The district simply cannot achieve its zero waste goals without significantly reducing food waste production and expanding its capacity to divert food waste from the waste stream. The Red Zone Center specifically recommends that DPW take the following steps to address food waste. These are highlighted in.
Oh, Kelly, somehow you got muted. These were highlighted in the, and then you cut off.
So strange. These are highlighted in our brief. I see that my time is winding down, so I'll share the policy brief with the committee. But then I'd like to do a personal flag for something that I'm really excited about from DPW that I'd love to hear an update on during the government witnesses is over the last few years, a pilot study for curbside composting was funded for district residents. Last fall, DPW noted that they were hoping to launch the pilot this spring, but there were some supply chain issues with the actual containers. And so Redstone is very keen to hear about the status update of the pilot study, as well as the communication strategy to ensure that residents across the district are aware of it, know how to participate, know how to sign up, because environmentalism is for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Nerline, you are up. Just make sure to unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Nerline, and I'm in Ward 7. And I just wanted to let you know that I appreciate the opportunity to publicly thank DPW for their leaf collection program. My leaves were collected twice during leaf season. This is very helpful in making sure our drains don't get clogged and make the neighborhood look nice. I would like to thank DPW for for not only collecting our trash and recycling, but also for our leaf collection program. They're always on time. Our schedule is on a Friday morning, and I'm always anticipate and can always hear them when they're coming and picking up my trash. But the leaf program was very well this year. They came twice, like I said, and we absolutely had no problems with them. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come out. I know the agency will be glad to get some positive feedback in addition to all of the other constructive feedback today.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate you taking the time to join us.
All righty.
Jeremy Brzezowski.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau and the committee. Madam Chairperson, I'd like to start by wishing you and the committee luck and thanking you in advance for taking on the challenges of the Public Works and Operations Committee. I'm grateful to all the commissioners and to your staff for all the time and energy you're about to spend to help make sure that DC DPW is in a position to succeed in supporting the city's zero waste goals. I'd also like to take a moment to say hello to all of my friends and colleagues who have been testifying earlier today and are engaging in these core issues of sustainability. It always makes me happy and proud to be able to testify by your side. So by way of introduction, I'm Jeremy Brusowski. I'm a proud resident of Ward 1 in Mount Pleasant. I'm also the CEO of Agricity. We're the sustainability company that I founded back in 2010. We're the organization behind Compost Cab, the pioneering community composting service. We're a certified business enterprise through DSLVD, which awarded us a food waste innovation grant that's helped dozens of DC small businesses change their behavior and approach to food waste. We're past winners of a district sustainability award for our work in the community. And importantly for this conversation, since 2017, we've operated the food waste drop-off program on behalf of DPW. And as you know, this is a program that was created and funded by this committee. I am testifying today to encourage you to prioritize resources for composting and organics recycling programs that work in general, and in particular, to put our money where our mouths are as a city and to put us on a path to meeting and exceeding real zero waste goals. And specifically, I hope you'll choose to double down on the farmers market program as a fundamental piece of whatever comes next with curbside. And here's what I mean by that. I'm testifying today because this program exists because of the predecessor to this committee. You guys funded it, and it needs your continued and vocal support. I hope you're all familiar with it. I know that there is at least a couple of council people on this committee that take advantage of our services at Market, and we are very grateful for that. And if you aren't familiar, I'm happy to meet you at your nearest drop-off location some weekend soon and talk you through it. So despite the challenges that others have described about, agency turnover, and we've worked with 5 different program managers in the Office of Waste Diversion in our 6 years working with DPW, the Market program works. I mean, it really works. In fact, with limited resources, we've grown it into the 2nd largest program of its kind in the country, trailing only New York. We diverted nearly 1 million pounds of food scraps from landfills through this program in 2022, which is equivalent to about 1% of the total that's out there. So it's a big number, but we're also just making a dent. And since the program began in 2017, we've composted more than 3.5 million pounds of food scraps. That's come through individual actions, and individuals have come to our drop-off tents 500,000 times over the course of the last many years. And it's an amazing parade of people taking these individual actions that add up. And we'd like to do more of it, but we've been told that there isn't budget for it. And I'm hoping that you can remedy that. So we have 6 other farmers markets that are ready to go for the upcoming season, and indications from others that they would be interested if the resources can be made available. From our perspective, this is low-hanging fruit and complementary to everything else, big and small, that DPW is trying to achieve through the zero waste plan. So we hope that you and the committee will work with Director Spriggs to dramatically expand this existing and successful program, which not insignifically is already procured and active, and so can be grown quickly. And see it achieve its stated goal of all 8 wards all year round access for all. And I would argue, especially as the city seeks to introduce curbside composting, having drop-off tents widely deployed in the community, deeply rooted in the food system, and staffed with a trained ambassador whose job it is week in and week out to make people comfortable with composting is a key to the sort of path to communication that's going to be required for us to see the sort of behavioral change that's necessary for the city to achieve its larger goals, and certainly for it to operate a successful curbside program. So on the matter of curbside, we would also argue, well, argue is not the right word. Here's what we'll say. If we're going to start curbside composting, there needs to be a clear path for what comes next. And that's because there isn't nothing on the ground today. There is an existing ecosystem that is on the ground today that is going to be meaningfully disrupted by the introduction of composting curbside through the city. As a homeowner and as a citizen who's been advocating for free, accessible municipal composting for more than a decade, this feels like enormous progress. But as a small business owner trying to navigate the uncertainty that comes with an up in the air policy, it's very challenging. So I'm not sure that there's a lot that this committee can necessarily do to solve for this, but I would say that it speaks to the necessity of taking a interagency and cross-government approach to solving food waste. I think it's very easy to be frustrated, and you can hear it in sometimes in some of the testimony. I think it's very easy to be frustrated with the lack of forward motion on large-scale composting in the district, and to be frustrated with DPW. I don't think that's fair. I think this is a behavioral change issue above all, and DPW is tasked with implementation. And I think that if we had a point person at the highest levels of government who was tasked with being accountable for bringing all of the powers of government to bear to make organics recycling successful, I think we would be extraordinarily well served. So thank you very much for taking the time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next witness is Matthew Fick.
All right. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Matthew Fickey. I live in the Trinidad neighborhood in Ward 5 in Northeast DC. I have two children. They're ages 4 and 7. And I'm here today to talk about the role DPW plays in enforcing our traffic laws, because quite frankly, every day I walk my children to school, and every day I fear for their lives. I know personally people who've been killed by speeding drivers. Multiple times a day, I see drivers running red lights. I personally have been struck by a vehicle driven by a uniformed DC government employee that made an illegal right on red when I was in a crosswalk and then sped away without stopping. And I want to be really clear about something. Speeding and running red lights are violent crimes and need to be treated as such. They kill people. If you consider the actual danger people face, there's really not all that much of a difference between running a red light and firing a gun at the outside of a house while people are inside sleeping. Traffic violence is an epidemic here. When Vision Zero launched in 2015, the goal was to eliminate all deaths and serious injuries on our roads by 2024, which is next year. Yet deaths continue to increase every year, and we have yet to even reduce deaths to that original 2015 level. 2021 deaths were the highest they had been in 14 years, and were over 50% higher than in 2015. Vision Zero, frankly, has been a failure. And it does not have to be this way. We have an incredibly effective tool for preventing these deaths. It's automated traffic enforcement, or ATE. These are speed cameras, red light cameras. These work. ATE is by far the most effective and just method for enforcing our traffic laws. It doesn't care what you look like, what car you're driving, works 24 hours a day. It only cares whether you're breaking the law. Just to quote an excerpt from a 2020 Congressional Research Service report on the effectiveness of ATE. In its evidence-based guide to traffic safety measures, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration gives ATE, including both speed cameras and red light cameras, the highest rating for effectiveness. The setting of speed limits themselves is the only other countermeasure rated as demonstrated to be effective in limiting speeding. Similarly, automated speed enforcement is the only speeding-related countermeasure included by the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and its tool to enable states to model cost-effective interventions to reduce traffic deaths and injuries. The NTSB also considers automated speed enforcement to be an effective countermeasure to reduce speeding-related crashes, fatalities, and injuries. And I'm talking about all of this because ATE only works if drivers comply with our license plate laws. These cameras work by taking a picture of your license plate, and you have to tie that back to an individual. So I'm here basically just to ask for both our current laws to be enforced. I repeatedly will report cars with no license plates whatsoever, with dark license plate covers. Our license plate laws are very simple. It's just you got to have a license plate. You can't have anything covering it. It's got to be on the outside of the car. I talked to DPW. They say, nope, not our job. MPD, oh, not our job. And they just keep punting me back and forth. I've repeatedly requested that vehicles be towed. I don't think anyone has ever been towed. And one of my sort of suggestions for sort of how we change this in the future here, and I'll wrap up because I see my time is out, but is basically we need to treat automated traffic enforcement violations in a way that's sort of analogous to the way that we assign points to licenses for in-person ones. With in-person, you know, both get a monetary fine, but also if you do it enough, you lose your license. Right now, there's not an equivalent losing your car for ATE. If you're rich enough, it's just a fee for being exempt from our traffic laws. So I just want to say that justice requires penalties that are swift, certain, and fair, and it's none of those right now. Current trends mean that we're going to have somebody else killed by this probably in the next few weeks, maybe in the next month or something like that. I hope you all remember this when you see that. I say this with all due respect. I hope my words here kind of haunt you when that happens, because you have the power to like change this, to save people's lives. And I just want you to use that power. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your testimony. Our next witness is Sandra Seegers.
Okay, hello.
We're ready for you. You want to try your camera again? It was doing something funny earlier. Give it a try.
I said, can I start your video because host has stopped it?
Yeah. Do we need to turn it back on for her?
Okay, start my video.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay.
There you go. That looks better.
How are you?
Doing fine. Thank you.
That's great. Good afternoon. I'm Sandra S.S. Seegers, a Ward 8 resident and a member of CRAVE, which is Concerned Residents Against Violence. CRAVE's main concern is violent crime prevention and intervention. However, I am here today to speak about trash collection. In my block in Ward 8, the collection is great, except on occasions when trash falls to the ground. If there are large items, they are picked up with no problem. However, when the trash is smaller pieces, the men do not clean it up because they have no tools to do so. I would like DPW to put money in the budget for rakes, brooms, and shovels to be carried on the truck for cleanups. And I hope this request can be fulfilled. They did it years ago. Now on the leaf collection, they did not do a good job on my street this year. They did not come twice until I called. Then when they came, they only did half of the job in my block. In all the years they have done this, this is the first year they did not do a good job. And I'm talking about dating back to, I guess, when they started or back to the 60s. So this ends my statement, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to testify.
Sure.
Okay. Our next witness, I don't think Mike has joined us. Mike will probably let us know when he's ready. We'll keep going. Garrett Hennigan, Washington Area Bicyclist Association.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is Garrett Hennigan. I live in Ward 6, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Washington Area Bicyclist Association and its 6,000 members in the Washington region. WABA empowers people to ride bikes, build connections, and transform places. We envision a just and sustainable transportation system where walking, biking, and transit are the best ways to get around. Thank you for the opportunity to share our perspective. Build it and they will come, we often say. When communities build safe, convenient, and low-stress places to bike, walk, and scoot, people start choosing to leave their car at home for some trips. Connect those streets together into a seamless network, linking the places people need to go, and suddenly living car light or car free becomes the easy choice. And we know that it works. Just look around DC streets and you'll see people going to work, running errands, hauling groceries, visiting friends by bike. And more we see parents biking their kids to school and daycare, not because they're some kind of bike fanatic, but because it's convenient, affordable, and in many neighborhoods, safe. Building these networks on street and off street is a primary focus for WABA's advocacy on organizing. And we're really grateful for the council and their leadership in pushing for expanding and connecting that network more quickly. But people don't choose to ride bikes when the network is broken. And in DC, piles of leaves, debris, and illegally parked cars and trucks block and break that network constantly. This pushes people out into the dangers of chaotic traffic or onto sidewalks. So if DC is serious about sustainable transportation and reaching Vision Zero, then it really needs to be far more systematic and aggressive about taking care of this network and the people who use it. In the past few years, DPW stepped into maintaining DC's protected bike lanes with leaf collection and debris sweeping. We were really encouraged to see DPW staff attending Bicycle Advisory Council meetings and taking sweeping requests on Twitter. These teams do thorough work despite doing most of it with brooms and hand tools. So in the FY23 budget, Mayor Bowser dedicated about 1.7 million for a bike lane maintenance team at DPW with specialized sweeping equipment. We're really excited to see what this team turns out to be, how they can systematize bike lane maintenance. We know that starting a new program takes a lot of planning and time, but we've not yet heard much about the program. We really hope to hear from the team soon on how they're going to approach this task. And we're really hoping for a collaborative and cooperative relationship there. As DPW builds out this program, we have a few priorities and requests. One, DPW needs to take a systematic approach before chasing complaints. DC's protected bike lane network now stretches almost 30 miles and into 7 wards. These lanes should be clear and safe, whether or not a resident has the time to submit a sweeping request. Taking advantage of DDOT's usage data, we could prioritize more heavily used corridors as well. Number 2, coordinate with DC agencies, NPS, and bids to take stock of coverage plans and fill gaps for both sweeping and for snow plowing of protected bike lanes, off-street trails, and especially bridge side paths, which are critical, but so often overlooked connections. When you break it, it's unusable. Those connections are critical. Number 3, take a proactive approach during leaf season and plan for multiple passes. Leaves can make bike lanes hazardous by hiding large debris and creating traction issues when wet. DPW staff do a really thorough job, but a more timely response is needed to clear these bike lanes. And 4, create a dedicated 311 service request for bike lane sweeping. If a resident does take the time to call 311 or file a request online, then that effort should be rewarded with action, not a closed ticket because they could not find the correct service request category. Parking enforcement. DPW parking enforcement is critical to maintaining the usability of the bike network, yet parking in bike lanes and blocking crosswalks, which put vulnerable road users at significant risk, are commonplace across the city. It's unclear whether parking enforcement still focuses more on residential permit enforcement over safety issues as it did in the past, or if the scale of the problem is simply outgrown staff capacity. But regardless, requests for parking enforcement rarely result in citations or staff presence. And perhaps most seriously, between the limits of automated enforcement, ticket reciprocity issues, and fake tags, DPW's booting and towing teams might be the only remaining mechanism DC has to hold repeatedly reckless drivers accountable for their actions by actually physically preventing them from driving. This program really must be adequately resourced, and more attention from DPW and executive agencies are needed to address this fundamental accountability gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Caitlin Ruger.
Hello, good afternoon. Congratulations. Sorry, can you hear me? Great. Congratulations, Councilmember Nadeau, on your appointment as chair of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. DCST appreciates the council efforts to promote traffic safety, partly through the work of DPW, and we look forward to working with you and each member of the committee on how DPW can become a more effective partner as well. I'm here today to talk about enforcement. DC faces a complex challenge caused by long-term underinvestment in safe street design and traffic enforcement, and now heightened by the effects of the COVID pandemic. Drivers started driving and parking with near impunity. No one, whether DPW or MPD, was in a position to stop them. That behavior metastasized over a couple of years in the way that bad habits often do, and now we're struggling to get the thousands of cats in a bag. MPD citations for fake tags have fallen drastically since 2020, even as the problem's grown. Great agencies do need strong leaders, and for that reason, we'd like to see an emphasis on excellence in the search for a new permanent director. The next director will need a lot of vision, and to place a high priority on delivering results, a national search might help ensure that we're reaching top quality candidates. The need for recruitment extends to the rest of the agency, where many slots remain unfilled. Ticket reciprocity with our neighboring jurisdictions could certainly help, and for that we need the wider council to exercise its oversight of the executive branch in pursuit of this stated goal. But reciprocity must rest on the foundations of a functioning enforcement system that's capable of issuing sufficient disincentives to reckless behavior, which is not something we can claim to offer at this time. One approach that doesn't rely on the conundrum of reciprocity is booting and towing. DPW's current resources for undertaking these core enforcement approaches fall far short of what it needs to disincentivize reckless behavior. If a driver knows the likelihood of suffering any consequences is next to nil, they won't consider that as a disincentive. Clearly, DPW needs to focus on recruitment and procuring the necessary equipment and space to perform more booting and towing. But for the public to understand where we are with this complex challenge, we also need greater transparency and accountability. Last year, we found out there were nearly as many vehicles eligible for booting and towing as there are human beings in the district. But we only know that by virtue of a news report by a local reporter, and the public lacks a sense of what the numbers look like now. Could DPW create a dashboard akin to the Vision Zero dashboard that shows data like number of 311 requests for enforcement, number of requests fulfilled, resulting in citation, numbers of citations that couldn't be issued because the pertinent signage was incorrect, and whether that resulted in a repair. In general, greater transparency about the feedback loop to DDOT to fix erroneous signs would be helpful. We'd ask the DPW make it a priority to reverse the proliferation of illegal and/or expired temporary tags. Can DPW carry out enforcement on parked vehicles with expired temporary tags? If not, can we give them the authority to do so? MPD has avowed that it lacks a mandate to enforce legal license plates, which are bought and sold freely and profitably on Facebook and other platforms. If we're not able to see the problem, if we're not to see the problem metastasize as it has in recent months, we're in need of an agency that will take responsibility for it. Furthermore, could the council take a more holistic approach by focusing on how it can improve transit and biking services, thereby providing some fake tag users with quality legal alternatives for getting around? A related issue is illegal license plate covers, as another witness mentioned. There's a growing number of cars with covers that obscure plates so that the automated cameras can't read plates and issue citations. Can DPW enforce this issue? If not, can we give them the authority to write these citations? What would they need to do so on a reliable basis? DDOT is attempting to pilot a metered, sorry, I'm shifting now topics. Sorry, should have signposted that. DDOT's attempting to pilot a metered parking program in residential parking permit zones. This will require extensive coordination between DDOT and DPW to ensure the pilot is successful. There needs to be enough enforcement to actually demonstrate how well this idea works. Is DPW ready and able to support this project? How would DPW need to adapt if this pilot is successful and more neighborhoods want to switch from 2-hour free parking to metered parking in RPP zones? I do want to make a little room to commend DPW on its communication with DCST members where weekly meetings between DPW leadership and bid staff have been possible. These have been very helpful in sharing information and coordinating services. Members have highlighted in general the value of coordination around trash can servicing and snow removal as well. So some appreciation to note there. Thanks very much for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Our last public witness is Mike Ewell.
Thank you for your patience and flexibility here. Appreciate it. So congrats on your chairmanship of this committee, and appreciate this opportunity. My name is Mike Ewell. I'm the founder and executive director of Energy Justice Network. And I've been working on waste issues in DC since 2008, which is sadly twice as long as the last handful of DPW directors. But I'm glad to see several moves in the right direction, including hiring of the nation's best team of zero waste consultants, plans for multi-housing recycling enforcement, and other things that we're seeing at the agency. I need to flag a couple issues, though, that need serious work. The first is that I helped in 2014 get the requirements on the books that require reporting from all haulers on where DC's waste and recyclables go. And this is data that's supposed to be published annually, yet the latest report is still from 2018. And so this disclosure requirement is not really being followed, and that's important to have that information available. The more crucial matter, though, is the continued use of DC's use of the trash incinerator in Lurton. Trash incineration is the most expensive and polluting way to manage waste or to make energy. For the climate is twice as bad as going directly to a landfill. And if you incorporate the other health and environmental consequences of the pollutants that come out of it, it's more than 3 times as bad, according to a study that we did for the Montgomery County government that is aiming to move away from the use of their incinerator. We have also found with EPA data that is significantly dirtier than burning coal, including for greenhouse gases, where trash burning is about 65% worse per unit of energy than burning coal, and it's worse on mercury and many other pollutants. It's also a serious environmental racism issue. Lorton, Virginia, in Fairfax County, where the landfill is based, where the incinerator is based, but surrounded by a sewage sludge incinerator and 3 landfills. One is the landfill where the ash from the Covanta incinerator goes. So this one community is literally surrounded by 2 incinerators and 3 landfills, and is one of the most diverse communities of color in the country. That incinerator, the one that we're using for trash, is the 3rd largest in the nation, burns up to 3,000 tons a day, and is the largest air polluter within at least 20-25 miles of DC. Now, we've studied this in depth, and we know that going directly to a landfill instead of burning it first and dumping toxic ash in a landfill is not only environmentally preferable, but has been cheaper for the district. In the last 14 bids that were provided to DC, which were between 2004 and 2009, there weren't any since then, because landfills were not even allowed to compete for DC's waste contracts in 2015, which is the contract that we're still in. In that RFP that was issued by DPW at the time, only 4 incinerators were allowed to bid. 3 of the 4 are in communities of color, and the 4th is the one in Montgomery County that only serves the county and doesn't take out of county waste, and which the county is trying to close. So they did this knowing that they were only allowing 3 incinerators to bid, and 2 of them didn't have space. So they're basically saying that we're going to burn our trash in a community of color, and that can only really be one, because there was only one bidder, and that was the one that was already burning DC's trash. That RFP was rigged. It was a violation of Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, and it might have even violated procurement law, for all I know. That needs to be reopened. We need to make sure that there's something competitive where landfills are also allowed to bid. DPW promised multiple times, starting before this committee, or the previous committee as it was constituted in 2018, promised to do an RFI, a request for information, to find out how much it would cost to go directly to landfills, but they never did that. They since promised to do it again and broke that promise again. They're currently saying that they're refusing to do it because they're relying on a study that they also promised in 2018 and eventually did, which compared incinerators to landfills. And they hired a company that makes money off of building incinerators and closing landfills, a company that has a flame in their logo above the I in their logo. They are obviously biased toward incineration. And they put a biased scope of work together with a biased model and a biased contractor, and came up with a predictably biased study that says that incinerators are better than landfills for global warming. They're better even in this case for environmental justice, even though the incinerator sits in a populated community color. And they're saying that putting waste directly into a less populated rural white community in Southeast Virginia in a landfill is a worse environmental justice problem, which is laughable. They cooked the numbers by weighing transportation and all the communities they drive through, even though they admitted that transportation was a small portion of the impacts of incineration. So they cooked that study in numerous ways. They're using that to affirm their bias in favor of incineration. We need this current 1-year contract to be their last, and for this committee to tell DPW to finally get the price of landfilling and go in that direction, because it's better for health and environmental justice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so thank you so much to this panel. We have a lot to talk to the director about. We definitely are planning to talk about the organics and programs and the different contracts. And we do have an entire section on traffic enforcement, bike lane enforcement, and clearing and maintenance. Mr. Fickey, I do appreciate you raising the issue of traffic violence in the context of the Department of Public Works, because we do have a role here in this committee that I'm glad about. And thank you to residents who came to offer their testimony about the services provided by DPW. It's always nice to get that testimony as well. So thank you, everybody. And we are about to move into the government witness portion here of our hearing. So we will go ahead and get the director and his staff promoted to the panel, and then we will get moving. Okay, Director. So what I'll do is have you and anyone else that you think might respond to questions come on camera to take the oath. Great. All right. So everybody who's on camera now, just unmute yourself. That's it. Is that it, Director?
No, ma'am, I got a couple more people.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
No problem. We have time. Let's wait till we get it right. And Barry. Is there anyone else who needs to be promoted to the panel?
I got two people, Danny McCoy and Perry Fitzpatrick.
Great, Danny McCoy. And Perry's up, I see. So we just got to promote Danny. There we go. Great. And then we just have Perry put the camera on. Okay, I can see from the art and the ceiling that y'all are in the same room, so I guess you don't all have to unmute. Should we give Perry a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you got it. Glad we were able to get a little bit of an earlier start today than we originally planned.
You worked that quite well today.
It worked out. Hopefully we haven't left people behind, but we did have a robust public witness testimony, and I know I have some colleagues joining soon, so.
We're having difficulties with Perry's camera right now. Would it be possible if he stands behind one of us in the interest of time to move on?
Absolutely.
Hey, Perry.
Come on over. Excellent. So we are now joined by Acting Director of the Department of Public Works, Timothy Spriggs, who is joined by his team members, Christine Davis, Perry Fitzpatrick, Blake Adams, and Danny McCoy. If you will all raise your right hands, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Director, you may begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman Adele and member of the Committee of the Public Works and Operations and Staff. I am Timothy Spriggs, Acting Director, Department of Public Works. I'm joined today by Christine Davis, our General Counsel, Perry Fitzpatrick, our Agency Physical Officer, Blake Adams, Manager of our Office of Waste Diversion, and Danny McCoy, our former CAO. I will summarize the 4 testimonies sent to you earlier this week. First, I want to express my gratitude for Mayor Bowser for giving me the opportunity to lead DPW. I appreciate the support of City Administrator Kevin Donahue and Deputy Mayor of Operations and Infrastructure, Lucinda Bakers, for our agency's work. I also want to congratulate you on being appointed as the chairperson for the new Committee of Public Works and Operations. DPW touches every district resident, business, and commuter and visitor. I am committed to ensuring effective and efficient service delivered across our 3 major business lines: solid waste management, parking enforcement management, and fleet management. Our employees perform miracles every day to provide the best service, and I am grateful for their commitment to serve. Chairperson Nadeau, thank you for your continued support for DPW's workforce as expressed in previous hearings. We're all fully committed to our mission to provide environmentally healthy municipal services that are both ecologically sound and cost effective. First, I want to bring you up to date on the progress achieved by Mayor Bowser's Building Block Program. Now in the 2nd year, this bold, first in the nation, public health wraparound program support at-risk individuals who chooses public service. We are a second chance agency, which put us in a position to support the second chance program. We employ 71 building block temporary or seasonal employees in term positions in our solid waste management administration. 7 term positions were made into permanent positions, and 1 person was transferred to Pima. I will discuss how our clean street parking enforcement environmental programs contribute to public health and safety. But first, I want to describe our role in last year's 37-day trucker convoy to support the Metropolitan Police Department efforts to keep traffic flowing and protect the truckers' First Amendment right to protest. We secured barriers at expressways, on and off ramps to keep protesters from causing major traffic disruptions. DPW staff worked 37 days, totaling 888 hours straight. We have many programs that enhance our clean street services. Last September, Mayor Bowser directed agency guided by Deputy Mayor for Operations and Infrastructure to conduct major cleanup of our great streets. We removed more than 464 tons of bulk items, debris, and trash from our great streets. We also joined 2 new multi-agency task forces to support MPD's crime reduction effort. Our goal is to tackle sanitation and parking issues. The Nightlife Task Force addresses violent crimes and quality of life nuisance activity regulated concern along the U Street Northwest, A Street Northeast, and Connecticut Avenue Northwest corridors. The success of the Nightlife Task Force led MPD to stand up the Minnesota Avenue Multi-Agent Public Task Force. We removed trash and debris, enforcing parking violations. As of January 2023, we wrote 37 parking tickets and 20 sanitation tickets, impounded 29 vehicles and almost $4,500 in unsatisfied parking tickets, and collected 11 tons of trash and debris. Most of that consists of mattresses and box springs, furniture, and shopping carts. Now I will talk about our sanitation programs that contribute to clean streets. But first, I want to address the elephant in the room: leaf collection. DPW completed the FY23 leaf season last week, and we collected 7,763 tons of leaves. Again, we struggle with keeping on schedule. I'm committed to fully determining the root cause of the delay and implementing solutions before the start of leaf season FY24. Street sweeping is vital to achieving clean streets. In FY22, we conducted a special mechanical street sweeping program for unposted routes in Wards 7 and 8. We swept more than 1,100 miles of streets in these 2 wards and collected more than 80 tons of debris. We also conducted an alley cleaning neighborhood cleanup pilot program in Wards 7 and 8 between June and August 2022. The pilot program focused on resources in Wards 7 and 8 to support residents and business efforts to maintain clean streets. Every year between April and December, we give a helping hand to communities across the district. In FY22, we supported 46 community cleanup projects by providing rakes, brooms, and bags, and we collected the filled bags at the end of each project. PEMA also contributed to our Clean Streets effort. In FY22, PEMA conducted 5 blitz of enhanced enforcement and removal of abandoned vehicles in wards 5, 6, 7, and 8. In FY 2022, we celebrate the 15th anniversary of DPW Graffiti Prevention Program, Murals DC. This signature and it gained international stature when Mayor Bowser, we unveiled the Black Lives Matter mural near the White House after the murder of George Floyd. This mural has been replicated across the United States. Regarding our drop locations, last year we successfully transitioned household hazardous waste to operate from the Fort Totten to Benning Road transfer station with minimal disruption of service. About 4,000 residents a month use this site for e-cycling, bulk, household hazardous waste, and shredding services. As noted earlier, our parking enforcement team worked with other district government agencies on various issues. I would like to mention a few now. In FY22, DPW executed 2 abandoned vehicle blitzes in Ward 7 and 8. We focus on vehicles identified as abandoned vehicles, which allow us to tow vehicles immediately during the blitz. We will add sites in Ward 5, 4, and 5 this year. PEMA does the heavy lifting for us as a member of the Mayor Bowser Vision Zero 2022 team. PEMA works closely with DDOT for boosting parking enforcement in high injury sites. With the Vision Zero context, DPW has elevated enforcement safety violations such as blocking fire hydrants and crosswalks. We focus on safety-related parking violations and we give a hot list to our staff assigned to these beats. In FY21, we issued 144,000 safety violations. In FY22, we issued more than 168,000 safety violations, which is a 17% increase. DPW is committed to bike lane safety. Since 2018, parking officers issued almost 11,000 tickets to vehicles that block bicycle lanes. We are also enforcing a new regulation that prohibits vehicles that are either more than 22 feet wide, 22 feet long, or wider than 8 feet from parking next to an unprotected bicycle lane. The additional buoying and towing staff we receive contribute to enforcing safety violations. We also are better able to support MPD special event work by booting or towing these vehicles. We send a message to their owners that their behavior has consequence. In addition to our close relation with DC Business Improvement District Council, we also participate with the Bicycle Advisory Council. Their membership provides input about how our enforcement and street maintenance operation improves cycling safety travels. Last week, we began using the new impound lot at Bryan Street, Northeast, and motorists are retrieving their vehicles. This site gives us 190 spaces to impound booting vehicles. Its center city location reduced the time to impound these vehicles within the district. I understand that no one likes getting a parking ticket, even when we know the tickets are properly issued. We emphasize writing accurate tickets, and I'm proud to say that in FY22, only 0.3% of our tickets were dismissed when challenged. Our parking enforcement services were improved last year by 3 new booters and 14 new tow operators. In FY23, we recruited internally and filled 8 booter positions with existing DC government employees. Earlier, I described how we embrace residents who want to turn their lives around by working for us through the Building Block DC program. Today, we are using the Pathway to Government Employee Partnership Program to hire 4 new booters. The program is for the district residents to graduate from our public high schools and receive their GED. I am happy to note that last year, PEMA conducted a job fair that netted 6 new motor vehicle operators for their towing divisions. As I stated earlier, PEMA supports MPD through our work on the multi-agency task force. Last year, we created a pilot program, a 10-person rapid response team to respond to the top 10 safety parking related requests. We believe this 10-person rapid response team will shift some of that burden from MPD to us. Another way we assist MPD is to notify them when we see a vehicle on their alert list. The ticket writer devices report the location to MPD. In FY22, we reported 7,407 said vehicles. Every aspect of DPW contributes to the overall environment stewardship. For instance, most people think our environment stewardship is limited to collection, recycling, and trash, but we must also be responsible for other programs that are important for the quality of life in the state of our waterways. Our Safety and Security Administration keep us in compliance with the multi-sector general permit stormwater pollution prevention program, and we are responsible for 17 of the 35 sites within the district's plan. Since 2020, we achieved and continue to maintain 100% compliance with this plan, which has never occurred before. Ongoing training sites, visit, and close communications with the EPA and Environmental Protection Agency ensure that we will continue to fully comply with these requirements. Now, I would like to describe the monumental year of the Office of Waste Diversion and as a guide in the district towards zero waste. First, I'm incredibly proud the District of Columbia received the 2022 Recycle Program of the Year Award for large U.S. cities from Resource Recycling. This award and the recycling industry recognize how quickly positioned the district as a lead among peer cities in the zero waste industry. Now, international officials are reaching out to us for consulting on how we design their own municipal zero waste programs. We made great progress in FY22 to complying the district's first zero waste DC plan. The plan is our roadmap to our zero waste goal of diverting 80% or more of our waste away from landfills and incineration towards its highest and best use. In July, DPW launched the most robust public engagement cycle in our history to support the development of the zero waste DC plan. Hundreds of residents attended our community meetings, and we received nearly 1,200 comments during the two public comment periods and more than 5,000 response to our public survey. We continue to plan and process to transform the Benning Road Transfer Station into a modern zero waste campus. DPW allocated $105 million to modernize the Benning Road facility with the capacity for future on-site management processing over 500,000 tons of solid waste per year. This includes trash, recyclables, and other items. Our residential programs also continue to grow in impact. Between FY17 and FY22, the food waste drop-off program increased participation by almost 1,000%. The amount of food waste collected has increased by nearly 800% over the same period. This astonishing growth points to residents' demands for diversion programs. This program is undergoing an expansion as we speak. Also in FY22, DPW received a $152,000 grant from EPA to launch an innovative education outreach strategy for commercial food waste generators. The Food Waste Ready program will train and certify commercial food waste generators via an automated online learning management system. This year, OWD has several exciting initiatives planned. Bringing to January 1st, 2023, 47 grocery stores and 4 universities were required to source separate food waste generated on premises for diversion from landfills and incineration. OWD notified the entities of this requirement and will support them through education and technical assistance as they come into compliance. Food scraps generated commercially are more than 10% of the citywide waste stream. This year, we will start the citywide curbside composting program for 12,000 single-family household residents. Up to 1,500 household residents per ward must opt into to participate in this pilot and will be selected on a first-come, first-served basis. We anticipate this program will divert approximately 6,000 tons of food waste from disposal. Yes, the district is well positioned to achieve zero waste. Sanitation services are not the only service that's form our environmental stewardship. We are very committed to using alternative fuels and reducing salt usage. We play a major role in reducing greenhouse gas emissions by increasing use of alternative fuel vehicles. We have made significant progress in the area of biodiesel, electric, and other alternative fuel vehicles. During the average 7 to 10 year lifespan, we can yield a 56 to 86% reduction of GA emissions. The district fleet includes 628 biodiesel vehicles, 592 E85 vehicles, 214 hybrid vehicles, 116 electric vehicles, and 69 CNG vehicles. We also installed 291 electrical vehicle chargers district-wide. We're using a new pilot program to expand our use of the cloud-based solid waste platform to collect data from our nightly litter can collections. DPW leads the district snow team every year. Our IT staff introduce a new technology as they upgrade existing ones. We use a combination of two technologies, GeoTab and EV Streets, to trace the deployment and efficiency of our snow plows. We also use GeoTab for our municipal plows and EV Streets for our contract plows. In FY23, we started much needed construction to expand the use of our 4-time transfer station by including a citizen drop-off plan. After construction, we will install a license plate reader technology to capture information from all vehicles entering our transfer station. The cameras also will help reduce security events and accurately pinpoint bad actors that drop off hazardous waste. Putting the snow program at the end of my testimony is not an indication of lack of importance of DPW's operation. Instead, it means happily for our city, but sadly for our children that this year we had not had a measurable snowfall. Last year, the district first snowfall was January 2nd, and our final snowfall was March 12th. During that time period, we accumulated 13.2 inches of snow, and this year we have had none. Thank you, Chairman Nadeau, for giving us the opportunity to share in the FY22 accomplishments and our FY23 goals. We look forward to working with you and your committee regarding DPW's operations and services. I am prepared to answer your questions that you and your committee may have.
Thank you so much. We have been joined by our Ward 4 Council Member, Janice Lewis George, and our Ward 5 Council Member, Zachary Parker. What I'm going to do is allow each of them to make an opening statement and then go into their 10-minute rounds. So Councilmember Lewis George, are you ready for us? I know you've been juggling a few hearings, but I want to give you the chance to go first since you've been here a while. All right, she might need a minute. What that means is, Councilmember Parker, you're up.
Thank you, Chairwoman Nadeau. I think Councilmember Lewis George is following me from hearing to hearing. As has been tradition for me, I try to keep the intro statement short so we can get as many questions. But Director, it's good to see you. I'm looking forward to learning more about how we can work together. One of the things I wanted to start off with was just leaf collection. It's been a pain point annually. And can you speak to what happened this year and what lessons were learned as we look to the next season? And you're muted.
Can you hear me now? Great. I think that there was a series of problems in my quick analysis since we just ended last week. One, we talked about the electric blowers. That could have been a potential problem. One, the weather was another problem. Three was the amount of resources in which we had allocated to actually do the snow program and the timeliness in which we started the leaf season. And I would hasten to say that it could be that has a lot to do with climate change. We could start too early, start too late. There's a combination of things. I don't think, sir, to be honest with you, that there's one particular reason why we were not successful in our leaf season. Since it just ended last week, what I've asked my team to do is to conduct an AAR to look at all those 4 or 5 variables to see where it was. I know some of the problems have been historical problems, but I am taking a deeper dive in that to ensure that we do much better job. And I'm looking at this in the same way in which we historically has looked at snow. Either you're planning for snow and you're pushing for snow. And we need to address the same two things when we're doing the leaf season. Either we're planning for leaf or we're doing leaf or we're collecting leaves. And I don't think that that has always been the mindset within DPW, but that is an initiative and a course of action that I plan to take going forward, sir.
Thank you for that. I just want to do a check. Earlier, my audio was distorted. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
People can hear me. Director Spriggs, I appreciate you taking accountability. It's refreshing to hear. I just want to quickly follow up. So in my understanding, weather this season seemed pretty clear and light. We didn't have awful snows and other things that traditionally I would expect to delay the leaf collection. And I hear you, and when you're saying you're going to investigate it, but are there any preliminary understandings why, yet again, the leaf collection process was delayed? And then connected to that, how you all are communicating with neighbors, because a number of the complaints we received as an office is that neighbors just often don't know when leaf collection isn't happening or it's delayed or it's been moved.
Councilman Park, let me take this one bite at a time. And the first question that you asked, the impact of weather. You're right, sir. We did not have snow as we usually have, but we had an increased amount of rainy days, which kind of affected that. Some of the days in which the temperature was at the right around the freezing level, it had an impact on some of our equipment on our vac system. Number one, because we had to change out the black holes in which the leaves go up into when it gets below a certain amount of temperature. And because of the temperature was that, and because there was a supply issue with that, we weren't able to get them in a timely manner. Not saying that is the primary reason. That is part of going into the deeper dive, sir. And so I hope that.
No, that does. Thank you for that. And then communication, I'll just, as a suggestion, if there could be more timely communication with residents. I appreciate it as a council office receiving updates from DPW. The challenge, though, is that ordinary neighbors weren't always getting those updates. And so if there is a way next season to just streamline communication for neighbors, I think that would be well received by residents.
Okay, sir. Right. Thank you.
No worries. I want to switch gears to illegal dumping. And if you could speak to the capacity constraints on the agency to address illegal dumping across the district and how we as a council can support you all to address this issue, which I would say is a significant burden in wards 5, 7, and 8 in particular.
We do realize that there is a major problem with illegal dumping. And currently right now, sir, is I have 20 sweep operators and 3 actual investigators. And the more that the district begins to blow, it begins to grow. There needs to be increased amount. What you see here, you look at the more buildings, more apartments, more things. And as we continue to grow, we need to grow as an agency to be more an enforcement part of that. But I also think everybody talks about enforcement, but I also think there needs to be a tremendous amount of education in what we're doing as well. I was talking to our comms director about doing a public service announcement to ensure that people understand the role of illegal dumping, what constitutes illegal dumping. And then we need to take a look at our portfolio and look at probably increasing the amount of sweep inspectors that we have to actually investigate the illegal dumping.
So is it accurate you have 20 sweep, I forget the term you just used, but let's say 20 sweep trucks?
No, sir, I'm inspectors, actual inspectors.
20 sweep inspectors.
Yes.
And is there a number that you believe you need in order to adequately address illegal dumping across the resident or the city?
Sir, I don't have a number in mind, but I do know the number that we currently have may not be enough to spread out throughout the district as the district continues to grow.
Okay.
I do not have a number in mind, but I will get back to you with that.
That would be helpful as we're coming up on budget season. I'm sure Chairwoman Nadeau, as I would like to advocate for sufficient funding to meet the needs of residents. I wanted to go to another hot button topic, expired plates. And essentially what is happening in the district is that in many respects, DPW is our enforcement agency on the traffic violence end, as we don't have reciprocity with Maryland and Virginia. And can you just speak to the efforts that the agency is undertaking to address the significant rise in illegal plates, plate coverings, and the like?
Yes, sir. We do know that there has been a tremendous amount of rise in doing so. And then when it comes to that, sir, it's important to understand that we have done an increased job of towing those things. And when we do, it's either towing or booting if it reaches to that threshold in order to do so. With that being said, we are towing a lot more vehicles and we are booting a lot more vehicles when we see that there's an infraction, when we can actually do said things. If not, then we will ticket the vehicle. And I think that has paid us a tremendous amount of dividends. And the fact that we have increased ticket writers out there, we're finding more and more violation of said offenses.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that the agency is towing and ticketing more. I believe as a body, the council is calling on agencies to hold those who break the law accountable. Similar to my previous question, do you have a number in mind of what it would take to scale operations at the agency to address the amount of plate coverings and faulty plates that we're seeing in the city? Or even just cars that have outstanding tickets in the thousands of dollars? Do you have a number of employees you would need to hire in order to meet the demand that we're seeing on the streets?
Sir, I do not have the exact number. I haven't delved that deep into it, but I do realize that it is a problem that we need to address. So I do not have a core number for that, but I will get back to you. I will get an answer for you on that.
Thank you. So yeah, just to recap, it would be helpful if you could speak to the current capacity of the agency regarding leaf collection, but also to address illegal dumping and then booting and towing of cars, and what would be needed given what we're seeing playing out on the streets. And I'm sure I speak for a lot of residents to say that if we don't have reciprocity, if cars are allowed to have thousands of dollars worth of tickets and still feel free to go about their business and park on our streets, there's no wonder that we're seeing the carnage on our streets play out that we are. I'm going to use my last 40 seconds to applaud you all on the recycling award that you received. And this is just for, can you speak to the work that's being done to ensure that more residents are recycling properly, but also that the agency is
you got that, Blair?
Correctly separating recycling goods from actual trash, as I know that was an issue in years past?
Yes, sir. I would like to turn it over to our Office of Waste Diversion Administrator to answer that question for you directly.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau and Council Member Parker, other members of the committee, members of the public. The charge of the Office of Waste Diversion is to both identify policies, adopt programs that can achieve our zero waste goals. But one of the main requirements of our office is to establish robust education and outreach programs.
Sorry, Mr. Adams. One, I'm over time. I want to come back, but I'm getting some weird feedback from you. I was having the same issue earlier. So this is what I'll suggest. Chairwoman Nadeau, if we are going to do multiple rounds, I would love to come back to Mr. Adams, as it seems like he's having some tech issues like I was earlier.
Yeah, we can certainly come back, or if you want, because they're all in the same room, we could just have the director unmute himself and let Mr. Adams speak loudly.
Yeah, that would be great.
Is this better? Is there a feedback issue still?
There's a little bit.
It is, but we'll suffer through it.
I think it's okay. It's better. It's a little better. I think everybody in the room has to turn their volume down. So, yeah.
Just on mute.
Yes.
Again, good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau, Councilmember Parker, other members of the committee, and public. My name is Blake Adams. I'm the manager of the Office of Waste Diversion. As I was saying before, and again, apologies for the audio issue. Our program is responsible for adopting policy and implementing programs that help our city achieve zero waste. But a major component of what we do is the requirement to develop robust education and outreach programs so that current requirements, best practices for recycling, composting, reducing your waste are clearly understood by the public, as well as the opportunities that and city services that members of the public can utilize to adopt better practices. So that outreach typically operates under the Zero Waste DC program. It's sort of our brand. And we have a lot of work to do. So we have been laying a good foundation for this. We're currently hiring a communication specialist on our team, which is an existing vacancy and a need for us to fill, so that we can have a much stronger level of education and outreach to the public. But many of our programs and outreach are designed to encourage members of the public to help us achieve zero waste.
Chairwoman Nadeau, can I have 10 seconds? Very quick follow-up, Mr. Adams. Is it true that if a resident throws trash in a recycling bin, you have to dump the entire recycling container in the trash when it gets to you all? I didn't articulate that well. So if
I think I follow. So the key to think about is individual action is important. So if collectively households are doing the wrong things at the curb or within their home or within their business, then it ends up downstream at our facilities, and it can affect the quality of what we're sending out for recycling. However, because we are operating at scale, one household level of contamination, as we refer to it, so trash in a recycling container, would not degrade or hinder our ability to recycle what is in that container. And we do have staff at the facility level who screen the recycling that comes in from our collection crews to ensure it's at under the contamination threshold for which our recycling processing vendor can accept.
Thank you. That is my time.
Hey, Councilmember Parker, I have an answer for you when you ask how many sweep operators are in each ward. The answer is 4 per ward. And we're going to take a look at that to see if we need to increase that number.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Council Member. We'll now hear, if she wishes, an opening statement from Ward 4 Council Member Janice Lewis George, followed by her 10-minute questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson Nadeau, and welcome Acting Director Spriggs, and hello to all staff presented. I have a lot of questions for the department today based on issues residents are having in Ward 4. But before I get to those issues, I should acknowledge that there are hundreds of hardworking workers at DPW who perform arduous labor for not enough pay, and sometimes in substandard facilities like Mr. Pogue has described in his testimony. Many of these workers are making the most of a second chance working at DPW to improve their lives and our communities, and I am grateful for their efforts, even though the impact of their work often goes unrecognized, right? My office doesn't receive many calls about a successful bulk trash pickup or other services performed well on a daily basis. And the everyday workload of DPW is enormous. And also so much so that out of all of the city service requests entered through the 311 system, and that comes to an average of over 1,000 requests per day, about 70% are for DPW services. To me, that statistic speaks to both the volume of DPW's output and the expectation among district residents that more needs to be done. So with all that said, I have questions for the department's executive team focusing on services that can and should be working better. Among my constituents, there is widespread dissatisfaction with seasonal leaf collection, which has already been discussed, unannounced removal of public litter cans, non-enforcement of parking restrictions against large commercial trucks, ineffectively communicating changes to the holiday garbage pickup schedule, and more. And so I look forward to discussing these issues with Mrs. Spriggs and the team and working with Chairwoman Nadeau to bring resolution. So with that, I will start. I know we talked already about leaf collection. I do want to ask one follow-up question in that regard, which is my understanding from when I stop and talk to DPW workers, one of the other issues is not having enough electric blowers or electric chargers. Is that true? Is there an issue that comes with leaf collection? I know we have switched to only electric leaf collectors. So my question is that in fact true? And also, do we have enough electric the chargers and electric leaf collections as a part of making sure we're going to improve this in the future?
Councilwoman George, I do not have the exact answer. Do we have, in reference to, do we have the amount of electric blowers that we need? But as far as the charge, nor the chargers. So, but I will investigate that concern with you. Lee Stevens just was over last week, but I owe you a due-out on that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because that's the case, budget is coming up, and if that's something we need to address as a result of what we're seeing, the council welcomes that. Within the past 4 years, DPW has repeatedly depleted its inventory of super cans. And when super can lids break or can bodies crack, residents have often waited weeks or even months for a functional super can. And even in some cases where residents have actually paid for replacement. Why has DPW been running out of super cans? Is it a budget issue? Is it a problem with the contractor? Because DPW website still says DPW currently has a limited supply of 96-gallon trash super cans.
It's a combination of both. And right now, I think the major issue is the point of contract and when we could actually order the cans, and actually the contract is the major issue with that, because when we're taking in orders, we're taking in your orders, and we're taking in the actual bid order. So when we actually make our request for the bid can, it has to do with a supply chain issue. Contract and supplies chain issue is the major issue as it pertains to the litter cans.
Okay. And because I know DC and I think hundreds of other cities buy super cans from Toter under the cooperative purchasing agreement. So I wanted to get a sense of that. So right now you're saying we have a supply chain issue. It's not a budget issue.
No, ma'am, it's not.
Okay. And are we exploring using someone other than Toter under the cooperative purchasing agreement, or are we working through that issue with them?
We're working through the issue with the vendor at the present time.
Okay. And sort of what are your, how will you all ensure that requests for new or replacement super cans are fulfilled within sort of a reasonable time frame, which is another piece of this?
When we get our toters in, we will have the list based on the 311 and based on the requirement to actually start delivering the cans in a timely manner. That is our plan.
Okay.
And that is our immediate plan, just as soon as we get the toters in.
Okay. And can we over order?
You and I both know it's a competitive market, but we would.
Okay. I got you. Okay. This one is really important to me. Communications, right? I see this as one of your agency's biggest weaknesses, be honest with you. And I would like to see some DPW establish ward-based community engagement teams. Now, DDOT has a personally dedicated communications community team, Department of Buildings, DC licensing, consumer affairs. Everybody has one. You all technically owe my team stipends for the amount of communications that they have to do as on behalf of DPW. If there is a theme from several other recent service problems, it is that DPW has trouble communicating effectively with residents. So I'm going to first ask you this, and I meant to ask the city administrator earlier, but I will have it in my letter to him. I would like you all to seriously establish award-based community engagement teams. You are overworking the persons that you have responding to all the council members and to our constituent service team. It is unfair to that one individual, and it's ineffective. Director, can you give me some indication that you all will work towards establishing a ward-based community engagement team on behalf of all the ward council members specifically?
This is one of the things that I said initially that when I first assumed the responsibility as the acting director, is we will learn how to play offense instead of defense. What I mean by that is we need to become more aggressive. We need to become more out there. We need to know what are the issues and what is the community talking about. And the only way to do that is get more involved with community engagement. So that is it. And I also made a promise to my staff that every quarter I and my senior team will have quarterly meetings with the ANC to ensure that we're doing the right things. Let them know what we're doing, then we could also find what their concerns and issues are. But to stay focused on your question, that initiative is a good one. That we're saying that we need to get more involved. We need to have just one person do that mission, and it needs to be, I won't call it a task force, but maybe 3 or 4 additional people, as you stated, maybe one per ward, to actually assist with that, so they'll know who that they can begin to talk to and address their issues to. That is something I will take on an advisement, and but I will promise you that me and my staff, we will be out there quarterly meeting with the people. But for the day-to-day one, ma'am, I will definitely look into that.
Okay.
And I understand your deep concern with that.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Another issue that has come up is, and I have legislation on this, I'm sure you've already heard, been briefed on it, introduced last year. It is, we have an issue where without notice to the community, DPW has removed public litter cans from numerous commercial corridors in Ward 4. And we have heard from witnesses today in other wards as well. A lot of people want more litter cans. A community engagement specialist would know. Can we please get DPW to restore all the public litter cans that have been taken away from our main corridors, including Georgia Avenue?
Let me just say this: we may not have done a good job on establishing the process. We may not have done on letting the ANCs know when we plan to actually put in a litter can and or when we plan to take it away. We have not done our responsibility to that, to you and your constituents, to do that, and where they're actually placed in front of a business and or bus stop to get that compliant. And if we have you involved as part of our team, then your constituents, then the ANCs will be able to answer the questions, why are we removing it or why are we putting in there? So we realize that the process from my lens may not have been exactly accurate, and we could do more by notifying the ANCs when those things will happen and will occur, to get buy-in with them so they could talk to their constituents in order to make this a much more fluid.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now there were a number of trash cans already removed in a number of wards already, and we sort of don't have a counting of all of them. What's the plan? What is the plan can we at least be told, the cans that have been removed, and if there's a plan to replace them?
What I will do is I have the individuals that are responsible for nightlit for putting the cans down to actually reach out to the ANCs to go over where were those cans taken from and where they wish to have the new cans, so that we can begin the process of replacing the cans.
Okay.
That is my commitment to. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And can you keep our office informed as well?
Yes, I will.
Okay. I appreciate that. Last year, I also introduced the Clean Collections Act to address trash overflow and rodents in DC neighborhoods. And what I found in doing this research, and we also had a hearing on it last year with the chairman, is that we didn't have around an adequate statute to really define sort of multifamily buildings and how much they needed to provide trash cans or dumpsters that can hold enough for the trash that they have. And so DC law currently calls for adequate solid waste container space, but doesn't really define that standard, which leaves many multifamily apartments with fewer or smaller trash cans or dumpsters than needed. Obviously, I can and will reintroduce the legislation, but I also think you all should just move to work to sort of clarify that statute. And sort of clarify, what we're going to be requiring from multifamily buildings in terms of not only what is adequate, but what is also frequency, the requirement of frequency, so that we can deal with the very real rodent issue that we have as a result of these overflowing trash cans at many of our multifamily buildings. Have you all done any work since the hearing last year to sort of clarify and update what is considered adequate for solid waste container space? And also, have you all done any more work as far as enforcement? Because that was another issue. There was really no enforcement.
Enforcement, the short answer to your question is yes. And then when the bill becomes into legislation, my other concern is this right here means that we will definitely need additional sweep inspectors in order to ensure that we're doing adequate enforcement. So as well with Council Member Parks and you as well, I could see the definitely increase of sweep enforcement personnel.
Okay, thank you. I think my time is up for this round. Thank you, Chairwoman Nadeau.
Thank you. Of course, I just dropped my pen, so give me a second. Thank you to both my colleagues for joining us today. We'll keep doing 10-minute rounds as long as you're here and interested in doing so. Let me know if you don't want another round, and then I will just keep going. Okay, so let's put me on the clock for 10 minutes, team. All right, good. All right, Director Spriggs. So my colleagues covered a lot of ground here. I'm going to try not to repeat, but I may want to ask the questions my own way. So, all right. So DPW's pre-hearing responses stated that you're currently party to 2 active non-disclosure agreements. One with the consultant hired to work on development of the zero waste plan, and one with the vendor for the food waste drop-off programs. Can you share any more information about these agreements and why they are necessary for DPW operations? I'm just interested in learning more about what purpose they serve.
Hi, good. You all hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you. So obviously we've been embarking on this journey here to identify what are the best things that we can do to achieve zero waste. And when we're doing that, sitting with a consultant, which we're collecting feedback from the community, feedback from other municipalities, from private companies, there's a lot of information that's being shared that should remain confidential within the planning group. And so the purpose of an NDA is to ensure that our consultant, who's working collectively with members of the public, with our stakeholders, is not getting ahead of the district, and that we're in lockstep in terms of what we're communicating. And in terms of our vendor AgriCity, again, we are planning to expand that program. Those plans have implications for the business community, and we would prefer not that information to be shared word of mouth by that vendor.
So the challenge with that, of course, is that as the government, we are meant to be open, and the work that we do is subject to the Freedom of Information Act and should be available to the public. Typically, a non-disclosure agreement is used to protect proprietary information, not to protect, the conversations the government is having leading up to making a decision. And frankly, that's kind of disturbing to me.
There's lots of information and data specifically that would be considered proprietary, specifically solid waste data, business information, that there are regulations in place that stipulate that we cannot legally share that information. And so this is another way that protects and meets that obligation for us to protect the local business community and that proprietary information.
But it wasn't the local business community that asked for it, was it? It sounded like it was issued by the government to them.
Yes.
Okay, I'm still confused. Any information about solid waste data, shouldn't that be public?
No, actually, there is information that we collect. So, for example, solid waste collectors that are operating in the business, they're required to register and report with our office. And so the information that they're sharing, we have the responsibility and the charge to share that in aggregate, but not specific to that business or that firm. And so there are actually regulations, stipulations that prohibit the district, DPW, from sharing that information specifically. That's one example of the many different types of information, conversations that are being shared that that NDA is intended to protect.
So you're saying that information about private waste hauling is being shared with a vendor, and therefore the vendor has to sign the NDA so not to share the private waste hauler information?
I was specifically talking about the consultant that we our zero waste consultant. So gigabytes and gigabytes of information, data, where waste is being generated in the city are being shared with our consultant. And so to make sure that that consultant doesn't use that information for other business outside of District of Columbia, we've set that NDA in place to protect that.
Why do we care if people know about our waste totals? Like, why is that proprietary?
It could be used by a private business or a firm to outcompete another if it were shared. Don't we want competition in these contracts? In the free market, yes. But if an individual or an individual company were to gain access to that through means of interacting with our vendor or our consultant, then they would have an advantage over the others.
I see. Okay. Because that information would be the basis of an RFP that would later go out that would be competitive?
Potentially. There are a number of things.
Let me just say this. If that information gives somebody a competitive edge in bidding for our contract, why isn't it just available to everyone who might bid? Doesn't that make better bids come in?
Unfortunately, it's not quite that simple. So a private firm, say a solid waste collector, a vendor providing composting service, if we were to share how much tons of solid waste they were collecting, who their clients might be, that's not information for the district to share openly into the free market. And so again, because we've had our vendor, who is a single vendor in this business community, and a consultant who does work around the world, not just locally, we wanted to make sure that the information that we were collecting remained confidential.
Okay, I'm going to leave that because I've spent a lot of minutes on it. Thank you for that explanation. I would like to learn more about DPW's processes around 311 requests that have been submitted or closed incorrectly. So the pre-hearing responses state that DPW has been working with the city administrator's 311 working group to improve how the agency communicates errors to submitters, including closing out requests with detailed comments. Is this a practice that's currently in place, and does it apply across the board for all 311 requests? Presumably 311 requests with DPW. I know you can't speak to other agencies.
We know that we are having problems with 311. So what we are doing now is we create a task force in order to see what is the core problem. One of the core problems that we have identified is that we actually close out 311 requests too soon. And when we close out 311 requests too soon, we fail to put the correct comments in place. We just say it's closed. We don't give additional comments. So what we're working on, Chairman Nadeau, is that we're trying to create another pull down menu to give more information, not only for the person that might have the second, third order effect on a particular 311 request, but also to let the district residency know the actual status of where we are with that request. So that is something that hopefully that committee is the internal committee with DPW is definitely working on. And number two, we're working much better with OUC as part of their working group too, so that it's this collaborative effort. But we know that we have made some mistakes by not having a pull down menu and perhaps on several occasions closing out way too quickly without taking a look at the second, third order effect that might require additional service.
And can I volunteer some constituent services staff to join your task force?
Hey, I want to be transparent. I want to be able to talk to you, right? We got to get along. Come on.
Yeah, all right, good. I know the Ward 5 council members want some representation on that task force, and I'll submit mine as well. So yeah, definitely. I think actually, in all seriousness, having some Ward council member reps on the task force would be smart, since we're doing a lot of that face to face with the constituents. And I can tell you my inbox is full of all kinds of, why is this closed out messages? So can you tell me more about the no wrong door methodology for ensuring erroneous requests are directed to the correct part of the agency?
No wrong door is just an issue. Let me get to Charles. Danny, could you elaborate on that? No wrong door.
Sure. So the no wrong door approach is an interagency collaboration with the no wrong working group that allows us to identify common service requests that are closed by agencies where we do not redirect, or we're trying not to redirect residents and customers to another agency. We want them to have a single interface with the district, so that, for instance, DDOT is not pointing a resident back to DPW, and DPW is not pointing a resident back to DDOT or DGS. The no wrong door approach is a comprehensive enterprise methodology that allows the resident, again, to have one single touch with the government, and we're able to resolve it, whether that's on the backside, behind the curtains, that we're taking care of making sure that resident receives the service, but they don't have to go back into a new 311 service request because they got the wrong agency. So we're just trying to improve how we do business, and we're doing that in collaboration with the CAs doing what we're working with.
Thank you for that. Okay, so we've been joined by at-large Councilmember Robert White. Councilmember Parker is going to go. He's going to do part of another round, and then we'll recognize Councilmember White for an opening statement if he wishes, in a 10-minute round.
Director, can you beat the goals of that task force once again? But the goals and the timeline of the task force.
Oh, that's better. Your audio is a little messed up, but you're asking about the task force. The goals.
Is he talking about the 311 task force? Sir, is that what you're making reference to? Okay. The 311 task force, my goal is that we're beginning to identify some of the systemic problems A major one of the systemic problems is at the customer service desk. Do we understand what goes where? That's number one. So we identifying there's a person that's totally responsible for that to ensure it. One is to identify the problem, then to identify the solution, and three, to involve technology to have the pull down menu in order to do that. To give you a time frame, sir, I'm hopefully have this implemented before we go by FY24 at the latest possible time, but there will be some other initiatives that could be potentially short wins for us. Increased by the fact that members of your various committees would like to be part of that too. So we can begin to measure that incrementally, taking into your concerns as well as ours, and identifying the restrictions in which we're under. So I would say by FY24, we should be in full implementation.
Nice. Testing. Can you all hear me? Or do I sound distorted? Testing, distorted.
It's a little distorted. It kind of comes in and out. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not. Try now.
Okay. Director, no, I appreciate hearing about the goals around the task force and look forward to working with you. I would just reiterate it's still messed up. So what I do is run down to my colleague's office to try to use another computer in the meantime. But thank you for this time, Director. I'll come back, Chairwoman Nadeau. I'm going to try and change computers.
I feel like the person who had the office before you maybe left you a lemon of a computer.
I think so. I wonder.
He's got my old office, an old computer. Okay, I'm going to call on our at-large council member, Robert White. If you wish, feel free to do an opening statement, and then we'll start your clock at 10.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Nadeau. You can go ahead and start the clock. I just have questions about two issues directed to you and your team. Thank you for being with us. The first is a concern that I've heard about parking enforcement managers. Someone raised a concern with me that it's been a lot of years since they have received a raise, and obviously within inflation, we are all feeling that acutely. Do you know, Director, how long it's been since the parking enforcement managers have received a raise?
No, sir, I do not know the answer to that question. Other than the cost of living last year, that's the only one that I know of, sir.
Could you give to the committee a breakdown of any raises over the past 10 years for parking enforcement managers?
Yes, sir, I can.
And also the average salary for that position?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it. The other issue I wanted to just get some more information on, it comes up every once in a while, and I never feel like I have a good handle on what's happening, and that is the food waste program. You all have the Office of Waste Diversion, which has a goal of diverting 80% of food waste away from landfills and incineration by 2032. How is that program going?
Let me tell you how we are doing thus far, and then I will turn it over to Blake Adams, who is the OWD expert. There were three major things that was, let me just talk about some of the wins in which we're having with OWD. One of the major wins is just that we're able to announce the 6 vacancies that we have as well in OWD, which has been a long-standing thing. So we're able to bring those additional people on. Number 2, one of the things, there were 3 other things. The printing and mailing has been awarded to a CBE, which is very good for us. That's moving the composting plan along the way. Number 2 has been the compost material has been awarded to to a CBE company as well. The only thing that we're waiting on now is the collective and hauling process for for that. So we are moving along that in a strategic way in order to achieve that. So those were the high level things in which we have historically been hammered by that we're not making progress. I'm here to tell you that we are making progress in a very rapid way. The thing, because once we get the solicitation out within the next 2 weeks for the collection and hauling and processing, then it would have to go to council for actual approval. So with that being said, for more intricate details, I'll turn over to Blake Adams.
Thank you. And Mr. Adams, when as you give more details, can you also let us know how long the Office of Waste Diversion has been in existence?
Absolutely. Good afternoon.
I can't hear you, Blake. I think you got muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Apologies for that. So the Office of Waste Diversion was established by law in the Sustainable Solid Waste Management Amendment Act of 2014. Our office was formally created in 2015. And so we're entering our 8th year of existence. The food waste drop-off program, which I think you're interested in hearing more about, launched in 2017. And since 2017, we have increased participation. We've increased participation by 965%. We've also increased the amount of food waste collected by 794%. So this program has grown leaps and bounds since it was established in 2017. Now, where we are today is we're expanding that program to 2 additional sites. We're selecting those sites right now, but we're also going to be expanding the acceptable materials for that program to include things like meat and dairy. These 2 efforts side by side are going to further allow for more growth in that program. And so this is obviously one of the programs that we hear a lot about from the community, people are passionate about, and they keep asking what's next. I will say just lastly, there is a ceiling for that program, and we need to do more to recover food waste from the commercial sector and from multifamily residential. And so we're putting pieces in place to recover significantly more food waste across the city from those sectors.
Okay, I appreciate that. The growth, congratulations on the growth. I don't know what that means though. Like you could have collected like one thing a few years ago and then 7 things now. That'd be, 700% growth. How can we, can you give me a better idea of how things are moving?
That's a fair point. Sure. So in fiscal year 22, the program interacted with 128,000 participants. That's a significant portion of the district's population. The amount of food waste that was collected in fiscal year 22 was 888,761 pounds. It's a large amount of food waste. And so from inception to where we are now, we've grown leaps and bounds. And in our pre-hearing responses, that data and information is tabulated for the
okay. I appreciate. I'll check the pre-hearing responses out as well. And lastly, the 6 vacancies. Those are the positions are out, and those will be filled as soon as you find the right candidates. Or are there additional steps before those vacancies can be filled?
The job advertisements for those 6 vacancies is going to be submitted very soon. So it's on the final cusp of processing before we can advertise that to the public.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Adams. Director, thank you as well. And Chairperson Nadeau, thanks so much for letting me ask a round of questions.
Oh yeah, glad you could join us. Thank you, Council Member. All right, so you talked with Council Member Louis George a bit about leaves and leaf blowers. I loved the elephant in the room comment. You really read the room there, my friend. Listen, I still got some to bag. So in any case, do we need to talk more about equipment that you need, or do you feel like you gave it all to us?
I don't think I need to talk about the equipment, because what we're doing now is we're looking at, do we have the best electric blower that we can possibly get?
Yeah.
So we're doing a market analysis on that. We know we're not going to go back to gas. So let's see what's out there the market has to offer for electrical blowers. 1 and 2, do we have the most efficient chargers out there that are available to support the type of electric blower in which we're trying to implement and to purchase?
Great. And just back to the communication around this, I think that's kind of interesting to the public.
Okay.
You know, maybe it's just me, but you know, I try to, when I can, when I have all the information, I try to explain to constituents why something is happening the way it is. Not everybody cares, but a lot of people appreciate, oh, that makes sense. Like, I was passionate about eliminating gas blowers, and I emailed you about that, and then you did it, and now I see there's an impact on the service. Let me, you know, pay attention to this and make sure that I'm not being overly harsh towards the workers that are trying to get this done with different equipment. So I don't know. I think it's a story to tell. Okay. So let's see. One of the things that, another thing DPW noted in responses to our questions had to do with the requirements for serving a notice of violation for a violation of the Litter Control Administrative Act. For the public watching at home, the DC Code and district regulations require DPW to serve notice by certified mail if the offending party cannot be served in person, or if the notice of violation cannot be conspicuously posted at the premises, and then to wait for a return receipt with the signature of the party before filing a case against the party with the Office of Administrative Hearings. District regulations also allow cited parties to begin a case with the Office of Administrative Hearings by filing a request for a hearing, even if DPW has not yet filed a case against them, which can lead to OAH dismissing cases, which hurts DPW's ability to stop illegal behavior. I understand that DPW anticipates preparing legislation to fix the situation. I'm interested in working with you all on this, but I do have some questions. How often do these OAH case dismissals occur as a result of the cited party requesting a hearing?
Good afternoon, Councilmember. It's hard to state because the number of hearings that we have every month varies depending upon the caseload at OAH. OAH has about a 13,000 case backlog of our cases, and we're continuing to file cases every day. I can research our records to determine if it's based upon, the dismissal is based upon not having the green card and the person actually being present, because the respondent can still request dismissal because we don't have the green card. And OAH understands the regulations to comply with that request if we've not provided the green card. I don't know if that is actually recorded in the dismissal notices that we've received, but I can look into it and get back with it.
Well, and certainly, I mean, as legislation is being crafted, that should be something important.
We've already drafted it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So then as we're considering it.
Correct. We're taking the requirement for first class, certified mail service out, and we're proposing first class mail service.
I see. Okay. Do you have the numbers of how many cited parties are served notice by mail and how many of those send a signed return receipt?
We're not receiving any green cards back. So everything that we send out is sent via certified mail. We are not receiving any green cards back from the Postal Service. Hence our desire to change the law.
Yeah. Okay, well, how many are served by certified mail?
All of our tickets are served by certified mail.
So you
I
don't
can-
usually take advantage of the posting on site?
We start with the certified mail. Often the offending parties do not reside where the sanitation violation is.
Mm-hmm.
And when we post, sometimes the property owner still is not notified because a tenant may take it down and there still is no knowledge to the actual property owner. That's why we try to do it via mail first.
Got you. Got you. So then when do you use in-person or posted notices?
When we don't get anything back.
So you're
When we
waiting
know-
anyway. Oh, so
Yes.
you're like, when you don't get a green card after a certain amount of time, that's when you're doing a posted
We
notice or
can
trying to
search
serve.
electronically, but
Yeah.
it's not the paper green card. So we can look into the USPS system and see that ticket has or has not been delivered. We never get the green card, but the US Postal Service is saying we did serve this ticket or the mail upon this property owner. When
Okay.
we don't get the confirmation that it's been delivered, then we go and do conspicuous posting.
Do you think using first class mail is going to solve this issue of the preemptive OAH filings?
Well, with first class mail, after 5 days, it's being served unless it is returned to us. So if it never comes back to us, the law states that it's been served. And in most cases, the preemptive filing means they receive their ticket in the mail. So they are responding and starting the ticket before we have submitted our supporting documentation to OAH.
Okay, so it's
service is not an issue.
It's really more about the timeline for submitting your supporting documentation.
Correct.
The issue about
And
the-
then with the 5 days service, then we don't have to wait for the green card. After 5 days of mailing, then we can serve our
Just go
entire
ahead.
package to OAH. Correct.
I got it. So that changes the workflow so that you're
It does.
you're
It
ready
speeds
when
up the
OAH.
workflow.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I got it now. Thank you. We heard testimony from Kevin Pogue about low employee morale at DPW, in part due to fears for safety as well as poorly maintained facilities. I am encouraged, Director Spriggs, that you're committed to improving employee safety and morale at the agency. I was hoping you could talk more about what you think can be done. We also learned from Kevin's testimony that DPW has only 2 safety individuals. Can you tell us more about what the safety employees do and whether more of those might be helpful?
Yes, a year and a half ago, I brought on another safety officer because I realized that there's no way that one safety personnel can do roughly 1,400 employees for a 24-hour operation. So that was number one. Number two, what they actually do is, one, they actually teach classes, and actually and to see what violations and stuff that have taken place, and also follow trends that are happening. And based on the trends that they are following, that will enhance training in which we really need to do in order to reinforce certain things. The bottom line is we do not have enough safety personnel, and I'm looking at bringing on additional safety personnel to actually sustain the amount of hours in which we actually do operation. So those are some of the things, and one of the biggest things is that we just need to focus on is drivers training, driver safety. A lot of them is not so much a safety officer, but it's more so drivers training, awareness, recurring training, refresher training to make sure that we're doing some of the right things. But I have looked into bringing on additional safety officer to actually support our operations. You brought up something about the safety of our personnel as well.
Yeah, and morale in general. I know you're working on those things.
Well, let me talk to you about, as Kevin stated, him and I met yesterday. And when we met yesterday, that was one of his major concerns. And what we did do, instead of having unarmed personnel at our facilities, we started to put armed personnel at our facilities. And in some places, one in particular, we take a look at the Bryan Street one. When we were out there visiting Bryan Street one, you saw an armed guard, but I don't know if you saw a roving guard as well to actually support that. So those are the things that we're actually talking about as far as safety and security. But that was not only at one of our facilities. We did an enhancement and we received funding to support armed security at over almost at all of our superiors, because that was a concern. It was a safety concern of ours. And as for the facility upgrades, we did an enhancement for a capital project to take a look at our facilities. The most interesting thing about all this is just like people talk about what they did during COVID. Well, I'm here to tell you, DPW was out there every day while most people were home for COVID, not taking any way against any other agencies, but our facilities are probably the older within the whole portfolio of DGS, and we finally got a new lease property that you saw yourself, ma'am, a couple of weeks ago.
What do you think your workforce is most worried about when it comes to safety on the job?
I would say it really is a combination of things. One is that the location in which our place is in is the crime is high in that particular area, which creates a problem for them. And I would say that will be the actual number one thing that I am most concerned about, because it is a high crime area for that, so they are concerned about their safety.
What about when they're out working? Do parking enforcement officers, for example, feel like their interactions with the public are making them unsafe? I mean, I don't want to invent problems. I'm just asking.
Yes. I'm not going to gloss over that problem. It is a problem. It is a problem that they have mentioned several times. A couple of initiatives. One is we talked about looking into going 2 people at a time. That's one course of action. The other one, back in July, we looked at Vehicles for Hire, did a program to whereas they had up the body cameras. So we began to take a look at that. Is that a possibility of something that we can do? And there, as far as the body cam, that right there is a pro and con for us, and as well as for us as well as the constituent. So, but those are the 2 initiatives that we have begun those 2 initiatives in which we actually looked into.
Now, I know when we established the body worn camera program for the police, there was a lot of, you don't just throw cameras on somebody and call it a day, right? There's a lot of, I see your general counsel is nodding her head, because what I'm about to say is there's a lot you have to consider in terms of who has access to the footage, when is it utilized, when is it made public, all of that. So if you did go towards a body worn camera program, I mean, it's not just about equipment. I assume you'd have to stand up a whole office for that.
Yes, we have to stand up, one, with the integrity of the film. 2, the union issues could be a concern. And even when we we were trying to model how Vehicles for Hire did it with their test bed. Who actually that they actually test with was a major problem, and go through some of the issues and some of the angst in which they had when they began to even consideration of implementing this process and policy. So we have been in discussions with them as well.
I'm interested in it, so I figured we might as well talk more about the details while we're here, right? I mean, and be realistic about it with the public, because I do think those programs can be very successful. And as you said, there's a benefit both to your staff and to the public, and it also could be helpful at OAH and, wherever else adjudication is happening. Okay. Thanks for that. I'd love to talk about solid waste management. As everybody knows, for the past month and a half that I've had this committee, I've pretty much talked about it all the time, which is a big change because people are used to me just talking about homelessness all the time. So here we go. The amount of trash collected by DPW was over 10,000 tons less during FY 2022 than the amount collected in FY 2021. Tons of trash collected dropped from 96,109 in 21 to 85,674 in FY 22. While the amount of document shredding collected was also considerably less during FY 22 than during 21. To what do you attribute the decreases?
21, we were going through the COVID, so that was the increase.
There was a decrease though.
In 21?
From 21 to 22, there were decreases. That's why I'm asking, because it seems strange. Blake could tell us that it's because solid waste diversion is doing so great.
No, I'm going to tell you because we were returning to work.
Yeah. So because that trash is being collected in office buildings instead of residential properties.
Yes.
And this doesn't track the private haulers.
No, ma'am.
All right. Okay. Shift from public to private. Okay. That's interesting. And also makes me think I want to talk more about the big picture, but not today because I don't have those questions prepared in the way I'd like them to be. But, you know, it begs the question how we're tracking private waste, right? But do you have a ready answer on how we track the private waste then?
No, ma'am, I don't have an answer for you today.
Okay, that's something for us to work on. I'm happy to hear that DPW has been proactive in its efforts to educate solid waste collectors about the agency's registration and reporting program. I'm a little concerned at DPW statement that these education and outreach efforts have precluded the need for issuing warnings or violations. While registration and reporting numbers have increased since the program went into effect, there were still 26 solid waste collectors who failed to meet their reporting requirements in FY 22. Does it not make sense to at least issue a warning to these collectors if not a violation?
Yes.
Okay. So that's something you'll look at?
Yes, ma'am, I will.
Great. The district's current contract to process recycling ended in April 2022, but has not yet been rebid. Your pre-hearing responses state you've extended that contract again while you complete the evaluation for the new solicitation. This was the same response the agency gave last year after extending the contract that had expired in September of 2020. So what is the reason for this great delay? Why is it taking so long to complete the solicitation evaluation?
I don't have the exact answer for you, ma'am.
Okay.
Why it's taking us as long as it is taking us. But the main thing that I can honestly assure you that my predecessors beforehand was trying to focus on would be no lapse of service, so that we're able to do the service in which we're required to do. But I'll find an answer out for you on that particular question.
Okay. Do you expect the cost for processing recycling will go down under the new contract?
The answer is, I don't really know. I don't really know if it will or if it won't.
Okay, well then let's just let's follow up on this contract in particular.
Yes.
And get in. I'd love just any information you can share on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'd like to talk about the district's settlement agreements with Waste Management and Republic. Under the original agreements, which had been in place for about 20 years, these two companies transferred waste and recycling at our transfer stations for about $10 a ton. This came at significant cost to the district. According to DPW's calculations, the cost of the district to transfer waste and recycling is $23.26 per ton. So the agreements resulted in a net loss of over $1 million to the district. DPW has since negotiated new agreements with the company, which will now pay $15 per ton to transfer waste and recycling at the Fort Totten transfer station. Have the parties begun paying this amount already? And if not, when will they begin?
The agreements were effective January 1st. They've begun paying $15 per ton.
Great, thank you. And how much is the district likely to save in dollars with these new amounts compared to the net loss we previously experienced?
Councilmember Nadeau, I would have to take a look at that data and draw that data and get back with you at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Patrick, also, when you do that, I'd like to know how much the district will still be losing by not requiring the companies to cover the full cost of transferring waste and recycling.
Okay, I'll provide that.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, now, colleagues talked to you a lot about the litter can removal. I've also talked to you about it in person. I think all I'll say here is this is of great importance to all the ward council members, and you heard also from the Adams Morgan bid this morning the same. So we definitely want to work with you on replacing these cans. And by the way, I mean, I think everyone wants them replaced urgently, but I'd be interested, I know rather than just talking about getting the cans back, are there any new technologies you all are thinking about as we're adding or replacing cans throughout the city?
I have asked my people to begin to take a look at benchmarking other jurisdictions to see what they're doing and some of the best practices. Yes, ma'am, I have.
Great. We heard that we might end up with some smart cans, which perhaps could communicate when they were full and needed emptying. I know we've had lots of different proposals by the public over the years, so there's definitely a lot to choose from out there. Although I'll say in Ward 1, you don't need a smart can to tell you when it needs to be emptying. The answer is empty. The answer is always now. So I see I've been joined by my Ward 2 colleague. I will recognize her for an opening statement and then a 10-minute round of questions.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I was just picturing that new tagline on the front of all of our cans. I like that. Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much, Chairwoman Nadeau, for holding this performance oversight hearing today in the Department of Public Works. And I want to congratulate you, Director Spriggs, on your recent appointment. And I'm really optimistic and hopeful that your prior experience within the agency and your previous experience with other government agencies and programs will really position you well in making some of the much needed improvements at DPW. And I also want to thank and acknowledge our very hardworking employees at the DPW agency for all of your hard work. DPW still faces many hurdles in providing consistent, streamlined services to residents, from leaf collection to consistent residential trash and recycling pickup and graffiti removal. And many of these services that DPW provides are also really crucial to public safety, health, and overall quality of life for DC residents. So residents rightfully expect a lot from DPW. And I hope that this hearing can illuminate issue areas and lead us towards more solutions for effective change and positive outcomes that we need to see at the agency. I think, as evidenced by a large participation from other colleagues, these issues are some of the most that we hear every day from residents with concerns and ideas for improved service. So I want to start, Director Spriggs, the conversation about Rubicon. This is a technology that I spoke with your predecessor about a number of times last year, in more effectively tracking pickups, when pickups may be missed, when there may be a difference of opinion about pickups that were missed. And the last I left it was that the Rubicon technology was hopefully going to be expanded to other pickup trucks. What is the status of that technology and the expansion?
The expansion has not taken place as of yet. The expansion is still with collections. The expansion is with collection on the 30 vehicles. But what we are looking at is because now Rubicon, as we began to find out more about Rubicon, we're able to do, when we first started Rubicon, Councilwoman Pinto, they could only use an iPhone. Now we're, to actually take pictures and do what they need to do, smartphones, now they're able to use an Apple as well as an Android, which will help lower the cost when he talks about cost and efficiency. But we still haven't gotten to where what we plan to do is do more with the Rubicon still within our collections there. And what we plan to do is do an enhancement for FY25 at a cost of $1.5 million projected cost for that. So, and we do know the extreme capabilities of that because it could work for you and your constituents as well as for us because as you well know, we constantly hear, we didn't do this, we didn't do that. And if we get more involved with the Rubicon technology, will they, with one click or two clicks, it says, no, we did. Your trash can was not out there. We did pick it up and said things like that. We do see the utility in it, but we have not moved past the initial phase of that. So, but we do plan to move, and it was an enhancement for us in preparation for FY25 to seek that improvement.
Why not FY24?
FY24, because our budget, because we do not have, I am not, what is that, Perry? Okay. Yep.
Councilmember Pinto, the reason we didn't apply for an enhancement in 2024 is we have funding to continue the pilot, and we wanted to gain and gather as much data to make an argument for the expansion of the project. I don't think that we had enough data to intelligently request the funding to enhance our argument.
Well, how has the data informed your approach this year, in this past year when it was implemented to the trucks? What has it told you?
It tells it thus far to me. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, great. What Rubicon is telling me, there's a couple of things. Is one, that we are missing some of the trash cans. Number two, and it's also saying that some of the trash cans are not out there. And the Rubicon's also able to tell us when we're going at a increased speed and things like that. So some of the things which we're finding are quite relevant to day for our operation.
Okay, well, I'm mindful of time, but I definitely want to follow up with you all about this. And certainly something that I was hoping and still hoping we can see expanded this coming year. In terms of staffing, one of the concerns that, or responses, I should say, that we hear often is, look, we're having a hard time staffing, and sometimes that may contribute to missed pickups or other delays. So what's the current status of how many vacancies you have, efforts to fill those vacancies? And if you are thinking about a change in protocol, like with the fire department, for example, I was just having an oversight hearing with fire and EMS. And because they have to have a certain amount of staff in the firehouse on each ambulance ride, they ask people to come in higher than what they actually need, with the expectation that some people may have to call out sick, some people may have other issues. Are are you all considering a similar type of analysis to make sure that when there are staffing challenges, that there are still enough people every day showing up to work?
Councilwoman Pinto, I am happy to tell you some of the initiatives that since I've been here, this is my 40th day, which we've done along with the collaboration of our HR personnel, our OCFO. We had a total of 302 vacancies. Out of 300 total vacancies, we have announced and have posted 111 jobs, and we have 164 jobs in vacancy savings. So this is the most that DPW has put out there for vacancies posting in a very long time. Because I did it, that was one of my first things. One of my initiatives is one, where are all the people? Where are they lined up? Where is there a gap? So that was one of the first things in which we did since I've been.
Okay, that's great in terms of getting those posted. And then what about the second piece of accounting for the reality of, and I don't know what that reality is, if you have those numbers on staffing shortages or if there are, people not showing up to shifts, how that's accounted for.
We realize that there has been people that have not shown up for shift, in particular, perhaps in the area of collections, that has created a problem. And when we do that, in order to make sure that collection is our priority, we have to rob Peter to pay Paul. So that's why it's even very crucial that we have to do an aggressive thing in order to fill this gap in which we have within our DPW portfolio.
Okay, but it's not necessarily a staffing ratio of like, you'll invite more people in for a shift.
Currently, we have approximately a 28% daily vacancy rate with the collections division, which is a division where we have the most absentees on a daily basis. It calls for miscollections and things of that nature.
Okay, but again, I'm trying to understand, knowing that there's a 28% vacancy and knowing that some people might not show up to a shift, is there a next step that you all are considering in asking more people that are needed to show up to a shift to account for the very real needs that the pickup and the collections have every day?
I think the biggest thing is, as the director stated, we're making a push to higher vacancy, which will reduce a lot of the absentees or reduce the amount of or needs of people on a daily basis. Another initiative that we're thinking about rolling out is the fact that we're rolling out 5 floating crews or temp crews that will assist on a daily basis to ensure that collections are not missed.
Okay, that sounds promising. When is that going to be rolled out?
Within the next month, it should be rolled out.
And those are going to be 5 people total for collection?
5 crews, which are 15 temps, which are 10 sanitation workers and 5 motor vehicle operators.
Okay, I'm sorry, you cut up a little bit.
They equate to 15 total employees, 10 sanitation workers, and 5 motor vehicle operators. A crew consists of 3 employees, 1 motor vehicle operator, 2 sanitation workers. So that will those 15 people will make up 5 different crews.
We'll make up 5 different, sorry?
5 crews.
5 crews, okay. And those will be people who are dispatched every day?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. All right, graffiti removal. My office heard that the graffiti removal team is detailed to leaf collection, and therefore that nobody will be doing any graffiti removal for months. Is that accurate? Are graffiti removal employees being detailed to other programs? Is that a standard procedure or just a staffing issue? And is it possible to create a permanent graffiti removal position?
There is a standard graffiti team, and that is their sole purpose in life. We did not close down graffiti just to do leaf collections. That's not an accurate statement. We still do graffiti.
Okay.
When the weather permits, we do graffiti. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that because we've kind of heard that consistently from folks. So we'll make sure the record is clear on that. And I've also been told by many constituents that there's not an option to email or mail a graffiti removal waiver to DPW. Currently, the only option they tell me is to fax, which most residents no longer have a fax machine. There's also not an option to hand the form back to DPW employees when they drop off the form. Is there a reason that faxing is the only option? And are you exploring other user-friendly ways to submit this form?
I will definitely look into that because I agree with you. I don't know who does. Not many people do fax at this time. I will. That's one I owe because I have not heard that. And no, ma'am. When I say no, I have no means that I find that hard to believe. And number two is just that I will look into it.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes.
I've heard some concerns that street sweepers that the city has are designed for highways and not city streets. And that instead of sweeping the debris, sometimes the trucks kind of push it to a different location. Can you confirm if that is accurate and what we can do about cleaning up street debris?
Are you talking about on what quarter? Because it depends on what quarter making reference to equals the type of sweeper that we use. Are you talking about the major highways, or is that what you're making reference to?
The concern is that for more residential streets, sometimes the sweepers being used are the ones that were designed for highways.
No, I can't. I'll look into that, but I find that hard to believe because there's different types of sweepers, depends on where you are with locations. Very rarely would I use a big Pelican sweeper on some of these major streets, but I will use the big Pelican sweeper because its capability on the major routes such as 295, 695s alike. But there are other vehicles to use like the whirlwinds to do the various streets on a basis. So no, ma'am, I will look into that, but we do use the Pelican, but mainly because it can absorb much more and it's on a conveyor belt. So therefore, depends on the road network will be the type of sweeper that we will use to support street cleaning.
Got it. Okay. Well, thank you so much. Thank you for everything to you and your team. And thank you, Chairwoman Nadeau.
Thank you very much. All right, Director. Just one question about sweep, because you already talked to my colleagues about this a bit. Do sweep inspectors have the authority they need to compel compliance?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, they do.
Okay. You talked a bit about residential litter cans with my colleagues. Can someone tell me how many requests were fulfilled in FY22 for repairs to residential litter cans?
You got it? You got it? Councilwoman Nadeau, I had to get back to you on that particular one.
Okay, we're going to be here a little longer, so.
You say that again?
We're going to be here a little longer, so if the info comes to you, feel free to shout it out. Are you still continuing the practice of allowing non-standard cans for residential pickup?
No. No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Let's talk about the transfer stations. Thank you for taking me over to see them last week. We've heard concerns from advocates that DPW is not adequately managing stormwater at its transfer stations. The agency has previously stated to just come into compliance with EPA requirements, yet publicly available information indicates that DPW continues to fall short on stormwater management. So how is DPW coordinating with DOE on stormwater controls now?
We coordinated it's really is a joint venture. Stormwater is a joint venture between us, and out of the 35 SPPP stormwater initiative, DPW has a total of 17. Out of that total of 17, we are the highest. And to be honest with you, we have a 90% approval rate of stormwater, stormwater compliance that DOE makes us brief out, and they provide us a scorecard every quarter. And out of that, right now, we're at a 96% average for all stormwater compliance in conjunction with DOE.
And do you have regular high-level check-ins with DOE on stormwater control?
This right here is a joint venture between us and DOE. They actually provide us guidance and resources to ensure that we are in compliance.
Got it. So the Benning Road transfer station is being modernized. And I'm glad to see preliminary efforts are underway, but I'm a little concerned about the timeline. DPW had previously stated the work would be complete in FY24, but your pre-hearing responses indicated that construction is now expected to be complete in December of 2026. What's the reason for the delay?
I don't know if it was 2020. I don't know who put 2024, but I know it's 2026.
Okay.
But to show you some of the things in which we're doing as of quite recently, the task order for hazmat inspection has already been awarded out to a CBE, which will take place. Based on that assessment, they will do an abatement and remediation solicitation if that needs to be done. And if it's at a minimum, we could actually begin construction and then demolishing. So I will hasten to say that we're right where we need to be, depends on who you ask. But if you're asking me, 26, based on the aggressive timeline, I'm right where I think we need to be. But I'm open to hear what other people are saying, and maybe we can make them part of a unity of effort, to get more engaged in the community as we just began this process.
Great. And that's the idea that you mentioned about doing doing a charrette, or having the community come together. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
When do you think that'll happen?
Ma'am, I will tell you, once I actually have environmental people, then we could start doing the construction management and the building and what it's supposed to look like. I do not have a date with you, but I will say before March or April, we can begin to have that charrette.
Great.
Yeah.
Chairperson Nadeau, you had asked a question about the settlement agreements, and I told you I would get you that information back later. Well, I have that information for you now. Using the FY22 numbers with the rate going to $15, we will bring in $1.5 million in revenue, and the district will lose approximately $603,000 with this $15 increase, using 22 data, which is the most current year that we have.
Thank you.
But one thing that I think that needs to be taken into account is that they use our transfer stations as strictly logistically. We don't haul out their trash. They use our trash for logistics. They drop it off and they take out the same amounts. So the costs that I'm citing to you is based on an analysis that I did, but that analysis is short-sighted because it just looks at the cost and uses the weighted average. So the actual loss may not be really $603,000 because they take out the same amount of trash that they bring in.
Okay.
And when I compiled this analysis, I used a weighted average of the amount of trash they brought into our transfer station, but we don't haul it for them. We push it around and they take out the same amount that they take in.
Got it. Okay. Very helpful. Thank you for explaining that. In the pre-hearing responses, you note that one of the reasons for the delay in issuing the required annual solid waste diversion progress reports is limited access to the information necessary for completing this document. Can you explain that? Why is access to the information limited, and what can be done to better enable that?
Chairperson Nadeau, I'm happy to answer that question.
Thanks,
So
Blake.
we are on the cusp of releasing calendar year 19 to 22. So again, not fiscal year. We report out on a calendar year basis to reflect the information that we get from the solid waste community on a calendar basis. That report for the last 4 calendar years worth of data will be released early summer of this calendar year.
Okay.
There were definitely some disruptions during the pandemic to collect and specifically to enforce on the solid waste collector community to ensure that we could get that data. And so the last few years have been quite difficult on that front, but we're making good grounds on that, and we'll be releasing that report very soon.
Thank you. The pre-hearing responses also noted that the agency's home composting program was temporarily put on hold in August 2022 and will restart upon the full execution and award of a new city contract. When do you expect that will be, and have you issued the RFP?
We have not issued the RFP just yet, but we will be doing that shortly.
Any
that
idea?
Contract expired at the end of fiscal year 21. Sorry, end of year fiscal year 22, and we're about to rebid it.
So is that like next week, next month, next quarter? Same thing.
I would say it's probably this quarter that it will be resolicited.
Okay. I want to turn to the curbside composting pilot. I know a lot of people, myself included, are excited about. DPW previously anticipated the launch of the pilot program to be in spring 2023, but now expects the launch to be pushed to summer due to certain procurement issues. Can you expand on what the procurement issues are?
We have several procurements that we've been soliciting and are in the process of awarding. But the process has been slower than we would wish. But we have a good plan in place for attack to launch that program as soon as we possibly can. So that launch date will likely shift slightly, but we have all the funding and resources to be able to put on a really great program this summer. And we'll be communicating those plans again in due time to allow the community, the public as a whole, to understand when they can sign up and opt in. And we also have, I should state, we have put in a funding request for FY24 to ensure that this pilot can carry over into the next fiscal year.
Great. Okay, let's talk about the fleet for a minute. What are DPW's plans to purchase or lease electric vehicles prior to the January 1st, 2026 100% zero emissions requirement from the Climate Commitment Act of 2022?
We've already took a look at our portfolio and began ordering electric equipment. We've also we already had electric vehicles as it pertains to we've ordered our heavy trucks. We're consistently ordering the hybrid, not the hybrid vehicle, the actual electric vehicles. Everybody's pushing for hiring more and more electric vehicles, but Chairman Nadeau, what I'd like to bring to your attention is all that's fine and well and good, and that's something that we're going to continue to march on. We are ordering that. I'd be more than glad to show you the amount of stuff in which we're planning, or time phase line in which we plan to do that. But there's a couple other things that I would like to bring up that goes in size with that. As we bring in the vehicles and electrification, we need to have the qualified personnel in order to work on the vehicles. That's number one. That's number two. Number three, we have to take a look at the facilities in which we have to go into this electrification period. Although DPW is the lead component for this, this requires the unity of effort of several other agencies to ensure that we all are working together and moving forward in the same direction. So your short answer to your question, yes, ma'am. We have ordered a substantial amount of vehicles in a phased timeline, but at the same time, we need to ensure that we have the right mechanics, the right facilities, and the space to do electrification. Currently, we have 291 charging stations, but we realize that we need additional charging stations as we begin to go down this road with electrification. We can have all the vehicles we want, but we need the capacity and the resources in order to wish to support the electrification process.
Makes sense. What about the diesel refuse trucks? Are there any plans to convert those to biodiesel?
There is. Are you talking about the ones that we currently have that is actually biodiesel now, or?
No. I mean, you still have you have diesel trucks still, right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Is there any opportunity to convert them to biodiesel?
I will take a look into that. I have not delved into that yet, as of this point.
Okay. Are you looking at acquiring medium to heavy duty electric waste management vehicles now that they make those?
We are, but we have to take a look at the longevity of the battery life of those vehicles. That right there is a concern of mine. Will they be able to complete a route for us, or will that be another charging thing in which we might take into consideration? So that's where I am with that.
Got it. Okay. Moving on to parking management, which I think is my last section, but it's a long one. All right, I think I have, how many more questions for you? Let me count them. I've got 14 more questions.
Oh, you really like me today, don't you?
You know what? But you've already answered 20, so did it feel like 20? I don't know. Okay. So, okay, sorry. Here's a funny one. My staff has informed me that there is an illegally parked minivan outside the Wilson building that has received 2 parking tickets over the course of the hearing. So this is a good sign.
Well, that should take all 3 questions, shouldn't it?
Well, that wasn't even a question. That was just a statement they put in there. So does that count as 36?
Okay.
It might be 36. Okay. To follow up on Matthew Fickey's testimony and some questions asked by Councilmember Parker, does DPW issue infractions for license plates that are intentionally covered over or displayed improperly?
Yes, we do.
Public testimony included this statement. I've been told explicitly by DPW in the comment on a 311 request, we cannot issue citations for a dark plate cover. We don't do that here. Is this accurate?
No, ma'am, that's not an accurate statement.
Okay. Any idea how many citations are issued for this per year?
I don't have that, but I'll look it up and hopefully I can have an answer for you before you get it.
But that's well within your enforcement ability. It's not like an
yes, ma'am, it is.
thing. Okay. Great. just to get a little finer point on this, is that for any cover whatsoever, or does it have to be opaque? It's really any obstruction of the plate, right?
If the plate is obstructed.
Yeah. That's what I thought. I will share that I have received a ticket for that in the past because I had one of those bumper covers, so that your car doesn't get scratched. And I didn't even think about it. I just had, slapped it down, and my license plate on that particular car was pretty low on the vehicle. So, that was a while ago, but in any case.
To answer your question, to give you some, your question was, how many have we had to date? In 2022, we had a total of 278 that has been ticketed.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does DPW have a plan for more transparent portals providing information on 311 requests and enforcement?
I think that's something that we could look at as we talked about the 311, lack of a better word, I'm going to use this deep dive between my team and some of the other concerned citizens.
Great. What is the feedback loop between DPW and DDOT when it comes to repairing signs that result in improper ticketing? Does DDOT give you a service level agreement on that?
I don't think there's a service level agreement, but then once we identify a sign, because we work so closely, collaborate together, that when we find out something, we let them know. And if it needs to be enforced, not enforced, but when they need to put up another sign, we have those discussions, and they actually meet on a regular basis to discuss that, especially when they're looking at going to new streets and doing new things.
Can you talk more about the new 10-person rapid response team? When you say they respond to the top 10 safety related requests, does that mean categories of requests or particular locations?
It's based on category requests.
Okay, so which ones would that be?
Hydrant, bike lane, crosswalks, things of this nature.
Great. Are they are they like assigned to a particular ward every day, or how does that work?
They're assigned throughout the district, or then when there's a known hotspot, they might pay closer attention to that.
Okay. Thanks again for the work of your team as part of the nightlife task force. We've seen real improvements in U Street. How many FTEs from each administration and your agency were needed to staff the nightlife task force areas?
I'm gonna have to dig for that for the night force task force, but I do know that we usually have 4 tow trucks, total of 6 tow trucks out there, and at least 4 parking officers out there within those 3 major components: Connecticut Avenue, 8th Street, and the U Street corridor.
In each location or total?
No, ma'am, throughout total. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then is that commitment of resources something that's sustainable?
I tell you what, we didn't think we could, but we were able to do it. We realized the importance of what it does for the city overall with helping MPD with reducing crime. So we have critically looked at it this year because I think the public safety cluster already had a meeting, and we ponied up to send that, yes, we realize that this is important. Yes, we realize, and our commitment is there to support that with the resources. Because we're getting ready to come into our high season, special events season. We'll really start the next month and a half, and the resources that it takes to do that. So we will be able to sustain that going forward.
And what are the standard hours for parking enforcement?
We did 24/7 for parking enforcement. You want to know the exact shifts? Is that,
No, I mean, I thought, for some reason, I thought there were 3 shifts, but they didn't go around the clock.
we got overnight, we have Rosa, we have. (24/7) now,
Okay.
except on Sundays.
Oh, except on Sundays. Right, because we're not ticketing, we're not enforcing, yeah, okay,
24/6, 6 days a week.
there you go. You talked about the enforcement blitzes and all of the great work being done in wards 7 and 8. Do you know how many abandoned vehicles were towed in 7 and 8 during that blitz?
Take a look. It's inside the testimony, maybe inside the testimony. Give me a
Yeah,
couple
I saw
minutes.
something in the testimony. I wasn't sure
Yeah.
if that was I think that was from your nightlife task force. I know how much trash you picked up then.
Yeah. Yeah, let me get back to you on that, man.
Yeah, I'm just interested in that, and then sort of whether you're keeping track of the number of vehicles reported as abandoned at any one time, sort of what the general distribution is by ward. This is interesting to me.
I can get that for you.
Yeah. Hey, does the removal of abandoned vehicles limit enforcement capacity for other violations?
No.
No, because it's just a tow. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the status of the self-release boot RFP? My understanding is it's been over a year since there was any progress reported on it.
It's not funded?
Not funded, okay.
Yes.
Anyone know what it costs?
No, ma'am, we do not.
All right, I'm sure it's in a fiscal impact statement somewhere. Okay, in your vision, in your testimony on the Vision Zero coordination, what does a hot list mean when you're giving it to parking enforcement staff?
The list in which has been determined that requires increased influence. One, based on the amount of incidents that have occurred in that area, we make sure that our parking officials and everybody get that list so they can focus on those particular zones and areas and infractions.
Okay. Do you have a timeline for transitioning the Blue Plains lot to use for only abandoned and dangerous vehicles?
No, I do not have a timeline on it because based on the numbers in which we are receiving, as you saw when you were out there, we're really out. I think we have 190 spaces out there, and I got 800 spaces over at Blue Plains. So it all depends on the rate in which and the type of vehicles that we get in. Do we even send them down there to Blue Plains? So to say, do I have a timeline or phase line? No, ma'am, I do not.
And Bryan Street's not going to be sufficient to house all the other impoundments because it's so small.
No, ma'am.
Yeah.
No, ma'am, it will not.
Okay. Looking at the, let's pause on that for a second because everybody's very into booting and towing right now. Right? How many council members stopped by here today and how many of them mentioned booting and towing? Oh, look, there's one more. Councilmember Henderson's here. So I'll ask you this and then I will give her opening statement in 10-minute round. So you've got 50 cranes, you got 50 tow trucks, right? About 55 drivers, or is it the other way around?
About right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, maybe it's them who are not 24/7. Maybe that's what I was thinking. They're in 3 shifts.
Yes.
Okay. So you got them out working, they can tow to Bryant, but then what happens when Bryant gets full?
when Brian gets full, then we could take a look at the vehicles that are in there. Then we're gonna have to do is take them out there to actually Blue Plains. And then based on what the TCN number has them at is where the individual will be able to pick up their vehicle.
So have you been limited so far by your lot capacity? Has your enforcement capability been limited yet by your lot capacity?
No, ma'am, not at this time.
Do you worry that it will be at some point?
I believe that in time with the amount of towing and boulders and enforcement in which we are doing, I believe that that is a perceivable reality of ours, yes.
Okay, okay. And remind me, after a vehicle has been on the lot for a certain amount of time, and what do we do?
If the vehicle is on our lot past 28 days, then it is susceptible to be used, that we could actually scrap that particular vehicle. Or we could sell it at an auction once we get the registration, everything from DMV. But historically, lately, we have been able to scrap vehicles at least 2 times a month.
Okay. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Henderson. If she has an opening statement, she can do that before her clock starts.
I don't have an opening statement, Councilmember Nadeau. I'd just like to get to questions if that's cool with you.
It's up to you. It's your time.
Great. Director Spriggs, good afternoon. Ms. Davis, good afternoon. Good to see you. I want to follow up on the conversation you were having with Councilmember Nadeau about the self-release boot RFP. So this is something, well, you've been here. So, you know, when DPW was in T&E, this was something that I was very much interested in. And at no point in the RFP process did anyone say, because it hasn't been funded, we can't move forward. So what happened here? I didn't know that we were in the practice of releasing RFPs for money for projects that are not funded.
We've always been trying to identify funding. You got no, she can hear me through, of course.
Yeah.
We never had any funding allotted for self-release boot. It was something that we were instructed to explore and then find funding.
Okay. So how then can we, well, I guess to the point of what Councilmember Nadeau was saying, if no one is telling us how much it costs, then we can't help contribute to the process. So you have proposals from companies who presumably thought that the district was moving forward, but then there has been no communication in terms of, hey, it's going to take $5 million in order to execute X, Y, or Z. Or is that something that we will get next month in with the budget in March?
Councilmember Henderson, when we put the RFP out there, we had $200,000 earmarked for the RFP, I believe. The amount came back astronomically higher. I would have to get with our contracts and procurement to find out how much it came back higher, but at that point, we realized that we didn't have funding for the initiative. So I guess that's something that we need to convey to council, I guess at our budget hearing, but currently we don't have funding for that initiative, but we did put the RFP out there. We had earmarked $200,000 for the RFP, but it came back extremely higher than that.
Okay, if we could get that information and follow up, and if we just were right, this wasn't like some special thought from council, but it was in pursuing this sort of innovative technology was designed around meeting the needs when we have limited staff who, you know, we had a whole hearing on booting and towing. Y'all know what the process is, right? Like your person got to come, you have to wait for your person to come back after it's been paid and all of these different things. So I would just like to stick up with that. I want to ask a few questions around your sweep program in terms of illegal dumping. And let me just say, your sweep director, or I'm not sure if she's permanent or interim, has been incredibly responsive when my office or have tried to reach out about some of the illegal dumping that we're seeing, particularly in wards 7 and 8. You indicated that you currently have 22 inspectors and that the team issued around 5,039 citations in FY22 and over 2,000 citations so far in FY23. Do we have enough inspectors given the volume that we're seeing across the district right now?
Based on, the short answer would be no.
Okay.
And I tell you why, because after talking with Councilman Patrick and what Councilman Nadeau has suggested, we might need additional sweep inspectors to do the enforcement of what they're finding with some of these buildings and facilities and places as it pertains to garbage cans. In order to do that, we might need more inspectors to enforce that, as well as educate. I think that's a big part of it. We can always talk enforcement, but I think we need the first phase should be education.
Okay. And to what extent are any code or regulation changes necessary? Because I remember at one point, like if we're talking about, let's put aside tires and those larger pieces of illegal dumping, but one of the things that have come up constantly when we have people complain about the trash receptacles at parks being clogged up is that people are taking their household trash out and they're putting it in these bins that are not designed for that. And thus you're seeing some overflow that is happening, but that it requires 2 pieces of evidence or something to that effect in order for us to cite someone for illegal dumping. Is this still a good standard for us? For example, if I open up the trash bag and I see, your bill that clearly has your name on it and your address, why do I need another bill to say, hey, you use your own cans? Anybody?
That was the policy of sweep that they implemented to go to the weight of the evidence found in the bag, that it wasn't just some piece of trash that someone picked up that just happened to be on the street, but in fact that 2 pieces of documentation evidencing your address is in fact your trash that you put into a can illegally. That was the standard that they implemented internally and has worked at OAH in adjudicating matters. What one piece of evidence, it says, well, I don't know how that got there. That's not mine. Maybe it fell out of a trash can and someone picked it up and it ended up in their bag. But when there's more than one piece of evidence, that argument is taken away.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense from a OAH and legal standpoint. I guess to that, and I think Councilmember Lewis George might have brought this up before, right? We have seen an incredible number of these condo owners or things like that who just don't set up solid waste for their tenants, leaving them with no choice, they feel like, but to go to the neighborhood, can or recycling. So who is responsible for citing a landlord when we find out those instances? Is it you all? Is it Department of Buildings?
DPW cites for insufficient trash collection at multifamily units. The inspectors go out and based upon the volume of trash there, they've been trained to work with the property owners and say, you need either a larger can or more frequent collection. And they will issue a ticket. And then they will keep coming back until the property owner corrects the problem.
Are ticket fines such that it would entice someone to resolve the issue?
The tickets increase exponentially each time a ticket is written, starting at $150, ending at $2,000 for the 4th offense.
Okay.
The problem then becomes actually adjudicating the matter through OAH. There is a backlog. So the tickets aren't necessarily adjudicated within the month that they're issued, not even necessarily within the first 6 months of issuance of the ticket.
Okay. All right. So I'm seeing, okay, that's another agency. So OAH backlog. I'd imagine we have to ask OAH how many cases that they have pending that are related to sweep.
Yes, we can provide that information.
Okay.
Councilperson Henderson, I want to clarify something with the self-release food that we just talked about.
Yes, sir.
That solicitation, filling contracts and procurement under review. But the estimated cost for this service would be between $850,000 and $2 million.
Okay. When you said significantly more, I thought you were going to say 7 million or 15 million.
It's more than 200,000, Councilmember.
Yes, it's more than 200,000, but it's not like, and I don't want to like be flippant with zeros here, but you know, over $1 billion budget here. So like, okay, this is something that we can work towards. I want to ask about composting really quickly. Composting pilot was supposed to launch in spring of 23. There was a delay in procurement. It's pushed back to summer. What is the definition of summer? Because summer can go from May to August, and some people may be thinking September. So when should we really expect this?
Well, I believe the official start of summer would be June 21st. So we expect that.
Touche. Okay.
Early summer.
Okay. So are we saying June, Blake? Mr. Adams?
Yes.
More or less, yeah. Yeah. I don't want to, it's a moving target, but I don't want to narrow it down to a specific month. And I think it's important to note that if we have the capability to launch in a certain month, you know, it has to do with timing, getting that operation off the ground, how well is it, you know, how in advance has it been communicated? So there's a number of things that will impact that decision on that specific launch date.
Do you anticipate that it will be a procurement challenge that leads to a further delay?
I would say the reason that we are delayed has to do with the status and the procurement process currently, but we have made great progress in that. That is the reason for the delay. We don't expect that to be a further risk to the program.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, and thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for
Councilmember
joining
Nadeau.
us. Yes, sir.
Councilmember Nadeau, you asked me a question. We had 96 impound vehicles for Ward 7 and Ward 8 blitz.
It's great. Thank you. See, sometimes a long hearing can get you all the answers.
Touche.
Okay, we're on number 30, so. Looking at parking enforcement staffing numbers, it's great that the FTE capacity for booting has increased from 8 to 20. There are still 12 vacancies. Do you expect to be able to hire for the rest of those FTEs this fiscal year?
Yes, we do.
Good. Despite the very clear calls for improvements in parking enforcement, there seems to be a flatlining or even decline in the parking enforcement officer frontline itself. We have 198 positions filled today, where we had 217 in FY20. What's the impediment to filling the vacancies?
Say that again, ma'am.
What's the impediment to filling vacancies for parking enforcement officers?
You have to look at the actual the actual internal process in which we improve the internal process, and then you have to look at how long it takes to actually train an officer. It takes a substantial period of time. I think it takes 12 weeks to actually train an individual. So you have the internal process and then the actual training to become a parking official and to become a tow truck operator.
Do you know if any of the vacancies right now have people in training, or would those not show up as vacancies?
What? Or do you say, do we have them in class currently right now? I think there's one class going on right now, but there's another problem that we have, and is some of them do not actually pass the test as well.
Oh. After 12 weeks?
Right.
That's disappointing. How often does that happen?
It happens on occasions. I don't know their actual rhythm on how often, but it's safe to say that because of the intensity of the class, there's about 1 or 2 per class that actually drop out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Don't make the final step.
Compared to prior years, it seems like a vast majority of vehicles booted were from out of the district in FY 1,100 out of the 1,900 of the vehicles booted in FY 23 so far are from outside the district. Was there any change in deployment or other factors that explain this?
No, there is not, because when you said booted, I'm tracking from outside of the district, outside of Maryland and DC. Maryland and Virginia, I have 223 vehicles booted. But for total, for the actual booting, I have 1,961 vehicles total that have been booted.
I see. Okay.
But I have a very high percentage of vehicles that have been toted. Maryland's 4,559, Virginia is 3,520, and other is 2,656.
Okay. We might have read the chart wrong. That's helpful. Okay, so temporary tags are obviously a hot topic. You said in your pre-hearing responses that DPW enforces only visually expired tags. I presume that means temporary tags that have a date that has clearly expired.
Yes.
Is there an official grace period?
No.
When you say DPW does not have the ability to verify the validity of temporary tags for United States and territories, is that an inability due to resources, legal authority, or both?
It's not in our portfolio. It's something that we are supposed to do currently.
Is that something
DPW
MPD is supposed to do? I'm sorry, you cut out a little.
No, ma'am, you're exactly right. That is what the MPD is supposed to do, because that will require a traffic stop to make sure that the tags and the registration match up. And we do not have the authority to do traffic stop.
Got it. When I was visiting Bryant Street, I was talking to one of the staff there about what happens when a VIN does not match registration. That limits the ticketing authority. Is that right?
Yes.
Or the VIN doesn't
Yes.
match the plates. So what happens then?
Then they have to put the vehicle to the side and go into the system to see if there's a match someplace else using another different type of system to verify that.
Okay. Gosh. All right, we're seriously winding down. I want to circle back to a question that wasn't fully answered in the pre-hearing questions. Are the designs of any bike lanes that DDOT is building out an impediment to using the new bike lane sweepers, whether because they're too narrow or any other reason?
We knew what the bike lanes were going to be, so therefore we have been trying to find the right, to purchase the right sweepers to fit within the bike lanes. But the workaround for that, if we have to do, is do it manually until we can get the right equipment.
Street sweeping, last question. Is it a multi-part? Okay, hold on. Street sweeping, since the pandemic, this is just the suspense. I'm just building up the suspense for you. Since the pandemic, we really seem not to have gotten up to full strength on scheduled street sweeping again. We've talked about this. The time people didn't have to move their vehicles led to a feedback loop of not being able to ticket and tow, and everyone needed to restore their regular behavior on every single block, which still hasn't happened, which means street sweeping becomes ineffective because you've got fewer people moving their vehicles, but then also they don't see the street sweeping, so they have less incentive to move the vehicles. So we've got this whole situation. So what is the plan for restoring more regularity and effectiveness to sweeping as the season approaches? We've got perfect timing here.
Perfect timing here is one, I think, in talking with my communications director. One is we need to do a better PSA and better marketing and making people, hey, look, this is sweep season, just like we do not only on our websites, but actually doing the PSA, trying to get onto the TVs and trying to do other things too, because what we currently do has not always worked. And then what we're also doing in conjunction using our own resources, we're not only do we have our sweepers there, but we're trying to have our towers come behind there. So in certain situations, we can move them to another location to the other side of the street or where we can move them at. So it's a joint effort in which we're trying to do, but our first initial thing would be to be more aggressive in our public service announcement to let people know that we are coming. The other thing is what we're trying to do is that's all part of the quarterly meetings as we get ready for the change. We need to be out there more forthcoming within the ANCs and within the community as well.
All right, so more information out there.
Yes.
Followed by ticketing and towing and then sweeping.
Yes, but I really don't want to actually ticket and tows only if we have to, because they know that they're wrong. The COVID moratorium has been lifted. So it's now time for them to become compliant.
Yeah. Well. I mean, I agree. It's better if people just move their cars, but the problem is when they don't, then the sweeper can't get in there.
Right.
You know, the other thing with people being home is they'll tell you if they didn't see the sweeper. Right. And so we get a lot of like, you know, firsthand accounts of the sweeper did not come, even though the computer says it did. So, you know, hopefully we'll get less of those because we'll see the sweeper having access to the curb, and we'll see the results of it. But it's definitely something that people are very attuned to and passionate about. So that makes it the efforts all the more important. Okay, well, that's it. That's all I got. Anything you want to add?
That'll be a no.
You know, thank you. I appreciate all of you being here today. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to say a little closing. You don't have to keep your camera on if you don't want. So thank you so much. This concludes today's public oversight hearing. Thank you to our public witnesses and Acting Director Spriggs for your time today. The record for this hearing will close at 5:30 p.m. on Friday, March 3rd. If you plan on submitting written testimony for the record, please do so by then. I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone that the Committee on Public Works and Operations will be holding 2 more performance oversight hearings. Tomorrow, February 16th, this committee will join the Committee on Transportation and the Environment to conduct a joint oversight hearing on the Deputy Mayor for Operations and Infrastructure. Finally, on Wednesday, February 22nd, the committee will hold performance oversight hearings on the Office of Contracts and Procurement, Contract Appeals Board, the Office of Chief Technology Officer, and the Department on Licensing and Consumer Protection. If you'd like to testify at any upcoming Public Works and Operations hearings, you can sign up on my website at brianneknadeau.com/testify. The time is now 4:28, and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.